Let's welcome in our Golden State Warriors audience now as we are live on Golden State Warriors today. The Warriors have picks number 7 and 14 coming up, but right now the Cleveland Cavaliers are on the clock, Chase, at number 3. A lot of rumors about Evan Mobley being the pick here.
I think Evan Mobley is going to be the selection for the Cavaliers. He's the prototypical perfect modern-day big man in the sense that he can guard positions 1 through 5. He is just an excellent athletic force on both ends of the floor. I'd really like to see him contribute to grow his game to the three-point perimeter. He was able to hit 12 three-pointers with USC last year. If that's the case and he can become, I'm talking about a competent three-point shooter, Evan Mobley could end up being the best, most dynamic, and most well-rounded prospect in this draft class.
Want to give a quick shout-out to Fifth Third Trading, $20. I don't know if you want to plug anything. You didn't say anything. Go check out his channel. That's about as good as I can do for you. You can click on his icon, Fifth Third Trading, and go check him out. Appreciate the $20. $20 is a shout-out. All Super Chats, for the most part, are shout-outs. So appreciate you, my friend. If you want to Super Chat, this is what is on the menu tonight. We just got a $200 something. SEK. Is that Swedish money? $5?
Swedish money. We'll take
sip.
it.
Hey, we'll take a sip now. I'm
Hell
sure
yeah.
200 Swedish cash is $5. $29. I just spilled on myself.
Quick
Awesome.
conversion.
$10. We'll talk about your favorite team. $20. You can advertise yourself. $25. We'll spin the roulette wheel, and $50 buys you a shot of Fireball from us. And hey, I just spilled on myself, so it's all good. Winston Spangberg with that super. Appreciate that. Let's go, Jalen Green. Also, feel free. Add my game to block 'em to your wish list on Steam. So there you go. That's over $20. Go check out Block 'em on Steam. I don't really know what that is, but if you guys do, go check that out. Appreciate you for super chatting. By the way, also, shout out to the Filipinos for Jalen Green.
No doubt.
Right?
Yeah, Jalen Green has some Filipino heritage running through his veins. Big reason why he's an absolute dog. And here at Chat Sports, we have a massive audience watching from the Philippines. Shout out to all of you for tuning in and rocking with us here at Chat Sports.
Appreciate you guys. These are the picks coming up. The Cavaliers, the Raptors, the Magic, the Thunder, and the Golden State Warriors. Guys, we are counting down to 260,000 subscribers, and go hit that big red button right now. This is the time because, hey, we got daily videos for you guys around the NBA, the NFL as well. NBA free agency coming up on Monday. The latest news, rumors, and much more around the association. So hit that big red button and subscribe today. We're closing in on 255K, and then we will get to 260K sooner rather than later. Chase, myself, Tom Downey, the entire Chat Sports team, we grind for you guys. So help us out. Hit that big red button and subscribe today. I'm being told we got a trade coming in here? The Lakers. The Russell Westbrook trade is done. So if you're just joining us, Westbrook is a Laker. So there you have it. Go check out our Lakers channel for what was the rumor trade just about a couple of hours ago. Another super chat from Up North. Shout out Up North Society on Instagram. Can't wait for the Raptors. Go check that out. Up North Society on Instagram. Shout out to Epics, TCAT Music, Smiley Face, and everybody else super chatting. We get to as many as we can. So the Cavaliers, Chase, on the clock as we'll cycle through these super chats and at least flash you guys on screen. Yes, I'm with you. I want some trades. Pick is in for the Cavaliers, so we will break that down in just a second. With the number 3 pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select center out of USC, Evan Mobley.
I absolutely love this selection. Evan Mobley is the perfect prototypical modern-day big man. He can guard positions 1 through 5. He can get you on switches. He's a good shot blocker. I love his defensive instincts as a guy who can roam around the rim and block shots, but also roam around the perimeter and just be able to stick some really athletic players across the NBA. If there's a point guard on him on a switch, he'll be able to lock you down. Some of the better wing players Evan Mobley will be able to guard you at an elite level, and he'll be able to hold his own defensively down low in the trenches on the low block as well. I'd like to see him add some size to his body because he's only 215 pounds right now, but there is so much potential and so much upside with Evan Mobley. What's really interesting is that the Cleveland Cavaliers have a very fascinating and intriguing young core right now. Let's say that they hold on to Colin Sexton, who I think is one of the better young guards in the league. You have Darius Garland as well. That backcourt reminds me of Damian Lillard and CJ McCollum. You have Jarrett Allen as well. Now you have Evan Mobley. Cleveland is imagining that Evan Mobley is going to be able to play some 4-man. He's going to be able to play some 5-man. And I love that young core for the Cleveland Cavaliers. The production last year for Evan Mobley was fantastic. 16.5 points per game. He's going to be able to rebound it at a very elite level. I love his athleticism. If I do have a concern, it's sometimes he's somewhat timid, and he doesn't have a bunch of dog in him. Can that become unleashed? Could that come out of him at some point? Possibly. He was a freshman with USC last year, really flashed during that NCAA tournament. I will tell you this, some teams across the NBA were infatuated with Evan Mobley because of his offensive potential and his already defensive prowess. There were multiple teams across the NBA trying to trade up to number 3 because they thought that highly of Evan Mobley. Instead, he goes to Cleveland. I think it's an excellent pick. Had a mock to Cleveland over the last couple of weeks in my mock draft. It's happening. I really like it. Mobley, if he develops his offensive game, hit 12 threes last year with USC, and becomes a more consistent knockdown shooter from beyond the arc, man, he's going to be really dangerous.
So grade the pick for us. A, B, C, D, or F. A lot of chalk early on in the NBA draft. Evan Mobley to the Cavs. Go ahead and type your grade down below. Got a lot of super chats to catch up on. Shout out to Giddey Up on Insta. We'll try and get that in the live chat. At Giddey_up on Instagram. Go check that out. We will get that in the live chat. They love Josh Giddey, who's one of the top prospects in this class. At Giddey Up on Instagram. Between Giddey and Up. Dante, $25 super. We're going to have to spin the wheel here in a little bit. So Mitchell Renz is going to get ready in there. Dante, 15 on IG. Online Biz did 100K last year. That's awesome, Dante. So go check that out.
My man.
Dante.ig on Instagram. We'll go spin the wheel here in a few moments as well. Dante.15 on Instagram. I think we got one more too. A-Dubs, I'm Elijah Campbell, Birds vs. Boys podcast. We'll get to those when we can because those are all $20 super chats. We will plug those when we can. But, we'll get to those right now. We'll come back to some hoops in a second. Birds vs. Boys podcast. Go check that out. Shout out to our guy, Chase.
Shout out to y'all.
Is that the podcast you hopped on a couple months ago? There you go. Birds vs. Boys crew is watching. Hey, go check those fellas out. Birds vs. Boys podcast. 22,000 people watching. Hey, go check those guys out after the draft. Let's stick on the draft here for now. Toronto Raptors on the clock. Number 4 pick. Chase, what you thinking?
Look, there have been some rumblings about the Raptors trading out of the number 4 pick to move back to maybe pinpoint Jonathan Kuminga, who I really like as a developmental prospect. But the smart thing to do for the Toronto Raptors, stay where you're at number 4. Kyle Lowry looks to be heading elsewhere in free agency. He's probably the best player in the history of the Raptors franchise, better than Vince Carter because he brought back a ring up north to Toronto, and select his replacement in Jalen Suggs. I love Jalen Suggs. I got a man crush on the guy. Has got winning qualities, very mature guy, very good defender, good creator, has to become a more consistent knockdown shooter from the outside. Jalen Suggs should be the pick at number 4 for Toronto.
Shout out to A-Dubs, Music, A-Dubs, Apple, Spotify. Go check him up. Instagram, AKA A-Dubs as well. Appreciate the super chat. Go check him out as well. Can we make fun of me? Because I spilled on myself. I mean, come on. That's just embarrassing.
Is that something that Santa would do?
Santa would not do that. But
Santa would not spill his milk on himself.
I ditched the hat and I spill on myself. Unbelievable. Who should the Raptors draft here with the number 4 pick? Chase, you going with Jalen Suggs?
It's got to be Jalen Suggs. Don't outsmart yourselves. Don't overthink it and trade out of this pick. Go with Suggs.
Man, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I think this is really when the draft starts. By the way, just type F in the chat. I mean, I'm drinking beers. This is only beer number 3. This isn't the end of the night. Come on. F in the chat. I mean, look, this is embarrassing. I mean, unbelievable. But I'm not a coward. I'm not going to skip a couple of picks to go get a wardrobe change. We're rolling with the punches here. Spam F in the chat for my failure on this one. I mean, unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Spam F in the chat. We'll get some shout-outs in a minute. Quick on the super chat here, $25. Go check out KBGBF Eula. We now owe you guys 2 spins when we can get to them. 2 roulette spins. Mitchell Renz is ready to go as the Raptors are on the clock. We will get to him as soon as we can. Appreciate the super chats. Is this finalized? We good here? The Russell Westbrook trade is official. We'll go to Mitch in a second. Mitch, you can go ahead and spin the wheel twice, and then we'll go to you in a minute to let us know what happened. Here's the trade. Westbrook, a 2024 second and a 2028 second to the Lakers in return for Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, KCP, and that first-round pick tonight. So Washington will select at number 22 overall. Those are the trade details. Mitch, mic yourself up and let us know what's happening.
What's going on, guys? I had to spin the roulette wheel twice, and remember, the more likes, the more subs, the more super chats we get on our live coverage. We got to do some crazy things. So the first thing I got to do, I don't know if you guys can read it, probably not. I got to put on this super embarrassing itchy wig.
Oh, yeah.
And what I want you guys to do right now is take a screenshot of what you're watching, post it on IG, post it on Twitter. The other thing I had to do, I got a beer bong. So unfortunately, we got a green screen. You guys can kind of see what's going on here. I'm going to rip this beer bong here. We're getting ready to get the party started. If you haven't already, give Chat Sports a nice little like and subscribe. Let me know down in the comments who your guys' favorite team is, or actually, how about this? Let me know who won this trade here. Let's get some pictures going, post it on IG and on Twitter. You guys can keep talking about this trade while I rip this beer bong.
Yeah, thank you, Mitch. Let us know in the comments who won the trade, the Lakers or the Wizards. Let's let Mitch finish up here, and then we've got the next pick in. There he goes. Appreciate Mitch. We'll jump to him later on in the show. With the number 4 pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select Scottie Barnes. First surprise of the night here, Chase.
First surprise of the night. It's not the pick that I would have made, but I'll tell you this. I put my trust in Nick Nurse and Masai Ujiri, one of the best coach-general manager combinations in the NBA, to do the right thing. And Scottie Barnes is certainly a tantalizing prospect, a guy who is polarizing as well from an athletic skill set standpoint. He's around 6'9" with a 7'3" wingspan. This guy's basketball IQ is unbelievable. At Florida State this past year, he was directing and telling people where to go and basically predicting which plays were going to happen on both ends of the floor. At his size, he's a very good passer, a very good athlete. Some people say he's not bouncy. I actually disagree with that. He's a wonderful defender as well. And being 6'8", 225, I like his passing ability in the open floor as well as in the half court. Here's the thing, though. The one weakness for Scottie Barnes, he is an awful shooter. In fact, he really can't shoot at all. And his production last year was pretty solid. Little more than 10 points per game, 4 rebounds to go along with 4 assists.
I like
that
the playmaking.
Points to the playmaking ability for sure. But what value do you have in the modern-day landscape of the NBA as a wing, as a forward, if you can't shoot, especially late in games? We just saw what happened with Ben Simmons and the Philadelphia 76ers. That's a big reason why they went out in the second round against the Atlanta Hawks. High-character guy, has a bunch of physical attributes, is going to be a guy who's going to immediately be a leader and culture changer. And the Toronto Raptors over the last several years have turned into a player development factory. That's why I kind of like and am intrigued by Barnes going to Toronto, because I think Masai Ujiri, Nick Nurse, and that coaching staff are going to be able to develop him over time. And there's this on top of that. It's been said that Scottie Barnes is a tireless worker. He is always in the lab working on his deficiencies as well as his weaknesses. The one weakness he has to work on, it's his shot. And if he works on that, Scottie Barnes could be a very, very good two-way player.
If anyone can develop a shot for Scottie Barnes, it's the Toronto Raptors.
For sure.
Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Scottie Barnes going number 4 overall to Toronto. We do have a trade alert to get to. Pacers Bucks. They're swapping some picks. Pacers get the number 31 overall pick. That'll be the first pick of the second round. Bucks receive 54, 60, and 2 future seconds. So Indiana looking like they're eyeing someone in this draft. They move up 23 slots.
Yeah, I mean, hey, At this point, you're really just doing a lot of maneuvering in that second round to try to put yourself in a position to get some players who can help you out. And for the Pacers getting number 31 overall, they can get a really good player on the board at that point, because I do think the class is somewhat deep at that point.
So get subscribed to Chat Sports. The Orlando Magic are on the clock, and we will talk about them here in just a few moments. But, hey, we're closing in. 260,000 subscribers. We're at 254 plus. Let's get there as soon as possible, because we're not going anywhere. The coverage doesn't end tonight. We'll have NBA draft winners and losers after the show as well. And then, really, free agency, that becomes the focus as free agency starts on Monday, August 2nd, after this weekend. So subscribe. Join us. Join the family here at Chat Sports. It's 100% free. Chase, myself, we're geared up. We're fired up. We're ready to go for a busy week here in the NBA. Don't miss it. Subscribe to the channel. So we got the Orlando Magic now on the clock, Chase, and obviously this is a team very much in flux here. So Orlando Magic at number 5. Take that one away here, Chase. How are you feeling?
Yeah, so the pick is in, so we're going to break down this pick here in the coming moments because the Orlando Magic have made their selection, and we'll break it down here. But one of the more intriguing teams in the NBA, at the NBA trade deadline, they basically sold. They said, hey, the rebuild is on. New coaching staff is coming in. I think brighter days are ahead for the Orlando Magic, especially considering who they selected.
With the number 5 pick in the NBA draft, Jalen Suggs, the selection for the Orlando Magic, a great value pick out of Gonzaga.
Great value pick, and Jalen Suggs able to fall to number 5 to the Orlando Magic because the Toronto Raptors went with Scottie Barnes out of Florida State at number 4, which was a big surprise for me because I thought Jalen Suggs was the ideal replacement for Kyle Lowry, who looks to be heading elsewhere in NBA free agency. The Orlando Magic, they should be cheering right now. Fans should be elated and very excited about the player that they're getting. My pro comps for him, guys like Jason Kidd as well as Chauncey Billups. He's confident, he's cool, calm, and collected. He's a great leader. He's very mature. You saw that on display last year at Gonzaga when he helped lead the Zags to the national championship game. I have been replaying that sequence against UCLA. Of course, the highlight reel play was when he knocked down that game winner from half court. Yep. But the sequence on that recovery block where he blocked the shot, was able to pick up the basketball and hit Drew Timme in transition, fitting that ball inside a keyhole in transition on the move, perfect bounce pass, just made me fascinated with this prospect. Jalen Suggs is a very good two-way point guard, and I think he's going to be in the league for a very long time. The Orlando Magic, over the last several years, have been irrelevant. They've lacked guys like this with dog in them, who are confident, guys who can be leaders. And you look at this young core on the Orlando Magic right now, and some might say, well, the Orlando Magic didn't need a point guard. Why are they taking Jalen Suggs? They don't have a player on this roster that is like Jalen Suggs. No. You got Suggs, you got Cole Anthony, you got Mo Bamba, R.J. Hampton, Markelle Fultz coming off the torn ACL, Jonathan Isaac, Gary Harris, Wendell Carter. If you're an Orlando Magic fan, you should be very excited. As for concerns with Jalen Suggs, has to become a more consistent knockdown shooter. He took around 200 threes in his college career and was hovering in the 30 percentile range. I think the stroke is clean. I think that number is going to get better over time. Very good defender. He can break you down off the dribble. He's not a crazy explosive athlete. He's plenty good enough from an athletic department. I think the Orlando Magic, a clear winner right now, selecting Suggs, who's going to be a culture changer in a place where they really, really need it.
Grade the pick for us, A, B, C, D, or F. For me, this is a BPA selection. He's on the board at number 5, best player available. You figure out the X's and O's later. You're the Magic. You need young talent, and that is what Jalen Suggs is. Great heart, great character, really good pick here at number 5 overall. Let us know how you guys feel about it, A, B, C, D, or F. Don't miss out because, hey, we're going to go to a subscriber-only chat right now, so you got to subscribe. Otherwise, you can't get your questions in. You can't get your comments in. This is the time. So subscribe to us here at Chat Sports to be a part of our subscriber-only chat. And you don't want to be that guy that has FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. Well, here's your chance. Subscribe so you are involved in this subscriber-only chat right now. Quick shout out, by the way, to Marcus Armstrong. Appreciate the $5. We appreciate you guys getting your questions and thoughts in on Super Chats. If you're subscribed, we're on subscriber only now. Type me in the chat right now as the Oklahoma City Thunder are on the clock with the number 6 overall pick. We got 23,700 people watching. The audience continues to go up, which is a lot of fun for us. Golden State, we're live on our Warriors channel. Pick 7 and 14 just around the corner, so stay tuned. Chase, I'm going to get some shout-outs here, and then we can talk about Oklahoma City, who has 97 first-round picks in the next 5 seasons.
Yes, seriously.
Oklahoma City, sorry. Tay Beams, we got Let's Go from Blue, Young, we got Bear, Colton, Zach Levine is watching, Crazy, SD, Gilbert. Doesn't Zach Levine have a practice to get to out in Tokyo right now? David, Irwin, Max, Devin, Street Hoops is watching, Gregory. Let's see here. Maurice, Armando, Liquid Fire. Subscribe if you haven't already. This is a subscriber-only chat. Solo, Gia, Street, NBC, Pluto, Six Nurse, Hava, Shen, OW, Matt Blake. Appreciate you guys. Continue to type me if you're a subscriber to Chat Sports. Chase, OKC on the clock.
Yeah, OKC on the clock, and you just mentioned it. I mean, they've got 100 first-round picks over the next 5 years, and a couple of them
might
in
literally
this
be
first
100,
round.
by the way.
Yeah.
Not an exaggeration.
My question is, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who I think is an outstanding player, is going to be due for a big payday coming up here soon. Do you envision him being a building block? If that is the case, then that changes your thought process here with what you're going to do with the number 6 overall selection. I think you hold on to SGA. You maybe get him a really good 2-guard or a good wing. I would like that if I'm OKC. I will say this. I'll put my trust in Sam Presti because I think he's one of the best GMs in the league.
Let us know who should the Thunder draft here at number 6 overall. Chase, we'll go to your big board here. The best remaining available: Jonathan Kuminga, Davion Mitchell, James Bouknight, Moses Moody. Your top 4 guys on the board.
Yeah, my latest mock, I had James Bouknight going to OKC here at number 6. I'd like Jonathan Kuminga. I see some flashes of Jaylen Brown, although he's not as further along in his developmental process as Jaylen Brown was coming out of Cal. I don't hate a guy like Davion Mitchell going to OKC here. He can play the 1. He can play the 2. If I'm OKC, I'm zeroing in on Jonathan Kuminga. I'm looking at potentially a guy like James Bouknight, wing scorers, wing players who give you a little bit defensively, but also something offensively as well.
To me, if you take Mitchell or Bookknight, that means you're trying to expedite the rebuild because those are guys that can contribute right away.
Yep.
So I think this pick will be very telling from Sam Presti. If he takes Kuminga, they're still saying we're at least 2 years away. Or 3, if we're being realistic. If they take Mitchell or Bookknight or maybe even Moody, that could be a signal of, hey, he might flash some of those picks during free agency and try and trade for a piece or 2. So this will be very interesting to see what pick Oklahoma City makes here at number 6 overall. By the way, we're closing in at 5,000 likes, and guess what? Another beer bong could be in the works from Mitchell Renz if we get to 5,000 likes. So like this video right now as we await for Oklahoma City's pick in the first round of the NBA draft. Hit that thumbs up. We're 1,200 likes away from, or 200 likes away, from 5,000 likes. Chase, we'll just let Mitch keep drinking. I mean, it sounds great to me.
He said he wants to stumble home, so we can make that happen. He can stumble home if he wants to.
Absolutely. 5,000 likes, and he will take a beer. Well, that didn't take long. We might get to 6,000 by the time Mitch is ready to go. We hit 5,000. When he's ready to rock and roll, we'll go over to Mitchell Renz live at the Mitch Cam in just a second. He's got to fill up that beer bong there as we are closing in on 5,000 likes. I think at this point, every 1,000 or 1,500 likes is what we'll do a new challenge here. So 5,000 likes is what we have reached. Mitchell Renz, he's ready to go. Another beer bong coming your way.
Another beer bong here. I don't even know how many I've done at this point. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. We're at, what, the 6th pick? I'm already losing track of what's going on. Let me know who you're rooting for down in the comments. Let me fill up this beer. Chase, Harrison, do you guys have any idea who's going to get picked next?
Kuminga's the top guy.
It wouldn't shock me if Alperen Sengun got picked either, because OKC could use a big man as well.
Man, that would be interesting. You pair him with Pokashevsky, who was the big pick last year. That would be interesting. There goes Mitch with another chug there. He's rocking a nice buzz over there. Appreciate it, Mitch.
And Lou Dort.
We're closing in on 6,000 likes. We'll probably spin the roulette wheel when that happens. So stay tuned, Mitch. We'll go back to you very, very soon. OKC on the clock here, as we'll go back to Mitch here in a little bit. OKC with the number 6 overall pick as we continue to progress through round 1. Chase, looking forward to what Golden State is doing at 7 here, Chase. Are they on the phone? They trying to make moves? They going to sit and make this pick? That's going to be fascinating as well.
Yeah, I think Golden State is going to stay put. If I was Golden State, I would have packaged 7 and 14 for a superstar player. Could that happen? Maybe. We already saw a Russell Westbrook trade come out of nowhere, so potentially. I do think the Warriors are going to hold on to 7 and 14, but what OKC does here could end up impacting the Warriors' plans at number 7.
With the number 6 pick in the 2021 NBA draft, probably the biggest shocker so far, Josh Giddey, the selection for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I'm not as surprised as you are. I really like Josh Giddey, and he's been vaulting up draft boards over the last couple of weeks. When I watch him, I think he's the best overall passer in this draft class, especially in transition. His feel for the game is fantastic. He has an extraordinarily high basketball IQ. His vision is out of this world. And as a teenager, he's still growing. He's grown a few inches over the last calendar year. He's going to have to add to his frame. I want to see him add a little bit of bulk, a little bit of strength, but he's only 18 years old, so that will come over time. This is a pick based purely on upside, and for OKC, it makes a lot of sense because they're currently rebuilding right now. I'm not sure what this does for a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but if OKC doesn't want to give him the bag, maybe Josh Giddey can be that point guard and that primary passer down the road, as you might hit the reset button on that rebuild to have him under his rookie contract for the next couple of seasons. He comes to the United States from Australia. He didn't work out for a lot of teams leading into the NBA draft. The physical profile is pretty fascinating. He's 6'8", 205 pounds. If he adds some strength to his frame over time, he could be a very dangerous player. The vision and the size reminds me a lot of a fellow Aussie. G'day, mate. Ben Simmons. But the shot certainly concerns me a little bit. He's got this set shot, which really isn't all that fluid. Love his confidence, though. He took a lot of big shots down the stretch in some big games in hostile environments down under in Australia. This guy fears nobody, and for him to go to OKC at number 6, some people might be surprised. I'm not, because this pick is based purely on upside. He's going to be a guy who over the next couple of seasons could average like 13 points per game, around 8-9 rebounds, to go along with 7-8 assists. He is a playmaker and a play creator. I love Josh Giddey.
Get your one-word reaction. Josh Giddey going to Oklahoma City. Real quick here, Chase. Quick question. Does this signal still a long-term rebuild with this selection, or is this a guy that can help you win sooner rather than later?
I think it's a long-term rebuild pick. You take an 18-year-old who's still growing, who's still adding to his physical profile, and you envision him being under his rookie contract for the next several seasons. He's not the most explosive athlete, but a very smooth and strong mover. He can facilitate with his back to the basket. He's got eyes in the back of his head. And for Australia, the run of really good prospects getting drafted in the lottery out of Australia continues with this selection of Josh Giddey.
So get your one-word reaction in. Josh Giddey to the Thunder at number 6. The Golden State Warriors are on the clock with the number 7 overall pick. This has been the team to watch for the draft tonight. They pick at 7, they pick at 14. A lot of chatter that they could trade those picks for an established player like a Bradley Beal, like a Damian Lillard. Not a lot of chatter right now, as they got to make a decision very, very soon. We also got a super chat on our Warriors channel. What's the guy's name? We got it here. Giddy Up. This is an old super chat. Appreciate you. We love Josh Giddey. Appreciate that one from him, as Golden State is now on the clock. Giddey going number 6 to the Golden State Warriors, or to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Excuse me. Golden State on the clock now at number 7. Chase, If they draft here, what are you feeling?
So I'd like to see them go for a player who can contribute right away because Steph Curry is still in his prime. Klay Thompson, even though he's coming off the torn ACL and the torn Achilles, I still think he's going to be a productive player on both ends. He's one of the best shooters of all time. Draymond Green is kind of a stiff offensively right now at this point of his career, but he's still an all-world defender. The window to win for Golden State is right now. That's why I think they should go with a player who can contribute right away. I'd be looking at Davion Mitchell. I don't think it's too early to go with a guy like Chris Duarte. What I think Golden State is going to do, they're going to bet on an upside pick. I think they might go Jonathan Kuminga. There's been rumblings there for a while that they have become very obsessed with him as a prospect because of the upside and the potential. That's where I think Golden State is going to go. I would go with a ready-to-play player right now.
Let us know if you're awesome. If you feel good about yourself, just type A. That's all you got to do. Spam A in the comments. Chase will get some shout-outs here. I got to shout out someone on Warriors today. I'm not sure who it is with the Super Chat. I don't have it pulled up. It's on Maine. Mike Lou 415. Warriors get Bookknight. That's who he wants. If you're awesome, type A. Chase, give us some shout outs here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat right now. I see Davion in the chat. Carmon, Gary, Ching, Elder, Joaquin, Richard, Mark, Daniel, Anthony, Jose. I'm also looking at our Warriors Today stream. 49ers fan for life is in there. Vincent, Aaron, Matthias, Chase, nice name, Anel, Daniel, Vincent, Viper RKO Gaming, Loro, Jamie Kuti, hopefully I said that right, Kai, Lucas, 49ers fan for life is all up in the chat. Vincent also there as well. That's on our Warriors channel and on our main Chat Sports YouTube channel with more than 23,000 people watching live right now.
Appreciate you
that
guys.
Tony, Jimmy G, appreciate all of you guys for just flooding the chat and helping this become the most watched NBA draft coverage here on YouTube.
By the way, we crossed $500 in Super Chats. I'm not sure if that's a threshold. I believe it is. I think that's a Mitch Cam situation. Oh, we're spinning the roulette wheel. Mitch, get over there. We are spinning the roulette wheel. So we'll get Mitchell Renz ready while he is. Let's run through the Super Chat menu as the Golden State Warriors are on the clock. The pick is in. We will get to that in just a second. We'll break down the pick, then we'll go to Mitch on the Mitch Cam. So a couple of minutes, and we'll spin the roulette wheel. $5. Sip some beer. I'm going to go ahead and take one right now.
I'm with you.
$10, talk about your team. $20, we'll advertise whatever you want to push. $25, roulette spin. $50, we'll take a fireball shot. Hey, no fireball in a while, so that's up to you guys. That is on the Super Chat menu. Stay tuned for Mitchell Renz. He'll spin the roulette wheel after this number 7 overall pick to the Golden State Warriors. With the number 7 pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga, who played for the G League Ignite. Real quick, Chase, before you give some analysis on this pick, there was some chatter to trade that pick right down to the wire, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, but no trade gets done. They select Kuminga here at 7.
And we'll continue to monitor to see if a trade does come to fruition and happen. As for Golden State, I'm interested in what Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green are thinking right now because they let it be known that they wanted to either trade those picks for a superstar right now or they wanted Bob Myers to select players who can contribute right away. I'm not sure Jonathan Kuminga is going to be that guy. I like the potential. I compare him a lot to Jalen Brown because coming out of college, out of California, Jalen Brown had the same physical profile and a lot of the same skills as a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. He was a little bit further along in his development than Kuminga. Here's the thing, though. Kuminga's only 18 years old. He reclassified so that he could go to the G League a year earlier. And early on in the G League bubble, people were watching him over the first couple of games, and he was getting number 1 overall pick buzz ahead of Cade Cunningham. The problem is after that, his play fell off a cliff, and he went ice cold from distance. His numbers with the G League Ignite, he was kind of overshadowed a little bit by Jalen Green. They were pretty good raw numbers, little less than 16 points per game. His field goal percentage and three-point percentage were not all that good, but the the potential is certainly there for Jonathan Kuminga to be an elite two-way player and an excellent wing.
I do want to update this on the fly. Trade talks dwindling for Golden State, so it appears that Kuminga will stay with Golden State, because sometimes, Chase, we see these teams draft players and a trade could still happen after the pick. That does not appear to be the case here, at least at this point in time. So wanted to make that point. But Kuminga, kind of a raw prospect, going to Golden State at number 7 overall. If you like the pick, like this video. And if you don't, let us know why in the comments, why you don't like the pick. Hey, you want to go above and beyond, especially you Warriors fans? Let us know who you would like to trade for before the NBA free agency gets going.
Let me add this real quick.
Monday.
I've seen some video of him getting his shot up and improving on his stroke. Looks a little bit more smooth than it was with the G League. That's a very good sign. So
like the video if you love the pick of Jonathan Kuminga at number 7 overall. With the number 8 pick in the 2021 NBA draft, Franz Wagner, the small forward out of Michigan, goes in the lottery to Orlando.
Love what Orlando is doing right now. They're able to get Jalen Suggs as their future point guard, and now they get him a shooter in Franz Wagner, who no doubt has to become a more consistent knockdown shooter, because he went in phases where he was lights out from distance. Then he went in lulls where he was frigid cold from deep. But as a 3-and-D prospect, Franz Wagner can really defend. He can get up in your mug. Very confident guy. He's only 19 years old. So you're looking at a 20-year-old Jalen Suggs teaming up with guys like Cole Anthony, Markelle Fultz coming off that torn ACL. Now they have a guy who can camp out along the perimeter in Franz Wagner, but also make plays happen off the dribble as well. And if he's able to become, let's say, a 39-40% knockdown three-point shooter, Franz Wagner could end up being in the league for a really long time. His numbers last year in what was a marvelous season for Michigan before losing deep into the NCAA tournament against UCLA were pretty good. 12.5 points per game. He's a good rebounder. I like his athleticism and his creation ability. A lot of people pinpoint him as just being a 3-and-D guy. I think he's a little bit more than that, but the main sticking point here has to be a more consistent outside shooter. There's also this. He told Kevin O'Connor that he's grown a couple inches over the last couple of months since he was last measured at Michigan. Word is, he's like 6'11 now. Makes him even more intriguing as a prospect for Orlando.
Yeah, he's listed at 6'8", 205. If he's 6'10", 6'11", puts on 20 pounds after a year or two in the NBA.
So much better than his stiff of a brother, Mo Wagner, too.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, that's one way to describe him. Go back to school, grade the pick. Franz Wagner going number 8 overall to the Magic, their second pick in the lottery. They took Jalen Suggs earlier at number 5. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know how you feel about this selection to the Orlando Magic at number 8 overall. Also, let us know who should the Kings draft at number 9 overall. And I think we can recap the top 8 picks here in just a moment here and get you guys caught up. We still got 20,000 people watching live, so we'll get you guys caught up on what's happened so far. We're about, 45 an hour into this draft, 45 minutes or so. 8 picks have been selected. We'll come back to the Kings in just a second. Couple shout-outs here. I'm getting some grade shout-outs here. B from Jose, B from Daniel, C from Johan. We'll focus on the Kings in just a second at number 9. But, Chase, let's recap what's happened so far. No shock with the first couple of picks. Cade Cunningham goes number 1 to Detroit. Jalen Green goes number 2 to Houston. Evan Mobley lands with the Cavaliers at number 3. And then a semi-shocker with Scottie Barnes to Toronto at number 4.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Jalen Suggs for sure. So that was the big shocker of this draft so far. And then there have been some surprises after that. I mean, Jalen Green was BPA best player available for the Orlando Magic at number 5. Josh Giddey might have been a surprise to some going to OKC at 6. Not much of a surprise to me. Jonathan Kuminga, hey, he's a teenager. He's going to play on a ready-to-win-now team in Golden State right now. That pick kind of confused me a little bit. I would have went with maybe James Bookknight, Davion Mitchell, Chris Duarte. Warriors elect to go with Kuminga, and then Franz Wagner to the Magic at number 8 to team up with Jalen Suggs, and now Suggs, the point guard, has a good shooter in Franz Wagner.
How about this idea, Chase, is the Sacramento Kings are on the clock here at number 9. Let's go to the Mitch cam real quick, though. Mitch is ready to rock and roll. I can't even remember. What is he doing here? He's spinning the roulette wheel. Have you spinned it, Mitch? What's going on over there?
Already spun the roulette wheel, ready to rock and roll. For those of you that don't know, I don't handle spicy food very well. I got to take an entire shot of some Louisiana hot sauce, so
brutal.
Bear with me on this one. But Franz Wagner from Berlin, Germany, bonjour. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch here. Lived there in Cologne, Germany for about a year. What I want you guys to do, we know we got a lot of people watching around the world. I want you to shout out your city down in the comments section because he's from Berlin. We're live here in Dallas, Texas. I know the draft as well is from... Oh, man, we got all people watching around here. So I got to take a shot of Fireball. Let us know down in the comments what city you're watching from.
All right, so Mitch is doing that. By the way, 6,000 likes. We may have to go back to you here in a minute, Mitch. We will see what we have to do for 6,000 likes. Mitch, you are the man. We've got the weigh-in ready to go, so shout out your city or your country. If you're international, you can just shout out your country and let us know where you guys are watching from. Mitch, you owe us a roulette spin for 6,000 likes, so we still got you on screen.
All right, I'll spin it. It's spinning. It's spinning.
I'll get some shout-outs while you're spinning the wheel. Minneapolis from King Ali. Jamil is from Berlin. Bonjour, as Mitch would say. Winnipeg, Canada, also bonjour from Shelley. L.A. from, I can't even remember who that was. Cosenza, Italy. Hamburg from Alpha. A lot of internationals. South Bend, Indiana from Darius. Panama City as well. Rochester, New York. Keep representing. Mitchell Wren's ready to go. What's happening, Mitch?
All right, y'all, so I spun the roulette wheel. What it landed on is do or drink. So the way that we are here at Chat Sports, we're interactive. So if you're out there watching to the 20,000 people, if you have blonde hair, you have to go ahead and take a drink. I have brown hair. Harrison's like some sort of mix of brown and something. I'm not 100% sure.
My roots are blonde
Chase, he's a blondie.
So
Chase, thank you for taking a drink. And producer Sam, I know you got one back there as well. Go ahead and take a drink. If you have blonde hair type B, down in the comments section. That way I know that you're drinking with us. But you got to be over 21. Sorry,
by the way, 8,000 likes is a beer bong. So, Mitch, get ready. We're at 6,500. You're the man. We'll come back to you throughout the NBA draft. We're having a lot of fun here on draft night. Chase, I want to focus back here. Sacramento, number 9. You said it before the draft. Teams are going to overlook Davion Mitchell. How about this idea? How about drafting Mitchell here and trading Buddy Hield for future compensation? Who says no?
Yeah, and then you're looking at a trio of De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, and Davion Mitchell. I'm not sure how that trio factors in with one another. Honestly, James Bookknight as a scoring wing really intrigues me here. Alperen Sengun as a big man on that roster.
Especially if they trade Bagley, which has been rumored.
Exactly. Fulfills a monster need for the Kings, which is a premier starting center.
Yep.
I think that's what the Kings should do. Don't overthink it. They need a starting center. They need some bench depth. But I think starting center is what you hone in on here, and you go with Alperen Sengun, who was the Turkish League MVP.
Is it too early
for
Usman Garuba? Too early?
So offensively, he doesn't give you much. He might be the best defender in this draft. Maybe he brings you toughness, and you can make the argument that the Kings have been mentally soft over the last several years. That's why they've lacked so much success. I'd go Sengun because I think it gives you a well-rounded starting 5.
All right, so we'll see what Sacramento does here at number 9 overall. While we await for the pick, get subscribed to us here on Chat Sports. We are well on our way to get to 260,000. Hey, we just crossed 256. We got 17,000 people watching now here on YouTube. So get subscribed, hit that big red button. We'll have the latest NBA news and rumors throughout the off season. We're staying live for the entire draft. We're not like some of those other bums who call it quits after round 1. We'll be here
all
for
60 picks, baby.
Yeah, we're not stiffs here at Chat Sports. So subscribe, hit that big red button. Let's continue to grow this channel together here on Chat Sports as the Sacramento Kings are on the board at number 9. Here are the upcoming picks here. We got Sacramento at 9, Memphis at 10, who traded up, if you remember, Chase, with New Orleans from 17 to 10. We'll see what they do here. Charlotte 11, Spurs 12, Pacers 13. That's what's coming up in the next 20 minutes or so. And the pick is in, so we will get to this in just a little bit as Sacramento has made their selection at number 9 overall. Remember, subscribe. Don't miss any of our videos here on Chat Sports. With the number 9 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, Davion Mitchell, the selection out of Baylor to the Sacramento Kings.
He's my number 6 player on my top 100 big board. I'm a huge fan of Davion Mitchell, and I became a huge fan of him before Baylor went on that run, winning the national championship, taking down Jalen Suggs and Gonzaga. Davion Mitchell is going to be able to contribute right away. I question and have some concerns about the fit as to how he fits on this roster with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. But I will tell you this, you got 3 guys right now in those 3 young studs who don't lack any confidence at all. Davion Mitchell defensively will get up in your grill like a Patrick Beverley or Kyle Lowry. Offensively has the shiftiness of a Donovan Mitchell. Same last name, not related. Same number, 45, not related. Davion Mitchell, he might be 22 years old. He's 6'2". He didn't test athletically like people thought he was going to, and that's a reason why he dropped further along than I thought he should have at number 9 to the Sacramento Kings. But for a Kings franchise, an organization that has lacked toughness and intestinal fortitude, you're getting a guy in Davion Mitchell who's going to be able to change this culture right away. He can really, because of that shiftiness and creativity offensively, maneuver his way to anywhere on the court. And yeah, his wingspan might not be the largest wingspan of the prospects in this draft class, but the toughness is there every night. He defends you full court, no fear picking you up all 90 feet. And last year, he shot more than 40% from three-point range. Was a transfer from Auburn to Baylor. Worked out well for him because now he has a national championship under his belt. He's a tenacious defender, a relentless driver. And if that three-point percentage ends up holding firm and he can be a guy who shoots from distance north of 40%, Davion Mitchell could end up being one of the better prospects in this draft. And the Kings, they're a pretty interesting team for me now with the young trio of De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton, and Davion Mitchell, all 3 guys who I really, really like.
Very interested to see if Buddy Hield remains on the trade market.
Yeah,
obviously
for sure.
Not going to L.A. now. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Is this just an Avery Bradley with offensive game? That's kind of what I feel like you're getting in Davion Mitchell.
I think he's a little bit more dynamic than that.
Yeah, a little more dynamic, but defensively he's going to pick you up full court. He can guard multiple spots. That's something Bradley can do as well. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the pick of Davion Mitchell to the Sacramento Kings at number 9 overall. So at number 10, Memphis is on the clock. We can get a couple of shout-outs here as they come in here. Davion Mitchell going number 9. Still have 16,000 people watching, 6,800 likes. We get to 8,000. Mitch will have to do another beer bong. Someone asked, who did the Warriors take? Jonathan Kuminga, correct?
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga going number 7. They're on the clock here in a few picks. They're at number 14. We'll see if they end up making a selection there as well. But a couple grades here. Entering says B, Jarrett says A, Dylan says C, Jose A, Donovan C, entering the huddle as well. By the way, super chat, and we'll get some more questions in as well. Memphis, number 10 overall. They traded up, Chase. They wanted to move up in this draft. What do you think they're going to do here?
Yeah, I'm wondering if because they traded away Jonas Valanciunas, that maybe Alperen Sengun is going to be the target here. As for their needs, I think they need shooters around Ja Morant and Dylan Brooks, as well as Desmond Bane, some creators, maybe some athletic players as well. This pick could shock some people coming up, though.
The Memphis Grizzlies select Zaire Williams, small forward out of Stanford, with the number 10 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft. Chase, your instant reaction to this selection from Memphis?
Some late chatter about Zaire Williams climbing up some draft boards. Now, a year ago, if you would have told me this, I wouldn't have been surprised. That's because he was a 5-star recruit who went to Stanford. And his production last year wasn't good. It didn't live up to expectations. Less than 11 points per game. He was somewhat inconsistent. I think the shot is better than what a lot of people believe. He's one of the better and bouncier athletes among the draft prospects in this class. I will say this. So his numbers last year as a freshman, as a 5-star recruit, were just okay. He was somewhat average from a production standpoint. Stanford, because of the stringent rules in the Big 12, though, had a really weird start to the season. Pac-12, excuse me. They were living out of hotels for the first couple of weeks of last year, and that is not ideal for a teenager, for anybody really, to really live up to your expectations and fulfill your potential. And it's just a weird environment for you to be in. In terms of being a developmental prospect with a lot of upside, that's what Zaire Williams is. He's a two-way player who climbs into the top 10 here, surprising some people. A guy who's a pretty solid wing. He can guard multiple positions, and you put him into the equation with Ja Morant, Dylan Brooks, Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson Jr. I think he could honestly possibly start right away, because athletically at 6'9", 188 pounds, his wingspan is 6'10". He's going to be able to be a really good defender right from the jump. Has to be a better and more consistent outside shooter. And if that's the case, if he does develop his outside game and stretch out to the three-point arc on a more consistent basis, Zaire Williams can be a good player on that Grizzlies roster. The good thing for him is he was looked at as the number one option for Stanford last year. He's not going to have to be that with the Grizzlies. I think that helps him out a lot.
So Zaire Williams, the pick at number 10 overall to Memphis. Interesting selection as they traded up earlier this week to get to number 10 overall. What's your one-word reaction to Williams landing in Memphis? Obviously a young team on the rise, building around Ja Morant. Let us know down in the comments, what is your one-word reaction to Zaire Williams landing with the Memphis Grizzlies? Now, hey, Chase Sr., my guy's been grinding since he joined us here at Chat Sports. March 1st, he's already gone through an NFL draft. We're cranking through the NBA draft. Help him out. Let's help him reach 4,000 followers here on Twitter. The night started, you were at 3,939, Chase, 3,939 followers. Go follow him. He's well-rounded. He's like me in the sense that we love all sports, right?
All sports,
I mean,
man.
We're not just a one-trick pony here. So go give him a follow at Chase_Senior. 3,962 followers, 38 away from 4K. By the way, Chase, I think you might be closing in on 100 retweets on that poop emoji tweet.
100 favorites.
Go follow him and like his tweet. Got to get 100 tweets or favorites on that. Follow him. Chase will get some shout-outs on new followers from tonight.
Yeah, for those who have followed, thank you to Seth, King Magic, Kane Fairweather, Levine for Gold, Cleveland Bryant IV, Jeremy McVetti, Braden, Pin, Avon, King Kagel, Super Wow, Braxton, Josh, Alejandro, and Shaq Diesel. Thanks to all of you for giving me a follow on Twitter at Chase_Senior. You guys are the best.
We'll circle back to more shout-outs in a minute. I'm sure he'll get a couple more. At Chase_Senior. Go give him a follow. Let's get him to 4,000 followers before the end of the first round. Charlotte Hornets on the clock, number 11. What is this pick about? Simple. Get the best player that fits next to LaMelo Ball.
Is it going to be a shooter? Could it be Corey Kispert, who I think could fit really well alongside LaMelo Ball as a floor spacer? He's one of the better knockdown three-point shooters of this draft class. His shooting splits, Corey Kispert, were phenomenal last year. Or does Charlotte go with a good big man in Alperen Sengun to give them a center option? Because they really haven't had that for the last several seasons. So as for the needs for the Hornets, maybe a secondary creator, a two-guard to go alongside LaMelo Ball. But look, you got Malik Monk, you got Terry Rozier if he comes back. You have Devontae Graham, you have Gordon Hayward. There are some good pieces on this Hornets roster, and it's a big reason why they were in the NBA play-in tournament last year and surprised a lot of people.
We're almost at 7,000 likes. We get to 8,000. We will have the Mitch cam back on. Mitchell Renz is he's already ready to go with another beer bong. Need 1,000 more likes, and Mitchell Renz will do a beer bong. If you're having fun, if you're having a good time, we're drinking beers. We're breaking down some hoops. We'll take a look at Chase's big board, best players remaining in just a little bit as we await what the Charlotte Hornets do here at number 11 overall. All you got to do is like this video. I'm being told, by the way, Chase Sr. has reached 4,000 followers on Twitter.
Nice.
We'll get some shout-outs in a minute. Hey,
let's go.
We might plug my Twitter eventually. We'll see. Like this video if you're having fun, and we will have a good time. If you're having fun, we're having fun. Go ahead and like the video. We're almost at 7,200 likes. Let's get to 8,000 before the end of the lottery. How about that? Got a few picks here. Chase, let's go through your best available as Charlotte is on the clock here. James Bouknight, Moses Moody, a couple of guys that if you go that route, that probably signals the end of Terry Rozier and or Devontae Graham in Charlotte, so keep that in mind. Could they go Alperen Sengun here? Is that an option?
I think it is an option, yeah, to fortify the center position. Look, if you're getting James Bouknight at this point, I think you're making out pretty nicely on this draft night. Moses Moody, a good 3-and-D wing. Alperen Sengun, probably the best international prospect of this class. Chris Duarte is going to be able to help you right away. Corey Kispert makes some sense to me to Charlotte here as well because his shooting splits last year were absolutely phenomenal. Usman Garuba, another guy who maybe not the best offensive player, but might be the best defensive player in this draft class. Jalen Johnson, boomer bust potential there. Keon Johnson, an athletic freak. So those are some of my best players available right now. Yeah, something like that.
Sorry to cut you off, but
just insane.
Just an explosive athlete there. A couple more here. Jared Butler out of Baylor, great college player, not the best athlete. Kind of hard to see where he fits in the NBA. Trey Murphy, Jared Springer, Sharif Cooper, a guy that could jump up some boards as we get closer and closer to the end of the lottery here. So Charlotte, pick it at number 11. Let us know, who should the Hornets draft here? Who would you pick? You're running the Charlotte's organization right now. You got LaMelo Ball. Really, the rest of the roster doesn't matter. It's about finding the best fits next to him. Who you taking?
Yeah, as Woj would say, I'm centering in on three guys. James Bouknight, Corey Kispert, Alperen Sengun. I don't think Moses Moody is a terrible fit here as well as a 3-and-D guy. So those are some players that I think Charlotte could look to pinpoint here at number 11.
Word is you're lasering in on James Bouknight.
Exactly right.
We'll have to wait and see. The pick is in, so we will get to Charlotte here in just a moment. Get your final guesses in. Who should the Hornets draft here at number 11 overall? The Charlotte Hornets select James Bouknight, the scoring machine out of UConn, with the number 11 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft. Chase, take it away.
Yeah, you look at his production last year at UConn, and you're like, man, this guy just wasn't consistent. He shot around 30% from distance. That's not good enough for a high-volume scorer, but the supporting cast around him was not much of a supporting cast at UConn. He was forced to do so much. And offensively, this is a dude who's going to be able to pour it up and pour it in very, very quickly as an elite bucket getter. Reminds me in that regard of a guy who can go on a heater, of a Lou Williams type. But defensively, Lou Williams is a sieve. James Bouknight is a pretty good defensive player with really good instincts. I like his bounce as well. At the NBA Draft Combine, he was blowing people away because he virtually could not miss, and he was in fuego, on fire. His numbers last year, he averaged almost 19 points per game. Not a bad rebounder as a guard/wing. His creation numbers, not really that great, but you're not looking for James Bouknight to be a creator. You're looking for this dude to find twine and get buckets, and that's what James Bouknight is going to be able to do. Because of his pro day performance, because of what he did at the NBA Draft Combine, that's a big reason why he vaulted up draft boards and was mocked to some teams going in the top 6, the top 7. Instead, he slides to more of a natural spot at number 11. His fit alongside LaMelo Ball, I like it. LaMelo can handle. He's got eyes in the back of his head. He makes those breathtaking behind-the-back passes. He's a great passer and good creator, and I think LaMelo is going to become a better offensive player over time as he develops his outside shot. James Bouknight is a guy who LaMelo can give the rock to and say, you know what? Shot clock is bleeding.
Yep.
Game clock is going down. Go ahead and get a bucket. That's why I like the fit to the Hornets.
I love this pick because LaMelo Ball is a rare pass-first point guard in today's NBA while also being 6'7", which doesn't hurt either.
Yeah.
James Bouknight, just go be CJ McCollum.
The Brooklyn toughness, too, is just awesome,
literally,
man.
just be CJ, go get buckets. That's what you need from this kid, and I think he's got that potential. I think the efficiency will skyrocket playing next to LaMelo because he had to take some bad shots at UConn the past couple of years because not a lot of talent around him in college. Go back to school, grade the pick. James Bouknight, number 11 overall, one of my favorite picks in this draft so far. A, B, C, D, or F. Let us know down in the comments how you feel about the Bouknight selection to Charlotte. I feel great about it. I think this is an A pick. This is one of the best picks so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, so Malik Monk is going to be a free agent. Terry Rozier's future is somewhat unknown.
Last year of his contract.
So James Bouknight could be the future Malik Monk replacement.
But better.
And better, because he's a better creator, he's a better defender. I like his confidence a little bit more. James Bouknight is from Brooklyn, man, and he's got that Brooklyn toughness.
Yep.
And I love that about his mentality. I like his bounce, too. I mean, I'm looking at replays and highlights of him throwing down put-back dunks as well as windmills. James Bouknight as a shot creator and as a finisher has the potential to be very good in this league because the style is really trending in that direction if it's not already there.
I like what Charlotte's doing, man. You get a cornerstone in LaMelo Ball. You needed to add some toughness. Bridges gets you some of that. Bookknight adds that as well. He can fill it up also. I think you probably re-signed Devontae Graham and you let Terry Rozier go, but there's some good pieces on that team. I like the direction they're going in for the first time really in a very, very long time. San Antonio on the clock, number 12. A team very much in a weird spot. LaMarcus Aldridge, you bought him out, then he retired. DeMar DeRozan, he's not re-signing there. So now it really is about the future in San Antonio. You drafted Devin Vassell last year. What do you need? What are you going here? Is this just a BPA situation if you're San Antonio?
I think it is smart to go BPA. I mean, for so long we were looking at the Spurs as a team with so many franchise cornerstones. They don't have that right now. I like DeJounte Murray, but he's not a franchise cornerstone. Derek White, a solid player. Lonnie Walker, a former first-round pick out of Reading, Pennsylvania, and the University of Miami. You really need that next franchise cornerstone. Could that be Alperen Sengun? The Spurs have had a lot of luck with some international prospects. Could they develop him? Possibly. I kind of like that pick to San Antonio.
So smash that like button, hit that thumbs up icon. 8,000 likes means Mitchell Renz has to do another beer bong. We're like 600 away. Come on, we can get there before the Spurs even pick here. Hit that like button right now. We got almost 16,000 people watching this video. We appreciate everybody who has joined us all night long. We're not going anywhere. We're less than a fourth of the way through this thing, Chase. You good?
I'm great.
You good?
I
sure?
am fantastic.
Like the video if you're as fired up as we are to bring you guys every single pick because that is our goal. Our main goal is to be the number one most watched stream on YouTube. We in good shape there? Yeah, I'm getting the thumbs up. I'm getting the like button on that one. Pun intended there. Hit that thumbs up.
Any competition is competition, right?
Yeah. Competition, yeah.
That's right.
We carry the we are the competition. We'll have full coverage of every single pick. We also drink. We have fun. It's 100% free. Chase and I have been looking forward to tonight, and we are having an absolute blast. So help us be the number one most watched coverage here on YouTube. We shift back here to the Spurs here. Chase, by the way, you guys should super chat, and we'll do some fun stuff. Okay. I got to think of this team. There's been a lot of trade buzz. What do you do with Lonnie Walker? Is he a long-term piece? You're going to lose DeRozan. Is Vassell a real cornerstone moving forward? I think that's too early to say. If I'm San Antonio, I know you have DeJounte Murray, who's also been linked to some trade rumors. To me, you got to find a guy, whether it's a point guard, a combo guard, or whatever, that can just be that dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they got to find that guy. I don't know if you can get that here at number 12. If Bookknight was here, that would have been awesome.
I would have loved Bookknight.
I would have loved that fit
yeah.
in San Antonio, but they need a guy that can sell again. They haven't had that since the Duncan, Ginobili, Parker era ended. So you need some excitement down in San Antonio.
So the Spurs have long been a franchise that values analytics. They develop some international prospects. They do a good job of just developing prospects in general. That's why I think Alperen Sengun could be the pick here. He's an analytical darling. A lot of analytically heavy people just love Sengun. Very good finisher around the rim. He's got really good touch as a big man as well. I wish that he would shoot a little bit more. I think maybe that's in play as he continues to develop his game. But possibly Alperen Sengun as an option here for the Spurs.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. At number
Holy
12
shit,
overall.
This is crazy. I can't believe the Spurs
We're about
did
to
this.
announce the pick. The pick is in from San Antonio, and it's a shocker. We'll just say that here at number 12. Stay tuned because we're about to announce it. With the number 12 pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Joshua Primo, the shooting guard out of Alabama, who, Chase, you didn't have him as a first-round prospect. What is happening here? Who is it?
Man, my jaw is on the floor. I can barely talk right now. I think this has sent shockwaves across the NBA community. Nobody thought Josh Primo was going to be a lottery pick. There was some buzz with him going at the back end of the first round. 2 mocks ago, I had him going like number 29 or number 30. I never envisioned a scenario in which Josh Primo was going to be a lottery pick. He's the youngest prospect in this draft class, only 18 years old. The production last year at Alabama isn't going to jump off the screen at you by any means. Josh Primo, I can't believe he's going number 12 to San Antonio. He's hyper athletic. I like his bounce. He really doesn't have a handle right now. He's not going to break you down off the dribble. Last year, he averaged a little more than 8 points per game. His 3-point percentage was pretty solid. He went on a couple of heaters from distance, and I do like his shot, although his release is somewhat low. This is a classic Spurs pick. Maybe they're going Kawhi Leonard on us, trying to outsmart everybody, because when they picked Kawhi Leonard out of San Diego State, that caught a lot of people by surprise. This is shocking to take Josh Primo at number 12 because he's so raw right now, and he's going to take multiple years to develop. Does that signal that San Antonio is just clearly rebuilding? I think it might.
Did San Antonio were they unable to get Pop on the phone in Tokyo? Like, the long distance just wasn't working, and they were like, oh, well, we'll just take Josh Primo because we can't get hold of Pop.
I mean, he's a lights-out shooter, but my gosh, he really right now cannot do anything in addition to shooting.
I mean, semi-hot take, I don't even know if he's my favorite Alabama prospect in this class. I like Herb Jones. Like, he was a better college player, that's for sure. So, very interesting here that Josh Primo lands with San Antonio at number 12 overall to the San Antonio Spurs with this selection. So grade the pick. Chase, A, B, C, D, or F. How you feeling?
I'm going D.
Man, that feels generous.
I'm going D. Yeah.
D pick. I guess
so weird.
The D are going, wow. A D grade here as we try to recover. Is that just like giving the Spurs a slight benefit of the doubt over the last 2 decades?
A slight benefit of the doubt.
Wow. Yeah. A, B, C, D, or F. Josh Primo, number 12 overall to San Antonio. With the number 13 pick in the NBA draft, Chris Duarte out of Oregon, he goes to the Indiana Pacers.
The Golden State Warriors picking right after this at number 14 are in shambles right now because I think they would have selected Chris Duarte. He's 24 years old, which is a big reason why some draft analysts and draft experts kind of knocked him. I actually don't hate the fact that he's 24 years old. Why is that? He's going to be able to be a day one contributor. I think this guy is the best pure knockdown catch-and-shoot shooter of this draft class. But here's the thing. Defensively, he's a stud. Defensive back skills, he's got great instincts on that end of the floor. He plays passing lanes like a great all-pro defensive back where he can just kind of sense what's coming. Chris Duarte is a perfect Rick Carlisle player. He really is. Rick Carlisle has to be so thrilled to get his hands on Duarte. Again, I don't care that he's 24 years old because this guy, over the next 6-7 years, is going to be able to be a consistent contributor for the Indiana Pacers. Really good defensively, really good knockdown shooter. He shot more than 40% on his three-point attempts last year. My pro comp for him is Danny Green because of that three-point ability as well as that defensive prowess. I love the pick. I'm hitting and smashing this thumbs up icon. Indiana Pacers made out really well here.
If you like this pick, like the video. One thing I'll say about Rick Carlisle, outside of Luka Doncic, he didn't like developing young guys. Well, draft a 24-year-old. That helps the cause. So hit that thumbs up button if you like the pick. Don't miss out. We want to show our subscribers some love. And hey, what's the best way to do that? We're going to go to a subscriber-only chat for the next 5 to 10 minutes. So subscribe right now if you haven't already. Help us reach 260,000 subscribers. And if you want to stay involved in the live chat, subscribe and then type me. Let us know that you are subscribed because we just turned on subscriber-only chat. And hey, we just want to reward you guys who have been loyal to us, either if you're a new or old subscriber. We appreciate it. Type me in the chat. We'll give you guys some shout-outs if you are subscribed. Let's see here. By the way, we're less than 100 likes away from 8,000. So Mitchell Renz is going to get ready to do that beer bong very, very shortly. Daniel says me. Let's see. Sup from Twig. Deshaun says me. I'm in from Jedi. Me from CJ, Shawnee, Daniel, David, Bridges, Y, Bear Pounds, O'Quarta. Let's see here. Daniel, Team, Lando, Among Us. Gia Dang, Justin, Shanav, Lonzo, Edwin, A-Raw, L2, I like, Robert, UFC, Abdel, continue to spam me as the Golden State Warriors are on the clock. We're live on are we still live on our Warriors channel? How many people we got live over there? A few hundred? 700 live on our Warriors channel. Shout out to you guys. Subscribe to our Warriors channel if you haven't already. If you are a fan of the Dubs, youtube.com/WarriorsTV. Back on the clock after selecting Jonathan Kuminga at number 7, Chase.
I'm not sure what the Warriors are going to do here. I think they would have loved to have Chris Duarte fall to them at number 14. But as far as like ready-to-play players, I'm liking Corey Kispert. He has idolized Klay Thompson.
Bench shooter.
And he can be a really good bench shooter. And in today's NBA, you can never have enough knockdown, consistent outside shooters, and I think Corey Kispert could be that. I think he could be in play for the Warriors here at 14 after that really surprising selection of Jonathan Kuminga at number 7.
So we await the pick for Golden State, and we will get to that once it is in. We crossed 8,000 likes. We're going to go to the Mitch Cam in a second, but until we do, let us know, who should the Warriors draft? We'll get some shout-outs for you guys in the comments. Who should Golden State draft with the number 14 overall pick? Right now, they've already picked once, Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to select here again at number 14. You think they trade this pick?
I think that's in play. Yeah, because they don't get Duarte. I think they could trade it, but I also think they could go with Corey Kispert.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what they do here at number 14 overall. King Detroit, appreciate you with the super chat. $5 super chat means Chase and I have to take a sip, so that means time to finish this beer.
Here we go. Might as well finish it as well.
Appreciate that. Let us know who should the Warriors draft. Seeing a Kispert in there from Armando. Moody or Kispert. I would like Moody too, honestly. Bring him off the bench. He can score for you. Kai Jones from Donovan. I think it's a little early for him. Although I do like him as a backup center to Wiseman. I'm not going to lie. Maybe trade down and draft him.
I don't hate it.
Let's see. Sengun could be interesting.
Ooh, that'd be nice.
It's good value.
What does that mean about your plans with Wiseman, though?
Can they play together? Probably not, unless Sengun develops a jumper. Jonathan Kuminga was the selection at number 7 overall earlier today. Do we have advanced analysis on our Warriors channel on this pick? Did we get to that? Tom Downey, he's doing some of our team draft coverage. We have multiple team channels here, including a Warriors channel. So if you want to learn more about the Jonathan Kuminga pick, go check that out, youtube.com/WarriorsTV. He went number 7 overall about an hour ago, about 30 minutes ago, I should say. The question now is, what happens at 14? What do they do here? We're going to go to this pick, and then the Mitch Cam. Mitchell Renz is ready to go. We will get to that after we announce this number 14 overall pick, and I am a big fan of this selection right here. With the number 14 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Moses Moody, guard out of Arkansas.
Somewhat surprised that he fell this far at number 14. There was some buzz that he was going to go in the top 10. He's a Rich Paul Clutch Sports client. I think that helps him out a lot. Moses Moody, a classic 3-and-D player. So now you're looking at Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody as the two Warriors picks at number 7 and 14. Both of these guys are teenagers. The only difference is I think Moses Moody is going to be able to contribute right away. I'm not sure Jonathan Kuminga is going to be able to contribute right away on a roster that features Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, as well as Draymond Green. I love the pick of Moses Moody here. In one of my recent mock drafts, I had the Warriors taking him at number 7. For them to get him at number 14 is very good value, and he certainly fills a need. Last year with Arkansas, really good numbers, little less than 17 points per game. I like his athletic profile as well. He's got some good size to him. He can play a little 2-guard. He can play a lot of wing. He was my number 9 overall prospect, my number 2 wing in this draft class. And Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, they have to be happy about this selection because this guy is very confident. He works really hard on his craft. The weaknesses that he does have, he'll be able to work on them over time. Moses Moody at 14 is a great pick for Golden State. And after somewhat of a head-scratcher at number 7 by taking Jonathan Kuminga, I think the Warriors do redeem themselves with Moody here at 14.
I like his upside as like a 6-man type.
Yeah.
Right? A guy who can shoot, who can score off the bench, play a little defense. Look at the wingspan. I love that.
Oh,
7
awesome.
feet there
Yeah.
at 6'6". I mean, I'm not going to say he's Klay Thompson, but the measurables are similar. The game is a little bit similar. I think this kind of makes up for taking a raw prospect at 7. Like you said, you were comfortable with Moody at 7. So you get him at 14, you get a higher upside guy in Kuminga at 7. Look, a lot of trade rumors are circulating, and they still will around the Golden State Warriors. But if they keep these two guys, I actually am okay with it. I don't think it's much better now that you get Moody here at 14 than it was, say, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think he's a safe bet to be a very productive player. There's this, too, because of that athletic ability and that physical nature of him being, 6'5" with that long wingspan.
Yep.
Very good defender as well. So he'll be able to contribute defensively right away for a Warriors team that last year wasn't really all that great defensively with Klay Thompson out.
And they also need a lot of depth, and Moody gets you much-needed instant depth. Grade the Warriors draft so far. Scale it from 0 to 100. Let us know how you feel about how Golden State is done. I'm in like the 85, 88 range. I mean, I would have a preferred outcome would be to package those picks for win-now players, but if the trades aren't there, they're not there. So let us know. Scale it from 0 to 100. How do you feel about Golden State? We'll talk Washington here in a minute at number 15. They'll also select at 22 as the Lakers traded them that pick for the Russell Westbrook trade. How do you feel about what Golden State did tonight?
Look, I like Jonathan Kuminga, and I think from an athletic standpoint, he's got so much potential. I mean, he really does remind me a lot of a guy like Jaylen Brown, although he's not as further along in his developmental process. That pick, though, just confused me because the Warriors are ready to win right now in this current moment. So that's why I didn't like the pick of Kuminga. But Moody, on the other hand, I think even though he's a teenager, he'll come off the bench. He'll be able to knock down some shots. He'll give you some good defense and just be a guy who can kind of get it done on both ends of the floor. So I'm right around maybe a 75-80, Harrison.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it all plays out. Obviously, Golden State's trying to win now, so the best way you can do that is the scenario you want if you are the Golden State Warriors. The Wizards are on the clock. We'll take a look back at the Russell Westbrook trade in a minute. But first, we promise you guys, once we cross 8,000 likes, we would go back to the Mitch Cam. Mitchell Renz, you got that beer bong ready?
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here, Harrison. We still got, if you guys are wondering, you're just joining our NBA live coverage here, we got a roulette wheel ready to play a whole bunch of different games. Got some Fireball, got some beers to chug. So when my guys Harrison and Chase tell you to like the video and subscribe, we promise we're going to bring the fun to you. Before we get into this beer chug, I want you guys to start spamming chugs, CHUGGS, down in the comments section. And I'll tell you what, with this whole green screen thing, I feel like I'm kind of like a weatherman here. There's like a 50% chance of rain, but a 100% chance of some chugs going on here.
Show the back. Show the back.
All
Show
right,
the back,
well,
Jeremy. Tell him, Mitch.
He was just going to go for a beer bong. Instead, he's just deep throating this beer right now.
Tell him, Mitch. Show the back.
And I don't really know.
Show the back.
This is a lot more
Tell him.
than what you guys are paying for right here. This is what you're trying to get in Las Vegas. Show him the jersey. We
Show him
call
the
him
jersey.
Jeremy Chugs for a reason.
Yes.
Get that 40 time in there. Go give him a follow on Twitter at Beedling on Twitter, my man Jeremy. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. If you haven't already, I want you to go into that comment section. We got a live poll up there. Let us know where you're watching from. You watching from the U.S. or another country? Shout out which country you're watching from. I'm going to get out of here. I might have to bring Chugs back on a little bit later. You guys keep killing it.
Mitchell Renz, Jeremy Chugs, those guys are the best. The next pick is in Washington here at number 15. With the number 15 overall selection in the 2021 NBA Draft, Corey Kispert, the wing out of Gonzaga, he goes to the Wizards.
A lot of questions for the Washington Wizards after they dealt Russell Westbrook to the Los Angeles Lakers. And I understand the Wizards are getting some good pieces back, none of them with the potential of Corey Kispert. Throw out Kyle Kuzma, KCP, and Montrezl Harrell. Corey Kispert is the guy who you're not going to build your franchise around a shooter whose shooting splits last year were awesome for a Gonzaga team that went to the national title game before losing to Baylor. But in the modern-day NBA, this guy brings you so much value. Little less than 19 points per game. He shot around 44-45% from distance last year, and I think that's immediately going to translate to the NBA level. Now, if Bradley Beal stays with the Washington Wizards, how does Corey Kispert team up with Bradley Beal? He's not going to be the guy who's going to break you down off the dribble like a Bradley Beal will. More of a catch-and-shoot player.
Joe Harris?
Kispert at number 15 is awesome. My pro comp for him, Great segue, Joe Harris.
Hey, if you're getting Joe Harris, you get number 15 overall, Joe Harris. That's good value. This is the NBA draft. Outside the top 4 or 5 picks, it's a crapshoot, and sometimes it's a crapshoot that early. I like Kispert as an instant piece, which is interesting with Washington, Chase, because what are they trying to do?
I have no idea, Harrison.
I mean, Beal apparently is not requesting a trade despite them shipping out Russell Westbrook. So very strange with what's going on in D.C. They let Scott Brooks go as well. Strange offseason. But I do like the selection. He can play right away. I think he's, a 10, 12-point scorer as a rookie. Shoots 40% from 3.
Yeah, if there are some concerns, it's that against Baylor, he was swarmed against a really athletic defense.
Rough game.
And it was a rough game for him. I mean, he couldn't buy a bucket at all, and he was going up against guys who are going to be playing at the NBA level or who were very good defensive players at the college level. But look, when a guy like this is at the NBA level playing alongside stars, he's going to have so many open looks. That's why I kind of compare him to a guy like Joe Harris. Do you want him to be your franchise pillar? No. Can he consistently knock down open threes? He's going to get those opportunities? Yes.
So grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Corey Kispert goes to the Washington Wizards at number 15. I'm going to give it a B, B-plus grade. I like the selection. Get your votes in right now. So the Oklahoma City Thunder are on the clock for the second time tonight. They will select at number 16. This pick is via the Boston Celtics, and we can recap the top 15 picks in a second, including Josh Giddey, at number 6 overall.
I like
Giddey. Yeah, me too. At number 6. Okay, so you get Giddey at number 6, and then now you're picking at 15. Or
Could
16.
you go international again? You go Josh Giddey. Now do you go Alperen Sengun? Is that a possibility? Maybe. I do like that pick of Josh Giddey, though. I think he's the best passer in this draft class going to OKC at number 6. We'll see what they do with this pick.
Yeah, so Josh Giddey was the selection earlier at number 6 overall. Surprise to some, playing in Australia this past year. Chase Sr. calls him one of the best passers, if not the best passer in this class. So now Oklahoma City selects at number 16 overall, and we'll see what they end up doing here. We can recap what we've done to this point overall in the draft in just a little bit, as we are now out of the lottery, second half of the first round. Oh no, you hate to see it. Chase Sr. just ran out of the studio because he had to pee. Type P in the comments. Come on. We do this with Tom Downey during the NFL draft. If you leave to pee, unacceptable. What's that? I'm being told 50 different things here. Oh my goodness, we're getting crucified here. I'm in Sambles over there. Type P in the chat. The letter P or the word P, either way works. Chase Sr., he's going to pee. We can let him get a slice of pizza too as well. He needs some fuel. He needs to reload. He's been working hard here for us for several months now, and he's really put the work in for the NBA draft. His analysis has been fantastic. Type P, I'll get some shout-outs here. Armando, Trung, Wyham, Donovan, Lamino, Elret, Edward, Kucha, Luke Aaron, Manuel, producer Ivan. Let's see, Wyham, Manuel Velasquez, Edward Swimmerdale, Robert Hammond. Keep it rolling here as the Thunder are on the clock at number 16 overall. Rolando, Flossie, Iret, not on to knowing. Continue to get your shout-outs here. Chase will be back momentarily. He's going to finish that bathroom run. He'll get a slice of pizza as well. Chase, if you're hungry, grab a slice real quick. I'm going to recap what's happened up to this point here in the NBA draft. Cade Cunningham going number 1 overall to the Detroit Pistons. Best player in the draft, in my opinion, was great coming out of Oklahoma State. Jalen Green played with the Ignite. He went number 2 overall to the Houston Rockets. Evan Mobley, number 3 overall, chalk early on as the USC big lands with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Scottie Barnes, the athletic big out of Florida State, has some development to do, but he lands at number 4 with Toronto. 5 through 8 here, Jalen Suggs, one of my favorite players in this draft class. He went to Orlando. Josh Giddey, OKC at number 6. They are on the clock right now at number 16. Jonathan Kuminga goes number 7 to Golden State, and then Franz Wagner goes number 8 overall out of Michigan to the Orlando Magic. 9 through 12 here, Davion Mitchell, another pet favorite of mine in this draft. He goes to the Sacramento Kings at number 9 overall. Zaire Williams, he lands with the Memphis Grizzlies at number 10. James Bookknight goes to the Charlotte Hornets at number 11. Maybe my favorite pick in the draft so far. Joshua Primo at number 12. And then this is where we sit now. Chris Duarte, number 13. He lands with the Pacers. Moses Moody goes number 14 overall to the Golden State Warriors. So the Warriors get Kuminga and Moody. And then Corey Kispert, the latest pick here in the NBA draft, he lands with the Washington Wizards. And now the Oklahoma City Thunder are back on the clock at number 16 overall, as we are right at the midpoint here in the first round of the 2021 NBA draft. So let's hear it. We're slamming some pizza here in the studio here, but burgers, tacos, classic debate. Let's hear it. Which would you rather have? Type B for burgers, type T for tacos. Let's hear it from you guys down in the comment section. Oklahoma City is trading this pick to the Houston Rockets. We'll get trade details as soon as that comes in, so we will get to that ASAP. Burgers or tacos, get your votes in. Chase is back. We'll get to him in just a second. Goat says B for burgers. Shelly says T for tacos. Shelly says T for tacos. Donovan, T as well. Narissa's still typing P for Chase going P. Grayley says B for burgers. Aaron says T for tacos. You ready to go, Chase?
I'm ready to go.
Loaded? Here he comes.
Oh, yeah.
He is back. B
I'm a
for
warrior.
burgers, T for tacos. You get some food? You good?
In disgusting fashion, I ate a piece of pizza in 10 seconds.
You guys don't even want to know when I slammed a piece
it was disgusting.
Earlier. But, hey, we need some fuel. We're good to go. B for burgers, T for tacos. DM Jeremy Beedling, he's got a taco hookup. He'll just hit up old girl. He's got tacos ready to go. Type B for burgers, T for tacos. Rockets trading up to number 16 overall with the Oklahoma City Thunder. So who knows, Chase? Maybe OKC is getting yet another future pick from the Houston Rockets. The pick is in for Houston as they are set to select here at number 16 overall. The Houston Rockets trade up with the Oklahoma City Thunder to select Alperen Sengun, number 16 overall here in the first round of the 2021 NBA Draft.
Houston Rockets fans should be elated and thrilled with this selection. You get Jalen Grade is going to be a bona fide scorer from day one. Also, now you get Alperen Sengun in this trade up with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And now you get your big man and you get your scoring threat on the wing. Sengun is an analytical darling, and as a teenager in the Turkish Super League, which is one of the best international leagues in the world, won MVP, put up stupid numbers north of 19 points per game, almost averaged a double-double. My one concern with him is this. In the modern-day NBA, you love your big men to be able to stretch their games out to the three-point arc. He didn't attempt that many three-point shots, playing with Besiktas in the Turkish Super League. But over time, is he going to be able to develop that outside shot? Potentially. And if Sengun is able to do that, he has the potential to be one of the best prospects in this draft class. His touch around the rim is beautiful. He's also a very good passer. Reminds me a lot in that regard of a guy like Nikola Jokic. Behind the back passes from the low and high post. Defensively, he's going to be picked apart in pick and rolls as well as down low by some more athletic big men. And I don't think he's going to be a good defensive player in his NBA career. So now you got Jalen Green, who's going to be able to score it a lot. Alperen Sengun, who's going to be able to score it a lot as well. Both of those guys lacked defensive prowess, but offensively, you get two young studs, both teenagers, who are going to be able to be, in my opinion, franchise building blocks for a team that got fleeced in that James Harden deal with no immediate player assets back. Luckily, in the draft, they get Jalen Green as well as Sengun.
So you take Sengun here. How do you like his fit next to Christian Wood, a guy who I still think is young enough and should be a part of the future as well?
I like it, and you also have Kevin Porter Jr., right?
Yep.
So Stephen Silas, after the disastrous year last year that he had to endure, probably is so happy that he gets to hit the reset button after that experiment with James Harden and Russell Westbrook. That was just a disaster. I mean, Russ didn't even play for the Rockets. James Harden came into camp fat, looking like Santa Claus, and he ends up getting traded away. Now Stephen Silas, who I actually think is a very good X's and O's coach, has a couple of young studs who he can rebuild with. And the Rockets, for me, a very exciting young team now.
Now, we don't know the trade details as of yet when it comes to Houston moving up to 16 with Oklahoma City, but they've drafted two good players, Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun. Grade the Rockets draft so far. Scale it from 0 to 100. 2 future firsts. The details coming in, 2 future firsts per Adrian Wojnarowski for Alperen Sengun. So those are the trade details. Scale the draft so far, 0 to 100. How do you feel about the Rockets draft so far? We'll get some shout-outs here. And, Chase, I like it. I mean, I think they've gotten two top 10 prospects for you.
Yeah, Christian Wood, Jalen Green, Kevin Porter, and now Alperen Sengun. I mean,
if only they got Karis LeVert instead of Victor Oladipo.
Yeah.
Just a brutal decision.
Exactly right. You know, if they get Karis LeVert, in addition to some of those young players that we just mentioned.
That's a competitive team at least.
Yeah, I mean, and the skill sets don't really clash all that much for me. That's why I think the fit is somewhat seamless. That's why I think the fit makes sense. And that's why Houston gave up 2 future first-round picks, because they loved Sengun this much, and the value to get him at number 16 is something that I really like as well.
So 2 future firsts for Alperen Sengun, they pick at number 16 overall. Are you subscribed? If you are, type Y for yes. Type L if you aren't, because I guess you're just
a lame ass.
I mean,
that's
hey, you know.
The hell are you doing?
It's free. It's fun. We have a good time. Just subscribe. Type Y for yes, type L for I'm lame. And if I see any L's, I'm going to be severely disappointed. By the way, we have turned off subscriber-only chat. So, hey, anyone can chat now. I guess if you want to type your L if you're lame, go for it. But, hey, you want the stat of the night? The Oklahoma City Thunder have 17 future first-round draft picks. Sam Presti, that's more than an active roster. You only have 15 on the active roster. Unbelievable. Just kidding, says L. Well, sucks for you, I guess. XO says yes. Armando says yes. We got almost 12,000 watching. Once we get to 9,000 likes, we'll do something else fun for you guys. So make sure you guys like the video. Let's get to that threshold as soon as possible. Do the Thunder need more first-round picks? Type Y for yes. Type N for no. Come on. Sam Presti, what are you doing? What's the plan? Y for yes, N for no. I mean, surely at some point, Chase, they're just going to start wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, I mean, like going into the night, I would have said no. Sam Presti said, yes, I can always use
you get future
first-round
picks for number 16. That's
it really
hard to
is
turn
wild.
down.
Like, this is what I kind of imagine, right? So there have been like some rumblings that Donovan Mitchell isn't happy in Utah. What if OKC is like, yo, we'll give you 10 future first-round picks for Donovan Mitchell? Like, let's go.
Let's
give you
ride. 4
ride.
of our own. All of the Rockets picks, the 2 picks they just got, I mean, ridiculous. Y for yes, N for no. We'll talk about Zion and the Pelicans here. I'll get a couple shout-outs and then we'll talk about them. Mariz says yes. Cassandra says no. Salvador says no. Huge Trimmer says no. Just kidding. Big Daddy says no. Shelly Dahlman says no as well. When you have enough first-round picks over the next 5 years to field more than an active roster, that's something. I just don't even know what the adjective is.
Harrison, let me tell you this. The Oklahoma City Thunder, with all of their future first-round picks, they are blessed and highly favored. They are blessed and highly favored to have all of those picks.
What'd you just say?
The Thunder, with all of their future draft picks, are blessed and highly favored.
Hey, I mean, all you can do is smile.
If you're Sam Presti, you got to smile, right?
I mean, I haven't smiled this much in my entire life. The Pelicans are on the clock at number 7. Appreciate Gay Kled with the $5 super chat. We can show the super chat menu. We haven't shown that in a while. While we're getting that up, Chase, Pelly's here at 17. kind of in a weird spot. What do you do here?
Do whatever you got to do to make Zion Williamson
sip, by the
happy.
way.
I wouldn't hate. Oh, I got to sip a beer. Okay, here we go.
Hey, I'll run through the menu, then we can talk about the Pelicans. $5, sip a beer. $10, we'll talk about your team. $20, you can advertise yourself. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube channel, podcast, whatever it is. $25, Mitchell Renz will spin the roulette wheel, and then $50, fireball shot. I'm not going to lie, I could use some fireball right now. So if you send in $50, I might even take 2 shots of fireball. We'll give you a little 2-for-1 special. That's the Super Chat menu. We're almost at $600 in Supers. Let's keep it rolling. Appreciate you guys. All right, finally, Pelicans 17. Where are we at with this team?
You just got to make Zion Williamson happy, because if you don't make him happy, I think he's going to go to a team like the New York Knicks where he could become an even more worldwide mega superstar. So the pressure is on right now for David Griffin as well as Willie Green, the first-year head coach, to surround Zion Williamson with as many pieces as possible that make sense.
Got to make a decision on Lonzo
that
as well.
contribute to winning. So if they want to let Lonzo Ball go, do you go point guard here? Do you want to go after a bucket getter like a Cam Thomas out of LSU? There are some good players left on the board right now. Usman Garuba, I don't think fits, but he's an excellent defender. Jalen Johnson has some potential. I don't think he's going to be the guy. Keon Johnson as an athletic force might make some sense. Jared Butler
he can score.
will be able to score right away at the NBA level as well, help leading Baylor to that national championship game. Trey Murphy, great 3-and-D guy, gives me shades of Robert Covington. Jaden Springer, another SEC guard who can also find twine and put the biscuit in the basket. Sharif Cooper is that point guard that I mentioned. Cameron Thomas, a guy who, look, I had him number 23 on my big board. I think I should have put him a little bit higher than that, but there are some really good prospects still on the board here because of some of the shocking picks that have taken place that will allow the Pelicans to, I think, get a really good player at good value and a guy who can contribute right away but also be a good fit on that roster.
500 likes away from 9,000. Once we get to 9,000, we'll do something. I don't know what we're doing, but we'll do something at 9,000 likes. Shrek Caddy, Twitter is Shrek Caddy. Can we get that in the live chat? At Shrek Caddy on Twitter. Give my man a follow here. We'll try and get that here in the live chat. Someone will get to it. Shrek Caddy, Shrek Caddy. So appreciate that from appreciate the $20. Go check him out on Twitter. Give him a follow. So this Pelicans trade is it used to be the Grizzlies pick. Remember the trade a couple of days ago between the Pelicans and the Grizzlies? If you don't, Steven Adams went back to Memphis, Valanciunas to the Pelicans, and they swapped 10 and 17. Some second-round picks were involved as well. But this was Memphis's pick. They selected at 10. Now the Pelicans on the clock here at number 17. Shrek Caddy, appreciate the $20. The pick is in for the New Orleans Pelicans. With the number 17 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, Trey Murphy III, the wing out of Virginia, he's heading to the New Orleans Pelicans.
What a wild few years for Trey Murphy. He was not a highly touted recruit coming out of the high school ranks. He started his collegiate career at Rice. Then he transfers to Virginia. And going into last year, Trey Murphy wasn't looked at as a first-round pick. Some people even had him going undrafted. But he had an excellent season this past year under Tony Bennett at Virginia. Why does he have so much value right now, and why are the Pelicans taking him in the first round at number 17, higher than a lot of people had really anticipated? Classic 3-and-D modern-day wing. And he gives me a lot of flashes of guys like Robert Covington, some of the better 3-and-D players out there on the NBA level right now.
Is he similar to former Virginia's DeAndre Hunter?
There are some DeAndre Hunter vibes as well. He's bouncy, he's athletic, he's long and lengthy. He's an excellent defender because of those physical traits, but also him as a three-point shooter over time, he's become more and more dangerous, knocking down some shots. He's got excellent size, 6'9", a wingspan of 7 feet, which helps him get his shot off among the trees. He can finish among traffic in the trenches, but also defensively. Like, that wingspan allows him to get in the way of passing lanes, cause deflections, cause turnovers. I don't know what this means for a guy like Josh Hart on the Pelicans because they're somewhat similar players.
He's restricted, I believe.
But positional versatility, no doubt, for Trey Murphy going to the Pelicans. I actually really like the pick.
So like the video if you like this pick. Trey Murphy, number 20 overall prospect on Chase Senior's board. He goes 17 here to the Pelicans. Like this video if you like the pick. Help us out. All you got to do is hit that thumbs up icon. Well, Thunder back on the clock. Let's see if Sam Presti gets 3 more first-round picks. If not, they will select here at number 18.
Yeah, I mean, what's going on with the Thunder? I mean, they're blessed and highly favored with all these future first-round picks. Who knows what they're going to do? I mean, look, Sam Presti it just has a bevy of assets to use at his disposal over the next couple of seasons. I don't know what the plan is for the Thunder.
Here's
by
the plan.
taking Josh Giddey, it almost like resets your rebuilding process, but for their needs, like long-term talent, building blocks, and shooting is what I think they need.
Here's the plan. Hey, New Orleans, we'll give you 6 firsts for Zion.
Yeah.
I mean, are
Here's
you not
10
doing
first-round
that?
picks.
Yeah, here's 13 of our 17 first-round picks for Zion. Who says no?
And Zion gets to go from New Orleans to OKC.
Hey, man.
Doesn't get to be in the big market.
You go from market 32 to 36. If you're having a good time, like the video. We're 360 likes away from 9,000. And then we got to take a shot. I've been waiting to take some fireball.
I'd love to
I
take
think
a
producer
shot.
Sam's even going to join us to take a shot once we get to 9,000 likes. Hey, this is what we're going to do. Yes, I was going to say that. Mitch Cam, the entire Chat Sports office will take a shot at 9,000 likes. Let's make it happen. We're 300 away. We got literally 12 people up here. Intern Ryan is in the office. He can't take a shot because, reasons. But like the video. Shout out to Yaroslav Dimitrov. Any relation to Grigor? Lakers need to fill the bench with OGs. J.R. Smith, where are you? Love it. Let's drink some Henny for JR. Like this video if you're having a good time. We're less than 200 likes away from the entire Chat Sports office taking a shot. I don't think we've done that before, so this would be a first here at Chat Sports. So let's make it happen as OKC is on the clock. And then, hey, Knicks, we launched a brand new Knicks channel. We could plug that real quick. They'll be on the clock at number 19 and number 21. If you're a Knicks fan, exciting times. Tom Thibodeau has it going on right now. Chatsports.com/KnicksTV. Hit that link, and it'll redirect you to our Knicks-only YouTube channel, trying to crank up the coverage over there. But fun few picks coming up here, Chase, with OKC here at number 18. The race to 1,000, by the way, is on.
It's on and popping, baby.
Knicks channel, 334 subscribers. 76ers at 327. These channels have gone back and forth.
Yeah.
They've
been jockeying back and forth. Like a heavyweight Kentucky Derby.
Guys, the race to 1,000 is here. We'll try to get each link in the chat if we can. If we can't, chatsports.com/76ers TV, chatsports.com/KnicksTV. Simple as that. Whichever team you're a fan of, you just got to click on that link. We're going to get each of those channel links in the chat. Yeah, they're in there. Knicks fans represent 76ers as well. We'll get both those links in there. And I'm excited to talk about these two teams, Chase, because the 76ers always got a lot of drama going on, and the Knicks might be back on the rise finally.
Yeah, Knicks are back on the rise, and it's really a great story for the NBA, as well as our guy, Marshall Green, is a big Knicks fan here at Chat Sports. But
100%.
for the Knicks, you need a point guard. I think other than that roster is in pretty good shape. Yeah. As for the Sixers, they need a creator, a guy who can get buckets and create off the dribble. Because of the way that the draft board is falling, there are going to be some good players left available here at the back half and in the middle portion of this first round. Like, I'm looking at the big board, and there are some really good players who have not been taken yet, who have a lot of upside and a lot of athletic potential. So OKC on the board here at number 18, they could go a variety of different directions here with some good players. A little bit of a surprise going Josh Giddey earlier on in this draft. I really like him. I think he's the best passer in this draft class. So do you go with a better score now to team up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? You look at my best players available right now. Usman Garuba, I think he's the best defender in this draft. Reminds me a little bit of Draymond Green, but his offensive game really needs a lot of work. Jalen Johnson opted out of Duke, some character concerns there. Keon Johnson tested crazy at the NBA draft combine. Jared Butler got cleared to pursue his NBA career, is dealing with some health issues.
Yep.
He was excellent for Baylor last year.
Does he slide because of that?
I don't think so. I think he's still a first-round pick. I mean, I had him mocked I thought before the
Early
Russell
20s.
Westbrook trade, he could have gone to the Lakers at number 22.
Okay.
But the Lakers don't have that pick anymore. And there's a bunch of SEC guys that we're taking a look at here. A string of SEC guards could go here in the first round. Jayden Springer, SEC. Sharif Cooper, SEC. Cam Thomas. Isaiah Jackson is a front court player out of Kentucky who has some positional versatility in terms of the guys that he can guard. Ayo Dosunmu still on the board. Day'Ron Sharpe, one of the better athletic bigs in this draft class. Miles McBride, a very elite two-way point guard/guard out of West Virginia. Kai Jones, a guy who you're familiar with, Harrison out of Texas, still on the board as well. My number 27 overall prospect. There are some good players here left for OKC.
By the way, and let us know, who should the Thunder draft here at number 18 overall? I mentioned when we get to 9,000 likes, the entire Chat Sports office will have to take a shot, except for intern Ryan. And guess what day it is? It's National Intern Day. Let's get a round of applause to Ryan. He can't take a shot, but you know what? Hey, it's National Intern Day. The guy, he wipes down.
We got to get him on screen.
He wipes down the counters really well.
Come on.
Let's go. He ties his shoes pretty effectively. Intern Cam?
Intern Cam?
Intern Cam. Can we change Intern Cam? Hey, follow him on IG. Come on. Ryan is it Zelinsky?
Zolchinski. Very confusing last name.
The guy spent some time. There he is. He's on the Mitch Cam. Give my man a follow. He's putting in the hard work. He's making some thumbnails for us. He's
so gritty.
He's an Oklahoma alum, which they can go to a bad place as far as I'm concerned at this point. But you know what?
Mavericks.
We love Ryan. Appreciate you for doing all the hard work this summer. Go give him a follow at Ryan Zolchinski on Twitter. 36 likes away from 9,000.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen as soon as possible. All right. We'll probably be taking a shot soon because we're almost at 9,000 likes. But first, we got to talk some NBA basketball. The pick is in for the Oklahoma City Thunder. With the number 18 overall pick, Tre Mann, point guard, Florida, heading to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
His jump from his freshman season to his sophomore season was actually pretty wild. I mean, if he declared for the NBA draft a year ago, I'm not sure this guy gets drafted. I liked him as a late first-round pick. Not really surprised that he goes 18 to OKC. Look, they get Josh Giddey earlier on in this draft. They go with Tre Mann at number 18. Two really good young pieces on this roster that OKC can develop and continue to build with. He's a really good scorer, really made a huge jump at the three-point line from his freshman season to his sophomore season. He had an improved stroke at the free throw line and from distance as well. His numbers this past year with the Florida Gators were really good. 16 points per game, 5.5 rebounds. He's one of the best rebounding guards in this draft class. I don't put a bunch of stock in rebounding numbers for your guards, but that does tell me he has a lot of effort and has no problem putting forward all of that effort. As far as a passer, I'm not sure if he's going to figure to be a point guard or a shooting guard. 3.5 assists per game. His assist to turnover ratio last year really was somewhat concerning.
Yeah.
So maybe he figures better to be a two guard, but a guy who certainly gives you a combo guard feel and fulfills positional versatility because he can certainly play the one as well as the two. The stock for him certainly pointing up because of that jump from his freshman to sophomore campaign.
Look, guards are getting bigger, but I think at 6'4", you can still play the two guard in today's NBA. C.J. McCollum's a great two guard. He's 6'2", 6'3".
It's crafty.
So there's certainly some value there if he can play the one and the two. Honestly, Chase, I'm just surprised Sam Presti drafted a player here. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't get up to 21st
Traded for a first-round pick.
So let us know. How shocked are you guys that they made a pick. Scale it from 0 to 100. How shocked are you that Tre Mann is heading to OKC and that the Thunder didn't trade him for a first and a bag of Snickers? Let us know in the comments. Scale it from 0 to 100. If you're not knowing what the hell I'm talking about, the Thunder have like 17 first-round picks over the next 5 years, so we kind of thought that they might get some more. Get your votes in. All right, we're through 18 picks in the NBA draft. The New York Knicks are now on the clock at number 19 overall, but they aren't for long as they have traded this pick to the Charlotte Hornets. So we'll get those details to you guys as soon as we can. Interesting that New York is trading here as they have 2 picks coming up, 19 and 21. Dude, what if they traded for Terry Rozier?
I wouldn't hate it.
I mean, you need a point guard. Westbrook's off the market. Dame's going to be tough to get. Maybe you go after LaMelo Ball. I don't know. Could be interesting. We'll see what happens here. They are trading this pick to the Charlotte Hornets. We're a lot of buzz around Kai Jones here. There's been a lot of rumors out there of Kai Jones to the Hornets, so that could be the pick here at number 19. So we'll see what the compensation is here for the New York Knicks. We owe you guys a shot from the entire office. After this pick, we will try to get to just that. The Charlotte Hornets trade up to the number 19 overall pick with the New York Knicks to select big man out of Texas, Kai Jones, energetic player.
He's such an energetic player, and this comes via trade because the Hornets have moved up to number 19 in that trade with the New York Knicks. Future first-round pick, a part of that deal. Let's get to Kai Jones, though, because when you watch this dude, and Harrison, you can attest to that because you're a big Texas fan, he is an unbelievable athlete, right? Your dad went to Texas, right? You grew up watching Texas. Don't act like you don't like Texas.
I don't want to ruin this segment around the Hornets, but I'm a TCU
I understand you went to TCU, but you grew up watching Texas.
Hey, the point is I've watched a lot of Big 12 basketball.
And your wife went to Texas, so don't be a stiff and act like you don't care about what's going on with the Longhorns.
I don't hate Texas, but hey, let's focus on Kai Jones. It's been a rough week for me, all right? The Big 12's in shambles. Kai Jones, here's what you're getting, and you know that, yeah, it's over. Energetic player, above the rim guy, shot blocker. I think he can play right away as a backup center. I really do. I don't mind this pick. Maybe it's a tick early, but to trade up and go get Kai Jones is very interesting.
Yeah, he's got tantalizing perimeter skills because he can certainly guard anybody, multiple positions around the perimeter. And because of that length and athleticism and that bounce, he can recover defensively on some switches or if guards do get by him. I like his athletic profile as a guy who can block some shots, he can rebound, he can clean up off the glass. I thought maybe he was going to be in play for the Atlanta Hawks at number 20. Instead, he goes 19 to the Charlotte Hornets. Him and LaMelo Ball running some pick and roll with some alley-oops. Kai Jones is going to be able to throw down a bunch of dunks. And because of that, I think he fits pretty nicely with Charlotte alongside LaMelo Ball.
We got the trade details here. This was earlier, excuse me. The Pistons and the Hornets, they also added Mason Plumlee earlier. So you get 2 bigs here. You draft Kai Jones, you trade for Mason Plumlee earlier. So that's kind of interesting as well. Here's the trade for this right now. Future first-round pick so they could select Kai Jones here at number 19.
Yeah, so like Kai Jones, boomer bust potential here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it works out, like, he could be very, very good. But he's so raw, and when you watch him sometimes, it seems as though he just doesn't have an idea in the world what the hell he's doing.
He kind of just flies around.
Offensively and defensively, he just gets lost. He's like, in terms of the motor and his brain moving at 110 miles per hour, it's like watching Russell Westbrook on offense, right?
Oh, man.
He never knows when to slow it down, and for Kai Jones, he's always going full speed. So at some moments, you're like, man, this guy's a high flyer, rim-running big who's uber athletic. He's so exciting to watch. Other times, it's like, dude, maddening plays where he's just in the wrong spot, making the wrong reads, and because of that, he gets picked apart. But you're taking him with some upside in mind, thinking that if you can develop him, he could be a very good value pick at number 19.
Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Kai Jones on a trade-up for the Charlotte Hornets to the New York Knicks at number 19 overall. Get your grades in, A, B, C, D, or F as Kai Jones lands in Charlotte. The number 20 overall pick is in the 2021 NBA Draft. Jalen Johnson, he heads to the Atlanta Hawks.
There's no question that Jalen Johnson has a lot of ability, but there are a lot of character concerns, that kind of hover around Jalen Johnson. And it's not just because he opted out late in the year and decided to quit on Duke when the season wasn't going as planned. Some people have believed that anytime Jalen Johnson has to face any type of adversity, he kind of folds, and he doesn't have a lot of mental fortitude. The good news for Jalen Johnson, though, Atlanta Hawks are in a good spot as an organization. Travis Schlenk has done a great job building a young core. They have some momentum after making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. He's going and entering a culture that is sound, that is formidable under Nate McMillan, and I think that helps an immature player who has some character concerns, goes to a place with a winning culture, a winning attitude, with some momentum, and he kind of fulfills a need for the Atlanta Hawks. So we'll see. I'm not high on him. I don't really like him all that much, but will it pan out for Atlanta? Hey, time will tell.
Hey, you're in that boom or bust territory, right? 20 overall, calculated selection here. Like this video if you like Jalen Johnson heading to the Atlanta Hawks. Rapid fire on some super chats. Yaroslav Dimitrov, appreciate it. Love the win, go for the title. Lakers win it at the end of the year. J.R. Smith, where you at? That's what I'm saying. Get the Henny flowing. Appreciate you that. Cole Caswell, 123 Learning, and another Yaroslav super chat. You guys are the best. I think we're all caught up, so we are good to go on that front. So, hey, yeah, we got to go full on this one. The Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. We'll talk, the Hawks just picked at number 20 overall. The New York Knicks are on the clock at 21. We'll see if they draft here. We've got the whole squad ready to go. You guys hopping on screen? We owe you guys a shot. They'll take a shot, our producers here, after these guys. We got myself, Chase, RC, Mitch, Chugs,
how you
Marshall,
guys doing?
Tom,
Chat Sports
Jack,
team here. We're all joining here
CEO
live.
James
Everyone
Yoder.
type some shots.
We've got
shots,
Matthew Peterson as well. We're taking shots.
We
Let's
got
make
it. We're
happen.
good.
Cheers, boys. We're crushing it.
Wow.
Everyone out. Everyone out. Everyone scam.
Producer
Sam
and executive producer Brett Scott.
Right here, we got shots.
I'm gonna chug a little beer here for this one.
Yeah, got to.
Hey,
all right, here
Knicks
we go.
on the
Ready
clock. Cheers, boys.
Turning into a shit show, and we absolutely love it.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
we keep
That was
it real,
100%
we keep it
sanitary.
fun,
Harris
we
and
break-
Chase, you guys keep killing it. I'm going to take the stairs out of here.
Hey, 10,000 likes. We'll have some more fun as we keep it rolling here. The New York Knicks are on the clock.
Were we supposed to take a shot, Harrison?
I am being told that is the pick actually. I took a shot. You didn't take it?
Okay,
Chase,
here we
take a
go.
shot. There you go. We're finishing this thing up. Oh, Mitch is back.
That's deep down
Hey,
there.
Mitch, 10,000
You guys-
likes.
you guys see that?
We'll spin the wheel.
You want me to take the elevator down?
10,000 likes, we'll spin the roulette wheel. So we'll be back soon enough. There he goes.
That was a great
Can we
fade.
clip that? Hey, intern Ryan, clip that. Let's
That
go.
was incredible.
All right, the New York Knicks.
Oh,
They
my
traded
gosh.
19 overall, Chase, to the who did they trade to at 19? To Charlotte. Charlotte selected there.
Yep.
Now the Knicks are back on the clock at number 21 overall. What do you think? I think you probably select here, right?
I think you select. I mean, for you and I, it'd be great for business if the Knicks gave up some of that future draft capital for, like, Damian Lillard. That'd be awesome. But I think what the Knicks need, they just need a point guard. So look at the big board here, best available prospects. I don't know if Usman Garuba, the best defender in this draft, is a fit for the Knicks. Keon Johnson, maybe.
I'm intrigued
Very
by him
good
here.
athletic
He could be that
prospect.
flashy type of Knicks type of player, maybe.
Yeah, but like Jared Butler is a guy who I kind of zone in on here if I'm the New York Knicks. Jaden Springer, another SEC guard, very good as well. Sharif Cooper, I have him mocked to the Knicks.
Okay.
And I've had him mocked to the Knicks over the last several weeks. I wouldn't hate Cameron Thomas either as a pure bucket getter to the Knicks here at this selection. I'd really like it at number 21. Do they go big man Isaiah Jackson? I don't think so. Who knows what the future of Mitchell Robinson is. Ayo Dosunmu, I'm higher on him than most. He's a really good player who at Illinois was highly productive, needs to be a better catch-and-shoot three-point guy. But look, Knicks need a point guard. I think that should be the pick here.
The Knicks have two critical decisions to make. Number one, Do you think you can get one of these solid point guards in free agency or the draft? Lonzo Ball. Or free agency or trade. Lonzo Ball, Damian Lillard, Kyle Lowry, one of those type of guys. If the answer is yes, then you don't pick point guard here. The other decision you have to kind of have in the back of your mind here when you're selecting is Julius Randle a part of the future? Last year of his contract coming up, great season, most improved player, played awesome. Didn't play well in the playoffs. I'm not going to hold that against him too much. A lot of pressure to be the number one option in New York for a first-time playoff run in 8 years, but you got to decide on him as well. Is he a part of the future? So the Knicks selecting here at 21. They also pick at 32 and at 58 as well. I think those are a couple of areas you got to keep in mind here, Chase.
Yeah, for sure. And look, like, it's great for the NBA and for us and for all NBA fans when the New York Knicks are a good team. And for them to be relevant again is fantastic news. Really just got to hone in on point guard here, whether that be the draft or free agency. That's the most glaring need on this roster.
Get subscribed to Chat Sports. And by the way, I think we crossed 256 earlier. So let's close in on 260,000 subscribers. Hit that big red button. We have the latest NBA news and rumors and a whole lot more. We've had a ton of draft coverage leading up to tonight. And then, hey, free agency, Chase. It's going to be a lot of fun over the next few days leading up to Monday night when free agency opens. Get subscribed. This is the time. Don't miss out on any of our coverage here on Chat Sports. So the Knicks are on the clock. Who should they draft at 21? If they just stay here, if they don't trade, who's your dream pick? You going Jared Butler?
I like Jared Butler. I like Sharif Cooper. I like Ayo Dosunmu. I like Cam Thomas. All of those guys I think would be good fits on the Knicks roster right now.
Okay. Let us know. We got 10,000 watching. Let us know who you want the Knicks to watch or to draft. Let's see here. Please don't take Butler from Shanav. He's a Nuggets fan, so I think he wants Jared Butler. Sharif Cooper's trash from Dylan. Let's see. Ayo Dosunmu from Walter Pierce. Let's see. Here we go. Cooper, Cam Thomas. We got Bones in there. Keon Johnson. We got Cooper Rush. Josh Christopher is a little too early for him, Chase.
I think it is a little bit too early. Wouldn't surprise me if he goes in the back half of this first round, though.
Okay, here we go. On the map, Kyrie Walker. Bol. He has already been drafted 3 years ago. Luka Garza. He ain't going round one. As fun of a college player he was.
Brutal.
Let's see here. Boston drafting at 45. These are some of the picks coming up, so keep that in mind as well. Don't forget to like the video. Let's get to 10,000 likes so we can spin that roulette wheel. They should go get Rozier. I kind of would have liked that idea. I think that would have been fun for the Knicks.
Terry Rozier going on heaters at Madison Square Garden is peak New York.
I mean,
it's peak New York.
He's got a lot of 4 for 17 nights, but you know what? Sometimes he'll go 11 for 15 as well. So let us know, who will the Knicks draft at number 21 overall as we await the pick here at the end of the first round, getting toward the end of the first round, I should say. Jalen Johnson, the last pick, he went number 20 to Atlanta. Obi Toppin, you're hoping he develops, Chase. Quickly was great value. You get him at 25. I think at worst he's a good bench scorer. At best, maybe he's one of your starting guards long term as well.
Yeah, like you brought up a good point in saying this. Like, what's the future of Julius Randle? Do you want to pay a guy like that the max? Or is he kind of maxed out as a player? Does he have anything left to give? Can he become an even better player than he was last year when he was really in the MVP conversation? Now, in the playoffs, he really, frankly, wasn't all that good at all.
Yeah.
But if you want to pay Julius Randle, you kind of have to think about that right now as far as how you're building your roster. But for the Knicks, you're going into a very pivotal offseason with around $51 million in cap space. The time is now. And I like R.J. Barrett. I like Emmanuel Quickley. I like Mitchell Robinson. I like some of the other pieces on this roster. I'm a big fan of Julius Randle. But do you want to pay him the max? And if you do, it kind of hinders you to a certain degree. Kyle Lowry in free agency would really be incredible. I think it'd be an awesome
Can you win enough now to sign a 35-year-old point guard? That's the question.
It at least makes you a little bit more competitive and interesting in the Eastern Conference.
Well, and I think you put Lowry on that team against the Hawks, they might win that series.
Yeah.
I know the Hawks went on a deep run, but I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. So we're waiting to pick here for the Knicks here at number 21 overall. But hey, guys, we got to beat last year's NBA draft, and we're lagging behind a little bit here. We're still crushing it, almost 3,000 subs tonight, but we got almost 10,000 last year. I'm trying to get 10,000 subs tonight, so hit that big red button and subscribe already. Now, we're definitely in good shape to catch up to the NFL draft coverage where we got almost 5,000 new subs, but hey, come on. It's NBA season, baby. Let's get subscribed. Hit that big red subscribe button. NBA news, rumors. We'll probably drop our updated top free agents video very, very soon with Monday around the corner. That might be on the channel as soon as tomorrow, if not Saturday or Sunday with free agency on Monday. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be a fun off-season chase. And hey, I don't know about you, the juices are flowing during the NBA offseason.
Oh, my gosh. The NBA offseason is unlike any other. I wish the NBA kind of spread out the calendar a little bit because on draft night we're having to go live a lot earlier because, Woj and Shams are reporting that Russell Westbrook is going to get traded from Washington to the Lakers. But the peak of the NBA offseason, it's just awesome.
It's absolutely electric. We are now up to 11,000 people watching live. We're growing still. We were almost at below 10,000 earlier, up above 11. Who's your favorite player ever? Favorite NBA player of all time? Chase, I know you're an AI guy.
Oh, Allen Iverson all the way for me. Growing up, I wanted cornrows. I wanted to rock the armbands. I wanted tattoos like AI. I actually asked my mom at one point. I was like, hey, Mom, can I get cornrows and tattoos? She's like, Chase, you're 8 years old. No. That's not going to happen.
That's illegal, Chase. Yeah. Who is your favorite NBA player? Not the cornrows, the tats. You got to be 16.
Is that
I've been told.
Okay.
You got to get a
Word
adult
is.
to sign off. Word is, I might be wrong. Who is your favorite NBA player of all time? We got some shout-outs here. A lot of Kobe's in there. Tyler, Giannis from L. Shout out Giannis for bringing it back to Milwaukee. Shaq from Chris Kim. Iverson is the only answer. I like that one. Russell Westbrook. Well, I hope you got your Lakers jersey ready. Lance Stevenson says MJ. You're not a fan of yourself, Lance? Kobe from Roy. Kevin Durant from CJ. Penny Hardaway from, I'm guessing, Steve Novak from Billy. That's a good one. D Rose from
Nick
JJ.
Legend.
T-Mac or Vinsanity. Those are two good options. Klay Thompson from John Jr.
I'm seeing Mac McClung in there as well.
Mac McClung. Wow.
R.C. Maxfield in here. He's just
Damian
salivating over Mac McClung.
I mean, just blessed and highly favored. Kobe from Elijah. MJ from Erie. Derrick Rose from JJ. Ray Allen or Paul George. That's kind of random.
Okay.
Lonzo Ball from after high school. Tayshaun Prince. That's a throwback from Daniel Garcia. Larry Bird from Glass Babies. Let's see. J.R. Smith, R.J. Barrett, Carmelo Anthony, John Morant and Sharif Cooper, Yao Ming. Word is Yao Ming could beat Joel Embiid 101. I was told that one time. Don't want to expose anyone here, but
27 missed threes in a row. Blame it on the refs.
Oh my goodness. The Knicks are taking their sweet old time. Chase, they want to pump me up finally. Get me 3,000 followers on Twitter. I'm at 2532. I think I actually have a few more here. The Knicks are trading this pick again? Oh, my goodness. We'll get those details in a minute. I'm at HGramNFL. Trust me, I do a lot of NBA on Twitter as well. I cover a lot of NBA as well here at Chat Sports. Give me a follow at HGramNFL. I'll try and get that link in the live chat. The trade alert is below. Knicks trading this pick to the Pistons. Interesting that they are trading both of these picks here, Chase. At HGramNFL if you want to follow me. 2 trades in round 1 from New York. How about that?
Weird. I thought they could have used some current pieces.
Could be the Clippers. We're still getting word here. But the Knicks are trading regardless. Is that the Knicks are trading out? Just a question of who. Looks like the Clippers are actually going to be the team that they're trading to. Maybe. We're trying to confirm information.
We got a battle between Shams and Woj.
Intern Ryan's on the scene. Don't worry. I can get some Twitter shout-outs. Can someone get my link in the live chat? I'm just getting cucked over here. Let's see. Alex Reed. I can't say that name. Harvey, Washington. El Dacre, Eagles, Minotaur, Israel, Ty for TikTok, Justin Vick, Fortnite Balls, Robert Adams, AP, Shaq Diesel, Faye, Mark, Robert Cisneros, Afro King, Ballmaster, Jeremy, McVetti, Cleveland Bryant, Jason Wanick. Got a few more here. We got Rashard Lee, Katarius, The Master Plan, Alex Reed. Let's see. Mark, Robert, Afro, Jaden, Jason Penn, Ash, Super Wow, Dominic, and Callum as well. At HGram NFL if you guys want to follow me on Twitter. NFL and NBA coverage on a daily basis. So we also got details on that Knicks Hornets trade from a minute ago, some protections at HGram NFL. Knicks trading this 21st overall pick to the LA Clippers. So we will announce this pick. The Knicks will be picking here in a moment at number 25 overall. With the number 21 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Clippers trade up with the New York Knicks to take explosive athlete Keon Johnson out of Tennessee.
Explosive athlete he is. He certainly has a lot of raw skills, flashes the ability to someday become an excellent go-to scorer. At the NBA Draft Combine, his athletic testing was really out of this world, but that didn't really translate to 5-on-5. We'll see. I think it does translate to the NBA level. His vertical leap was ridiculous. 48 inches at the NBA Draft Combine. He'd be able to just jump over a bunch of ordinary cats like you and I on a daily basis. The potential is certainly there for Keon Johnson. I like his ability defensively, especially because of that athleticism. He's able to recover very quickly. Him going to the Clippers, him and Terrence Mann gives you two building blocks athletically, similar profiles for both of those guys that I kind of really like. He's somewhat raw, going to have to develop his offensive game over time, but as a straight line driver, this guy right away is going to be able to get to the cup. Going to have to develop his outside shot over time, but that's the common consensus and the common theme among a lot of these prospects who were falling this late in the first round, guys who were going in the second round. It's, hey, they got to become better shooters. Keon Johnson has to become a better shooter. Good defender, can get to the cup, very athletic. I like it.
Here's the trade details coming in here. The Clippers move up here to 21 to take Keon Johnson. Knicks slide down just 4 spots to 25. They also pick up a future second-round pick, which that doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, to drop 4 spots and only get a future second, I don't know. If I'm New York, that's pretty interesting to me. We'll see who they end up selecting if they select at 25 overall. But Keon Johnson, you mentioned the athletic traits, 48-inch vertical is absolutely absurd. Mini Aaron Gordon, anyone? Can we see this guy in the dunk contest? I'm down.
Oh, I think he's going to be in the dunk contest. Is he going to be a long-term productive player at the NBA level?
Question.
Possibly. I don't love his handle. I don't love his shooting ability because he's just not consistent enough for me. In terms of his basketball IQ, it's not always there because sometimes he makes some curious decisions with the ball, but he's not going to have his hands on the basketball all that much, so he's not going to have to overthink things with the Clippers. He'll basically be used as an athletic force who can really rely on his athleticism to be successful early on in his career with a team that's ready to win and compete right now.
By the way, that future pick, a 2024 second-round pick, so that is what the Knicks pick up to slide down 4 spots in the NBA draft. Keon Johnson, he's heading to the Clippers, a team trying to win right now. What is your one-word reaction to him landing in LA? Go ahead and let us know right now. The Washington Wizards are on the clock at 22 overall, and obviously they've been in the headlines here as they trade Russell Westbrook to the Washington Wizards. They also sent out 2 future second-round picks, Kuzma, Harrell, KCP, and this pick right here, number 22. The on the clock, we'll get that updated. That's the Wizards picking here at number 22 overall. They are selecting here. The pick is in for the Wizards, so stay tuned. They didn't waste much time. The Washington Wizards, with the trade with the Lakers as a part of the Russell Westbrook trade, they select Isaiah Jackson at number 22 overall.
Yeah, the upside is certainly there. You're looking at a prospect who's only 19 years old, comes out of Kentucky after a pretty decent freshman campaign with the Wildcats, even though Kentucky really just didn't live up to expectations. It was a very frustrating year for Kentucky last year. Big Blue Nation was certainly not happy with that, but Big Blue Nation should certainly be happy about the fact that they continue to churn out all of these NBA prospects. John Calipari doing a wonderful job there in terms of that, not necessarily making it to Final Fours.
Got to jump in here, Chase.
Okay,
this pick is being traded again, actually.
Gotcha.
So it's going to be Indiana selecting here at number 22 overall. We'll recap this pick in just a moment. So the Indiana Pacers at number 22 overall will select Isaiah Jackson. This pick was traded from the Lakers to the Wizards. Now it heads to the Indiana Pacers. They trade into this selection to take Jackson at number 22 overall.
Curious about this. Does this mean that Miles Turner is going to be traded at some point during the NBA offseason?
Maybe.
I think it does. I think it signals possibly Miles Turner being on the trading block, which I don't hate. I don't think it'd be stupid for the Indiana Pacers to kind of hit the reset button just a bit and start to rebuild under Rick Carlisle. But they did draft Chris Duarte earlier on in the first round. He's 24 years old. So are you expecting to win now by taking a guy like Duarte? And then are you rebuilding by taking a young Isaiah Jackson, maybe who's playing the same position as a guy like Miles Turner? Somewhat confusing to me, but Isaiah Jackson, intriguing prospect, very athletic big man. He can guard multiple possessions as well. Good rim running big. He's somewhat bouncy. Kind of fell late into the first round because there are some questions about what he's really elite at the NBA level. He's very good at multiple things. What is he great at? That's the big question with Isaiah Jackson.
So there's a lot of chatter. Can Sabonis and Miles Turner play together? A lot of people don't think so, which is why Turner's been linked to trade rumors for a couple of years now. It's why it's weird that Danny Ainge, when he was still running the Celtics, didn't take Miles Turner in a sign-and trade when Indiana wanted Gordon Hayward. Still don't know why that didn't happen. But I think you're onto something here, that Isaiah Jackson could be a signal that Miles Turner could be available, which he's really been available for quite a while for the Indiana Pacers. We're finalizing the trade details. We'll get them on screen here for you guys. Here we go. Three-way trade. Remember, this pick initially went to Washington as a part of the Westbrook trade. This is the update. 2 second-round picks in Westbrook go to the Lakers. KCP, Montrezl Harrell, Kyle Kuzma, and Aaron Holiday, Chase, from Indiana to Washington. And then the Pacers get this pick at number 22 overall to select Isaiah Jackson.
Yeah, so basically Washington gets rid of that monstrous Russell Westbrook contract that was more than $44 million. Instead, they bring in a couple of other cheaper options in Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and KCP. I don't hate Aaron Holiday, and it's just coming in that the Wizards are also getting the 31 pick, number 31
First pick
overall
of the second round coming up.
In this second round, so that is a new addition to this trade. So the Wizards, look, I don't know what they're doing. The moves that they've made over the last several years have never really made sense to me.
No.
How does Bradley Beal feel about all of this? I wouldn't be happy if I'm him. According to The Athletic, he wants to stay in Washington, D.C.
Why?
I think that could change.
Get out of there, Beal.
Because he's got to get out of there, man. I want to see him win games.
I just I guess he likes being the top option there, but it's just like, dude, you're never going to win anything in D.C. Who won the trade? The Lakers, the Wizards, the Pacers. Type LAL for the Lakers, type WAS for Washington, type IND for the Indiana Pacers. Isaiah Jackson, in a bizarre trade, lands in Indiana at number 22. All right, now the Houston Rockets are on the clock after that wild sequence there, Chase. That was like botching a 4-on-2 in pickup. Let's see. Got some shout-outs here. A lot of Lakers saying they won the trade. I guess they, if you get Westbrook, I guess out of all that craziness, you win the trade. No Break says IND. Yaroslav with another super chat. Lakers for number 18 title. Appreciate the super. Let's see. Rockets on the clock here. LAL from Stanley. LAL from 07 Vex as well. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We still got over 10,000 watching live as we creep toward the end of round one Houston, this pick via Portland, Chase, on the clock at number 23 overall. We'll talk about the Rockets in a minute, but let's kind of cycle through what we've seen so far. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, Scottie Barnes to Detroit, Houston, Cleveland, and Toronto, respectively. No real surprise in those first 3 picks.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, if there was one surprise that did come in the top 5, it was Scottie Barnes going at 4 to Toronto instead of Jalen Suggs. But 3, for me, it was kind of chalk.
Yeah, so those are your top 4 picks there. Cunningham, Green, Mobley, and Scottie Barnes. Your boy Jalen Suggs ended up going number 5 overall to the Orlando Magic. Love this value pick here.
Yeah, love the value pick of Orlando going with Jalen Suggs. They get him and Franz Wagner at picks 5 and 8. I absolutely love what the Magic have done. You don't say that frequently, that you say, hey, the Magic are doing great things. I think they've really done a good job in this draft tonight. Josh Giddey at 6 to OKC, developmental prospect. Jonathan Kuminga surprised some people by going to Golden State at number 7, but there were some rumblings there. Davion Mitchell to the Kings at number 9. Absolutely loved it. I think Davion Mitchell is a two-way dog. Zaire Williams ends up being a top 10 pick, former 5-star recruit going to the Grizzlies at 10. James Bookknight slides to 11 to the Charlotte Hornets, like what the Hornets are doing as well. Josh Primo. Harrison, arguably the biggest surprise of this draft tonight. I had him in one of my mocks going late first round. Some people had him going second round. He goes number 12 to the San Antonio Spurs. We'll run quickly through these 13 through 16 picks. Chris Duarte, Moses Moody, Corey Kispert, Alperen Sengun, going to Indiana, Golden State, Washington, and Houston, respectively. Trey Murphy, Tre Mann, Kai Jones, Jalen Johnson to the Pelicans, Thunder, Hornets, and Hawks, 17 through 20. And we will show you the end and all of these picks up to date. But first, a new pick is in.
And real quick, before the Rockets pick, shout out to OG for the $2 super chat. The Rockets pick is in at number 23. The Houston Rockets select Usman Garuba, number 23 overall power forward, has been playing for Real Madrid.
This is what you love to see. Some of the teams in the basement of the NBA doing a good job with their selections. The Houston Rockets are one of the teams that are going to come away from tonight being a winner. Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, and now Usman Garuba, who I think is the best defender of this draft class. Look, offensively, with Real Madrid, he wasn't good this past year. But defensively reminds me a lot of a guy like Draymond Green. So now what are you doing if you're Houston? You got your scorer in Jalen Green. You've got your former future front court stud in Alperen Sengun. And now you get a really good defender who can kind of guard multiple positions in Usman Garuba. Shout out to the Houston Rockets for making it happen. Plus, they have another first-round pick that's coming soon.
Yeah, not a lot of offensive game at this point in time. We'll see how that can develop here, Chase, for Usman Garuba. But like you said, one of the best defenders in this class. And Houston, 3 picks in the top 25. I think they've done pretty well. And guess what? They're on the clock again at 24, and the pick is in. The Houston Rockets select Josh Christopher with the number 24 pick, so back-to-back selections here for the Rockets. Maybe a bit of a reach, at least according to your big board, Chase.
Yeah, a little bit. There was some first-round buzz hovering around Josh Christopher. He's a dynamic scoring threat. He's really going to need to iron out his consistency issues and improve as a playmaker to really fulfill the potential that he does possess. I had him number 38 overall on my big board. His strengths, certainly perimeter scoring and some athleticism. His minuses, though, he can go through some long stretches where he's just unable to buy a bucket. But when you put him on this roster now with some of the young pieces on this team that we're talking about and breaking down with the Rockets selections, I don't hate it as him as a two-guard. He's a play creator, a good bucket getter in moments. Has to become a little bit more consistent. His defensive ability, there's certainly some upside there. He's got length, athleticism, strength to kind of guard multiple positions. I like the production at Arizona State last year. Kind of has a good in-between game when he breaks you down off the dribble. He can hit some floaters. He can hit some runners. His pump fake jumper isn't all that bad as well. Josh Christopher, hey, maybe somewhat of a surprise going number 24, but overall, love what the Rockets are doing.
So 3 picks in the top 24 for the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green at number 2 overall. Love the upside, really good scoring ability. He was the first pick for Houston earlier tonight. Usman Garuba at number 23 overall. Great defensive player like you've outlined, Chase. And then Josh Christopher here at number 24 overall. I think it's been a good night for the Rockets. I think they've been one of the winners so far in this year's NBA draft here in 2021. So grade the Rockets' first-round picks. Scale from 0 to 100. B+, A-, in that 88, 91 range. I mean, pretty good.
Yeah, I'll give them like an 85, 88. Okay. I really like it.
Good job by the Rockets. The New York Knicks finally make a selection at number 25 overall. They traded down with, I believe, the Clippers here to select Quentin Grimes, number 25 overall. It was the Clippers pick. They trade down from 21 to 25.
Back-to-back picks here. Josh Christopher out of Arizona State, Quentin Grimes out of Houston, guys who I had slated in the second round. But I think what you're seeing here from some of these teams in the latter portion of this first round, they're taking some chances on guys with some upside. Quentin Grimes is a guy who kind of fits the New York profile of being a gutsy player who hits some big-time shots. He crashes the boards. He hustles on defense. Some vibes and flashes of Chris Middleton, Bogdan Bogdanovic, as well as Josh Hart. Obviously, what he decides to do in terms of his development with his handle is going to determine the player that he becomes, but he's a good three-point shooter. He's a pretty solid offensive player. Doesn't create a bunch of separation off the dribble. Not the bounciest athlete, but at 6'5", 210, he's got pretty good size. And because of that strength, maybe he's not going to blow by you, but he can at least use his body to create some space to get some shots up. And the production last year with Houston, again, Houston was a really good team under Kelvin Sampson. Final Four team, little less than 18 points per game. He's a good rebounder. You don't need him to really dish out the rock at an elite rate. You need him to score it, be a knockdown shooter, and play some defense. Quentin Grimes has the potential to do just that.
Bench score right away, potentially?
I think so, yeah.
And hey, you're the Knicks. You're trying to turn that corner right now. I think guy like Grimes here at 25.
40% three-point shooter, too.
Yeah, I mean, that can help you right away. And the Knicks lacked shooting in a major way in that playoff series against the Atlanta Hawks. So, yeah, that's definitely a good pick here for New York. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I feel good about this one for the New York Knicks at number 25 overall. So get your grades in. Also, hey, subscribe to our Knicks channel, chatsports.com/KnicksTV. Help us get to 1,000 subscribers. The link is down below. We're approaching 350. We keep on the gas. We'll get to 1,000 as soon as possible. Hey, let's get there close to free agency, which is just around the corner on Monday.
Right.
Hit that big red button and subscribe over there at chatsports.com/KnicksTV. That link will redirect you to our Knicks Only channel, and all you got to do is subscribe. All right, 5 picks left to go here in round 1, Chase. Starting to pick up here. The Denver Nuggets only pick this year right now at number 26.
Yeah, so I liked Isaiah Jackson going to Denver. He's off the board now. I liked him as a depth piece at the center spot behind Nikola Jokic because you really don't have a viable center option to back him up for years to come. You made that trade for JaVale McGee. He's an immediate player, not really a long-term option. What are you going to do without Jamal Murray for maybe most of this upcoming season? That's why I have 1 and 2 guards as maybe needs here to kind of take the pressure off Jamal Murray as well.
Butler?
Jared Butler,
I think he can
really
play
like
right away.
You can never have enough guards and scores. You have Michael Porter Jr., who I really like, but is he going to be a part of the Nuggets' long-term plans? Because when he paired up with Jamal Murray, they clash just a little bit in terms of on-court stylistic fit. My top guards available, Jared Butler, Jaden Springer, Sharif Cooper, Cameron Thomas is another guy who, hey, Denver, Mike Malone, they'll be like, yo, Cam, get us a bucket. Cam Thomas will be able to do just that. Other guards that I like, Miles McBride could really be a good defensive player and two-way guard for Denver here at this pick. Ayo Dosunmu, higher on him than a lot of people, like him out of Illinois. Rokas Jokubaitis, or Jakobitis, right? We did our pronunciation guide. Jakobitis reminds a lot of people of Thomas Satoransky, Nishan Highland. Kind of liked him going at the back half of the first round, but because of how this first round has shaken out, he might slip to the second round. Wouldn't be shocked if he went here either.
So, hey, who should the Nuggets draft here at number 26 overall? Let us know down in the comments. if I'm Denver, this is honestly a lot simpler for me than maybe most. I'm drafting the player that can impact me the most right away.
Cam Thomas?
Thomas or Butler is probably one of the directions I'm going in here, because if I'm Denver, I got to see if you can win with this core. Can you win with the trio of Murray, who, yeah, he's going to miss probably half the season, maybe more, but come playoff time, he should be back, MPJ, and Jokic? You got to find out. Maybe you got this year and the year after that. After that, they're kind of entering Portland territory at that point if they haven't made some more deep runs. So clock's ticking. I would take a guy that could impact my roster right away if I was the Denver Nuggets.
Huge bummer for Denver. If Murray doesn't go down with that torn ACL,
everything that happened, who knows?
The Western Conference is wide open. It really is.
Yeah, we got Sharif Cooper shout out from Different and One Lit.
Seeing Luka Garza, my gosh.
Luka Garza is a fun college player. He's not going round one. Sharif Cooper from Brendan Sexy Daddy Lowry. Okay. Josh Christopher, he is not on the board. Let's see. Denver Springer. Let's see here. More Luka Garza here. Io is really trash from Hollywood. Let's see. Cam Thomas from G-Man. Continue to get your votes in. By the way, we're less than 600 likes away from 10,000. We'll spin the roulette wheel when we get to 10,000. Mitchell Renz is chomping at the bit to join us live on the Mitch Cam. Also, we'll do 2 truths and a lie when we get to 10,000 likes. You guys can find out which of my 3 items is a lie and which 2 are true. So, hey, got to get to 10,000 likes. We're about 450 away. Hit that thumbs up icon. Fun stuff coming around the corner. Roulette spin and 2 truths and a lie with yours truly coming up once we get to 10K. So the Denver Nuggets on the clock. The Nets, Sixers, Nets, and Jazz are the next 5 picks here, Chase.
Yeah, this is going to round out round 1, and just like that, I mean, it went by pretty quickly. What are the Nuggets going to do here? Harrison and I are in agreement that they should go with a player who can help right away, maybe a scoring option to help without Jamal Murray. Because of that torn ACL, he might be lost for much of next season.
Brooklyn's intriguing here. You got 2 picks.
Do you go big man or do you go guard now? Do you try to get a shooter because he gave away Landry Shamet?
Maybe you trade one of those picks too. You're tight on cap. Maybe you get a future selection or something like that.
With the Sixers, a Ben Simmons trade has not happened. And his future kind of depends, or the Sixers' draft plans, I should say, kind of depends on what they believe Ben Simmons is, or if he's going to be on the roster next year.
Yep.
So, yeah, some really intriguing picks left here in this first round. And some good players that are still on the board. I mean, there are going to be some teams, I think, that are going to trade up at the start of the second round to try to get some of these players who are still on the board, like maybe a Cam Thomas, a Nishan Highland, a Jaden Springer. Those players could drop. I like Day'Ron Sharpe as one of the better and athletic big men that's still on the board right now. But, yeah, these teams here, Nuggets, Nets, Sixers, Suns, and Jazz, all have a different variety of needs and a lot of options left on the board for those respective squads.
Yeah, going to be very interesting to see what happens here. Remember, that Suns pick got relayed back to Brooklyn as a part of the Landry Shamet trade at number 29 overall. So Brooklyn's got a couple of picks coming up here. I believe the pick is in here for Denver at number 26. So let's go ahead and break this one down. With the number 26 overall pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, Nishan Highland is the selection for the Denver Nuggets in round 1.
Yeah, coming out of the basketball powerhouse that is VCU, Shaka Smart really put them on the map. And since then, they've actually been churning out some decent NBA prospects. Nishan Highland, one of the better prospects to come out of VCU in recent memory. Coming off the bench, man, for this Denver Nuggets team, Mike Malone has himself a bona fide scorer. His numbers last year with the Rams, really good, 19.5 points per game. He's really going to be relied upon to be a go-to scoring option coming off the bench to give you a bulk of points in bunches. Nishan Highland is a really fun player. I like his athleticism. He's got pretty good size at the guard spot. As a shooting guard, though, I think he really translates to the NBA level. And his nickname, it's one of the better ones in this draft class. Nishan Bones Highland. That just reeks and screams toughness. Nishan Highland, a very tough and gritty player.
Gonna be interesting to
Bad timing,
see.
taking that sip.
Yeah, chugging some beer over here. Gonna be interesting to see how he fits in, because what did we just talk about a few minutes ago? If you're Denver, you need guys that can help you now. Well, 20-point scorer in college can probably translate to that second team, and you're going to need some scoring punch without Jamal Murray to start the year. So I think this is a good pick. It's good value here. A guy who just knows how to score the basketball, played quite a bit in college. So Nishan Highland, the selection for Denver at number 26. You got a player comp for him?
Oh, a player comp? Kind of like a Jamal Crawford.
Okay.
How about maybe even Ben Gordon a little bit?
Ooh,
because when he
I
comes
like
off
that
the
one.
bench, he'll give you 20 points on
Yeah.
any given night. Can he be consistent enough? When you
Yeah.
look at the shooting splits, I think so potentially. He shot from distance 37.1%. That's a pretty good number from deep for Nishan Highland.
So Bones heading to Denver. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Let's hear it from you guys down in the comments section right now. Brooklyn Nets on the clock, number 27 overall. They could trade this pick here. Denver could trade that pick, actually, we're being told. I do think Brooklyn could be a team that trades one of their upcoming picks as well, Chase.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Brooklyn's in a weird spot because they have that big three of Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden.
Limits cap flexibility.
And also, what do you really need outside of those three guys? You're looking for cheap options, and can a rookie step in right away for Brooklyn and contribute right away to a team that, look, if KD's foot is behind the line, if Kyrie doesn't get hurt, might have went on to win the NBA title and defeat the Milwaukee Bucks in the second round of the playoffs. I think the Brooklyn Nets could go in a variety of ways. They could go with a backup guard who can score it, maybe a Cam Thomas. Maybe they even go with Day'Ron Sharpe out of UNC because, look, in the front court, you traded away Jared Allen. Blake Griffin is Blake Griffin. LaMarcus Aldridge retired. DeAndre Jordan is a scrub. So at this point of his career, he's had a marvelous NBA career, but not anymore. So I think Day'Ron Sharpe would be a logical pick, and a guy, because he doesn't demand the basketball all that much offensively, could contribute right away.
Maybe if you're Brooklyn, you're saying, okay, we've got the 3 max-out contracts. That limits cap flexibility. Okay, late round 1 guys are cheap against the cap. Let's just throw 2 darts and hope one guy can contribute as a rookie. It might be that simple. They might just take 2 players here and hope that one of them hits. You're kind of in that range where it's either you're going to get a contributor or you're going to get a guy who's out of the league in 5 years.
Yeah. Ayo Dosunmu, could he go to the Nets as a backup point guard? I'm not sure. You have Joe Harris as well, so you don't really need a shooter. Bruce Brown really came on late and was a good player. It looks as though the Nets are going to be losing Spencer Dinwiddie, who opted out of his contract. I think he's going to become a free agent and sign elsewhere for some big money. $25 million a year for a guy coming off a partially torn ACL? That's wild to me.
Yeah, good luck. If you're having a good time, like this video. We're 300 likes away from 10,000. That means 2 things. We'll play 2 truths and a lie, and Mitchell Renz will spin the roulette wheel. So we are fired up. We're ready to go. Like this video if you're having a good time and you're enjoying the NBA draft. Come on. We got over 9,000 people watching live. You guys are the best. Appreciate you guys. All you got to do is hit that thumbs up icon if you're having a good time. You can also super chat, which is a great way to support the channel. $5, take a sip of beer. $10, we'll talk about your favorite team. $20, you can advertise yourself, your Twitter, your Instagram, your SoundCloud.
Just got a $5 super chat.
Whatever it is. We'll take a sip here. Roulette spin for $25. $50, we can take a shot of Fireball. So Brooklyn on the clock at 27. There you go. Shout out to Jeremy with the $5 super. Not to get confused with Jeremy Chugg. $600 will also take a mystery shot, so that'll be interesting. Will all the Knicks look, or who will the Knicks look at in the second round? I'm happy with the Grimes pick. I like that pick as well.
Man, I mean, if a guy like Ayo Dosunmu is still available, could the Knicks get their point guard in the second round at excellent value and fill a position of need? If Ayo drops, or if the Knicks, who traded back multiple times, want to move up for a guy like Ayo, I would like it. Does Sharif Cooper fall to the second round as well? I had a mock to the Knicks in a couple of my mock drafts in the first round at 21. Jared Butler, is he going to be available? Jaden Springer. Really, for the Knicks, you need scorers. I mean, look, Derrick Rose was a good story last year. You can't rely on him to be your go-to scoring option late in games, and in the playoffs he was. So get a point guard, get some playmakers, provide some spacing, continue to build with some of your young pieces, and that's the plan for New York.
Yeah, and you got another New York team, Brooklyn, ready to select right here as we close in on the end of round 1. By the way, round 2 is you blaze through it, 2 minutes per pick, so it'll be a lot faster in the second round. Who's been the best pick so far? I mean, look, the cop-out answer is Cade Cunningham to Detroit, but I think there's been some great value picks here, Chase.
Chris Duarte to the Pacers? I really like that selection at, number 13? I think Chris Duarte is going to be an excellent player for Indiana. Don't care that he's 24 years old at all.
I like Bookknight to Charlotte.
Yeah, Bookknight to Charlotte is intriguing.
I think he's a great fit with LaMelo.
Yeah,
I really do, because LaMelo's not really – yeah, he can score, but he's not going to, break down a defense as a scorer. He'll do that as a passer. But if you need a guy that can get you buckets by himself, Bookknight can do that. So I think that's a really good fit. I also think – Terry Rozier is definitely going to be on the trade block after that selection. Let's see here. Best pick so far, Jalen Green from G-Man. Primo from Chungus. I disagree with that. Sharif Cooper has not been picked yet. Josh Giddey, number 6, OKC. Bookknight from Rockhead. Let's see. Couple more here. Let's see. They doing Coop wrong. Sharif Cooper, one of your top players remaining here, Chase.
Yeah, I really like Sharif Cooper. Passing-wise, he does some things with just oops, with finding teammates. It reminds me a lot of Trae Young. Unfortunately, though, not the shooter that Trae Young is. I mean, he shot around 20% from distance last year at Auburn as a former 5-star recruit and McDonald's All-American. The shot is a huge concern for me, but he might be one of the best, if not the best, passing point guards in this draft class. So I like Cooper. I like Butler. Springer, he's okay. Cam Thomas as a scoring option. My gosh, some team's going to get him at really good value, and he's going to end up having a Lou Williams-type career. And he's going to be in the league for a long time because, oh my gosh, we just got a $100 super chat.
Oh my.
What does that mean?
We have a $100 super chat menu.
$100 super chat.
$100 super chat from Mike Dibble.
Mike Dibble.
Appreciate you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Let's go, Mike. Yeah. Chat Sports office is pumped up, man.
Hey, guys. Love your coverage like always. What do my Hornets do here in the second round? Also, do not know what tier it is, but keep having fun, guys. Well, the tier is you're on your own tier. We gotta put him in the Super Chat club too.
Yeah,
we've got that.
Mike Dibble's in the Super Chat Hall of Fame.
Get his all that good stuff. Mike Dibble representing the first $100 Super Chat here on the night. So we got to bring up the $100 Super Chat menu. Here's the normal menu. We should have the $100 Super one in there. We'll get to that in a minute. He went above and beyond because $50 is a fireball shot, so you're probably asking, what does $100 buy you? Well, one of these things. Chase shotguns a beer. I do Edward 40 hands. Producer Sam takes 2 shots. So, what are we feeling, boys?
Hey.
You in a shotgun mood?
I mean, I'm never really scared to do anything in life.
You trying to shotgun? Trying to make it happen?
Screw it, man.
You're on your own. Chase is ready to shotgun, so if someone wants to get him.
All right, fine.
It's time for Chase.
Time for me to shotgun. I got the keys here.
Senior shotgun is ready to go.
This is my mood right now.
Mike Dibble setting the tone.
Yep.
We got the Mitch cam up. Hey, shout out Mike. Let's get him a round of applause here. All right, here we go. What are they doing? Are they taking shots for Mike too? All right. I don't know what's happening. Mitch is chugging Fireball in the beer bong. Chase is getting a shotgun ready. We'll go Chase full screen. Hey, Mitch, we're closing in on 10,000 likes, so stay tuned. We'll be back to you soon enough. Appreciate him. Pick is in for the Nets. Can you hold that beer, Chase?
I guess so. Guess I'm going to have to.
Well, he only takes 3 seconds. Go full screen Chase real quick, and then we will get to this next selection for the Brooklyn Nets in just a few moments. All right, Chase, you ready to go?
Yeah, shout out to Mike Dibble for the $100 super chat.
We stopwatching? All right, let's get the stopwatch out.
Now you're putting the pressure on me. All right, here we go.
Mike Dibble. All right, 3, 2, 1. God, that's impressive. You good?
You all right?
Yeah.
There you go.
2.93.
Oh, no. Chase is struggling. 2.93.
Oh,
that's pretty
boy.
good. Ooh, man. All right, we got the pick in. Let's get back to the draft here. The Brooklyn Nets select here at 27. With the number 27 overall pick, the Brooklyn Nets are going with Cam Thomas out of LSU. Chase, I know that you love this selection of Cam Thomas.
Huge fan of Cam Thomas. He's a score-first guard with a vintage game. He's got a knack for getting buckets, man. And this dude is an all-around bucket getter. He can find Twine from anywhere on the court. He's a 3-level scorer. He's got the size to get to the cup and create. He can knock down some outside shots as well. The really only concern that I have for Cam Thomas is that other than scoring, he doesn't really do much well. But going to Brooklyn, he's only going to be asked to be a secondary scorer coming off the bench. He gives me a lot of Lou Williams vibes. He gives me Monty Ellis vibes, maybe even a little bit of Brandon Jennings in his heyday. You put him in the game, you give him the rock, end the shot clock, end the games eventually, and you just let Cam Thomas go to work. Like the fit here on Brooklyn, because I think because of the confidence, he's going to be able to go onto the Nets right away, and he's going to be able to be an elite bucket getter. He's only 19 years old, which is kind of crazy. Last year, he averaged 23 points per game. That was 4th best in the entire country. Cameron Thomas is going to be in the league for a really long time for the sole fact that he's just going to be able to score at all 3 levels, and that is certainly an elite quality. Other pro comps for him, CJ McCollum, because he's got a little bit of shiftiness to his game, can hit some side steps as well as step back threes. His 3-point percentage last year, only 32.5%. I think that's going to get better over time. Free throw percentage, 88%. I'm telling you, this guy is going to be so fun to watch. That pristine footwork is a big reason why he has a lot of CJ McCollum comps, but I really can't say anything bad about Cam Thomas other than the fact that the weaknesses to his game is that he doesn't really pass the ball, doesn't have great vision, isn't a great defender. But my gosh, just give him the rock and let him score.
We love the pick. If you do as well, like this video, instant bench scorer Cam Thomas heads to the Brooklyn Nets. Let's keep this party rolling here. Darren Bills, $110 super chat. Any chance Jericho Sims throws down dunks for years to come? Yes. Bong a beer for me in the name of Cade. Let's go, Detroit.
Let's go, Darren.
Hey, we're 87 likes away from 10,000, which means Mitch would have to do 2 beer bongs. 87 likes away from 10,000. So if we get to 10K, then Mitchell Rentz is going to go double beer bong. Who says no? Double beer bong for Mitchell Rentz. 29 likes. Come on. Let's get to 10K. There it is. Hey. All right, let's pull up Mitchell Rentz here. Mike Dibble, Darren Bills in the $100 Super Chat Club. The Sixers are on the clock. We'll get to that in just a second, Chase. But, hey, we're men of the people here on Chat Sports. $110 Super Chat. Double beer bong from Mitchell Rentz because we reached 10,000 likes. So, and we got the boys taking shots as well.
Shout out to the Philippines watching.
Marshall Green celebrating that Knicks pick. All right, here we go. Cheers, boys.
There's little ships.
I'll chug
and
as
big
well.
Ships, but the best kind of ships are friendships. Darren, thank you for being our friend.
Cheers to that. I will drink on that.
Oh, it's getting weird.
Mitch, you got a double dip here, buddy. We also owe a roulette spin. I said a roulette spin.
I'm going to see how this goes. I appreciate the 2 giant super chats that we came in. It makes the job here a little bit easier, and it's the way that we grow here at Chat Sports. Harrison, Chase, you guys are continue to absolutely kill it. Chase,
You're
that
not
was
killing
an
it with your
A+
pronunciation
beer
there.
chug there on
got
your part.
slurring
All right, guys.
Mitch chugging beer
Type
over
chug down in the comments. Somebody take over because I don't know how long this is going to take me, so give me a sec.
All right, go for it.
Harrison, Chase, you
almighty.
guys are killing it.
I'm choking on laughter here. All right, Mitchell Renz, you also have to spin the roulette wheel. So let's get that going.
Spinning the roulette wheel. Oh,
my
man,
God.
that felt like 2
Hey,
beers.
it's only still round 1, Mitch. All right, Sixers on the clock.
Woo, that one hurt a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
All right, what do we have to do?
He sounds like
All right,
a
so
drunken fool.
Harrison, you got to take an embarrassing picture of yourself and post it on Twitter.
What's an embarrassing picture
So
of
just
myself
take a
right
picture
now?
of yourself and you just got to post it, just your face on
Just
Twitter,
my
no
face.
context.
Should I rub some pizza
You
sauce
whatever
on
you
my
want to do,
face?
man. You
No,
do you.
Don't do anything like that.
Okay.
Wow. Don't do anything
All
like
right,
that.
Mitch, we'll get that done.
Make a
Appreciate
funny
it.
face and take a selfie or something.
You are the man. Let's get
Yeah.
this question up on screen as the Sixers are on the clock. Which NBA team do you hate the most? I'm trying to come up with ideas here, Chase, so you're going to have to get some shout-outs going here.
Yeah,
you
we'll
can
do
also
some
talk
shout-outs.
about the Sixers on the clock.
Hey, shout out to the Philippines because they are in the chat heavy right now. I'm seeing so many Filipino flags, and they must be so happy that Jalen Green got selected at number 2 because he has some Filipino roots. So shout out to everybody watching from the Philippines. Which NBA team do you hate the most, though? I'm seeing Philadelphia from Zihang Chain. I'm seeing the Clippers from Levi Cox. Who hates the Clippers? I mean, they haven't done anything ever. The Nets from Dream. I hate the Lakers from Joseph. I'm seeing the Nets from Damie, I think it was. Rockets, Philly, Blazers, Lakers, Hawks, Knicks, Celtics, St. Louis Cardinals.
I've
Weird.
got the tweet out.
Boston, Nets, Lakers, Nets, Boston, Lakers, Nets, Clippers. What's up with the Clippers hate? Why do people hate the Clippers? They made it to the Western Conference Finals once in franchise history. Because of Kawhi? All right, whatever.
Well, Pat Beverly's a stiff as well. All right, the pick is in. Go retweet my tweet that I just put up at HGramNFL. The Philadelphia 76ers select Jaden Springer with the number 28 overall pick in round 1 of the NBA draft.
Look, I think it's inevitable and it's imminent that Ben Simmons is going to get traded, Harrison. So the Sixers have to figure out what their future backcourt looks like. I think Tyrese Maxey last year in the first round was an absolute steal for the Sixers. Jaden Springer has the potential to also be a steal for the Sixers with this selection. Still a teenager. He's very young. I like his offensive upside. What do the Sixers need at the guard spot in addition to Tyrese Maxey? Because Ben Simmons is allergic to shooting. They need guys who can create off the dribble, who can shake you down, get to the cup, but also just create offense and be able to basically hit shots at all 3 levels. Jaden Springer certainly has some of that potential to his game. He was overshadowed somewhat on a Tennessee team that had multiple NBA draft prospects. That's a big reason why Springer didn't pop as much as some people thought he would. But he's an energizer on both ends of the floor. He consistently makes winning plays. Basketball IQ is awesome. I don't hate his size for a guard at 6'4", 202 pounds. He's got some girth to him. I like his wingspan at, around 6'7". As far as his pro comps, because of his defensive tenacity, because he has that dog mentality, I see a little bit of Kyle Lowry. Some people have thrown Malcolm Brogdon out there as well. The fit to Philly makes sense, and the future backcourt of Tyrese Maxey and Jaden Springer, something to be excited about if you're in Philly.
What is your one-word reaction to Jaden Springer heading to Philadelphia here in the first round at number 28 overall? Get your words in on that. Plus, hey, we launched our 76ers channel just a couple of weeks ago. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs ASAP, so go subscribe. Chatsports.com/76ers TV. If you love the Philadelphia 76ers, we are the channel for you. Chatsports.com/76ers TV. The Brooklyn Nets are back on the clock at number 29 overall after drafting Cam Thomas.
Yeah. I like the pick of Cam Thomas, man. I think he's going to be able to contribute right away. And as we look at some of the best available prospects right now, according to my big board, we're looking at guys like Jared Butler out of Baylor. I'm actually kind of surprised that he's fallen to the back half of this first round. Could it be because of some of those health concerns, Harrison? Potentially. Sharif Cooper, really good point guard, passing-wise, has some shades of a guy like Trae Young. Ayo Dosunmu looks as though he's going to fall into the second round. Whichever team gets him in the second round, they're getting a steal. Day'Ron Sharpe, I think, could be the pick for the Brooklyn Nets here. A good rim-running big. He can play forward or center. He's not a good modern-day big man in the sense where, he's not going to knock down a bunch of shots from the outside, but as a rim-running big, Day'Ron Sharpe could be a stud.
Hey, and guess what? We got another $100 super chat, so
Did we
shots
really?
all around. Darren Bills, he's trying to be on his own List 4 logo. If you know, you know. Some people try to teach people on day one, and they don't know. Darren Bills, all these Piston haters in the chat could suck on my Detroit basketballs. I love it. That is absolutely electric. Hey, Darren, you keep sending $100 soupies. We'll keep putting them on screen. We'll keep taking shots as well.
Did Biden send out another stimmy? What's going on here?
Stimmy 4?
Stimmies for vaccines.
Stimmy number 4?
The COVID lottery is real.
$100 super chat from Darren Bills. Hey, Burning Spades ran out of his stimmy, but Darren's still rolling in hot. We're all going to take shots. That's what we've agreed to. So we'll add you. Do we put them on there twice in the $100 super chat club? Hey, times 2.
Nice.
I love it. There you
Darren
go.
Bills,
hey,
legend.
You could be next. Why would you not want to be Mike Dibble or Darren Bills? That's all I got to say. Hey, we're closing in on 1,000 in supers, which means I got to shave off half my beard. Shit's getting real during the NBA draft.
Shit's
boys
getting
and
weird.
girls.
It's
getting
sure.
weird. It's getting real. $111 away. That's just another Darren Bills super, if you ask me. Or a couple of Darren stimmies from me shaving off my half of my beard. All right, Nets back on the clock. Do you pick here? Do you trade out? Who's a guy? I mean, Jared Butler's a win-now guy, maybe?
Yeah, well, speaking of trading out, according to Keith Pompey of the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Sixers are now fielding calls.
For that pick?
So could they be looking to trade away that pick, potentially, for
trade
Jaden
Simmons
Springer?
and Springer together?
Possibly.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
I'm not sure. Honestly, for the Nets, take Day'Ron Sharpe.
Okay.
Take Day'Ron Sharpe and call it a day. I think that's the smartest
Sharpe.
pick for the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
Fortify the front court. Get a center prospect who you're going to have under team control under a cheap rookie contract for the next couple of years, and he's going to be able to contribute right away. I think that's the best play for the Brooklyn Nets here with this pick as we continue to round out this first round with 2 picks left.
Yeah, these are your best available right here. Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper, Ayo Dosunmu. By the way, we should mention this Nets pick was part of the Landry Shamet trade earlier in the night, so we will recap that
This
as
as well from Woj. It does not appear in canvassing the league there will be any Ben Simmons trade tonight or that the Sixers are close to one. We'll see how long this lingers.
People do not want Ben Simmons for the price that the Sixers want him at. We got another super chat, but we got to break down this pick first. The Brooklyn Nets selecting at number 29. The Brooklyn Nets select Day'Ron Sharpe, their second pick of the night, number 29 overall to Brooklyn.
This is what I told the Nets to do. Do the smart thing, fulfill a need, get a good young center who's going to be under team control on a cheap rookie contract for the next several years, and select Day'Ron Sharpe. I really like Day'Ron Sharpe. I think he's worthy of being a first-round selection. A lot of people had him mocked in the second round. I think he's a lot better than that. He's been vaulting up draft boards. He's only 19 years old. Really good rim-running big. He can block shots. Really good at crashing the boards. Gives the Nets such an energetic presence. Offensively, can't shoot, won't shoot. But he's good down low, really good athletically. He's going to be a very active big. He's an awesome passer for a big man, both out of the low post as well as the high post. I'm not going to go as far as to say that Day'Ron Sharpe passes the basketball like a Nikola Jokic, but for a big man, I think he has the potential to be a very good passing big man. Day'Ron Sharpe last year with UNC, 9.5 points, 7.5 rebounds. I honestly think that on the Nets roster, he could could put up numbers similar to this. Let's say 6.5 points per game, 5.5 rebounds. That's how high I am on Davion Sharp. 6'11", 265 pounds, a wingspan of 7 feet 1 inch. He's got great size and good athleticism to him. Davion Sharp makes so much sense to the Brooklyn Nets. I'm glad they did the smart thing. I hope they don't trade away this pick because I think he could fit right away on that Nets roster.
2 win-now players, Cam Thomas, Davion Sharp.
Which makes sense. They're in win-now mode.
27 and 29. That's exactly what Brooklyn is trying to do as they select 2 guys. Remember, this was part of the Landry Shamet trade that came down earlier before the draft. We'll flash that on screen real quick for you. Javon Carter and this pick to Brooklyn in return for Landry Shamet. And, hey, you get Cam Thomas and Davion Sharp. That's not bad, Chase. That is not bad whatsoever, especially
great
since
draft for
they weren't
Brooklyn.
playing Shamet that much for whatever reason. So grade the pick for us, Davion Sharp to the Brooklyn Nets. Type A, B, C, D, or F. Go ahead and get your votes in. So we got a lot of shit to catch up on, but first, do you want us to stay live for round 2? Because the Utah Jazz are on the clock at number 30, and some of the haters and losers are saying, just call it after round 1. The bosses want to go home. They want to hit happy hour, even though we're basically doing that right now. Type me if you want us to stay live for round 2. If not, we'll close down shop and we'll call it a day here. But if you want us to stay alive, type me in the comments. Let's hear it here. Come on. Spam me. We got Sean. We got I Am. We got Neo Watch. Robert. Ryan. Reese. We've got yes, round 2 from John. Jay Smooth. Isaac. Don't worry, Darren Bills. We got your cash money. No pun intended there. Josh Beal. Norlandis. Bulls Life for YouTube. Jesse Jorgensen. Jonathan. Jay. Onmevs. Jacob. ABM. MBA. We got Borv as well. Spam me if you want us to stay live in round 2. The Utah Jazz are trading this pick to the Memphis Grizzlies. So for the second year in a row, the Grizzlies will have the final selection in the first round. Last year they took Desmond Bane. We'll see what they do this year. But are we catching up on the madness here? We got enough me's to stay live for round 2. So hey, Darren Bills, he says shave it. First, we got to take a shot because we promised that. Let's get the Mitch cam up.
Cheers,
and then
Harry.
I got to hop off screen and get my razor after the Jazz pick. I can do that. But let's take a shot real quick here with the boys. Hey, fellas.
Players got a lot of skills, but we realize you got a lot of dollar bills. So shout out to Darren Bills down in the comments. MVP for Darren. We got $300, $400 in super chats here at Chat Sports. I'm going to take some beer bongs here to the head.
Oh my god!
Give me a second going on at Chat Sports here. Can you get that? Can you get your finger in there?
MVP. Mike Dibble with
you can post it on IG.
Oh my gosh!
All right, we got some beers.
Mitch, listen up. We just got another $100
You know what, Darren?
super
I'm going to
chat.
throw a little bit of fireball in here just for you.
Mike Dibble with the Hyundai. If I'm paying this much, do not stop. Also, no problem with the Pistons, but the Hornets are the best. Hashtag me. Mike,
Darren.
you keep sending us
Mike
Hyundai
Dibble.
pieces. We'll stay live all night. That much I can promise you here. I already took my shot. You guys take them. We're having fun.
Jesus.
In between round 1 and
Darren,
round 2,
MVPs,
I
y'all.
will grab my razor
go.
and it'll be Shave City. They're just now seeing the $100 super chat.
What is going on?
Let's go! Let's go!
What is going on?
The Memphis Grizzlies are on the clock. I promise you, we're still breaking down the
We have
NBA
10,000
draft.
likes now, too.
Type MVP in the chat for Mike and Darren Bills in the chat. Rig the jigs with the $2 super chat as well. That's the one that just came in. Darren Bills, you're the man. You guys are going back and forth. This is a haymaker fight here on Chat Sports. Got to break down this pick, and then we're going to Shave City, baby. The Memphis Grizzlies trade into the first round of the NBA draft with the Utah Jazz to draft Santi Aldama at number 30 overall, the power forward out of Loyola. Chase, Memphis trading into this pick to select at number 30.
Yeah, Grizzlies going with Santi Aldama, big man out of Loyola, Maryland. And honestly, if he didn't go to Loyola, Maryland, I think he might have been hyped up more so as a draft prospect. Last year, his numbers were truly very, very good, and I think that's a big reason why he's the final selection of this first round. More than 21 points per game. He can shoot the three, 87 attempts last year, 36.8% from three-point range last year, more than 10 rebounds, 2.3 assists, so he's not a bad passing big man either. Good shooting potential with some smooth mechanics, so I think that's going to be able to translate for him. I like his size, 6'11", 215 pounds, only a sophomore, only 21 years old. So what the Grizzlies have done, they gave up Jonas Valanciunas, one international big man, and they go with Santi Aldama out of Loyola, Maryland. I don't know why he went to Loyola, Maryland. Like, I think if he went to a more prestigious university, you would have seen him become a higher pick. But for him to sneak into the first round, I mean, good for him. I had him as my number 35 overall prospect.
Good range.
Some people had him in the 50s. I had him higher. That means I'm right because he goes here at number 30. What does he need to work on? Lacks some explosiveness as a finisher around the rim. He's not going to dunk over a bunch of defenders because he doesn't have a bunch of explosiveness. Lacks some mobility on defense, which is going to limit his upside as a defender because he's not going to be able to get to guys on the perimeter as well as switches. So there you go.
So Santi Aldama wraps up round 1 of the NBA draft. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F, as Memphis trades up to select Aldama. Holy shit, fuck. We got another $100 super chat. Reven, drink up, boys. Great show, Harrison. Leave the Fu Manchu when you shave.
Fu Manchu.
I don't know that reference, so I don't know what's going on. Hey, show the $100 club now. We're like 4 dudes now. I got to hop off because I'm going to go shave at the Mitch cam. Half the beard coming off. Hey, you know, all good things must come to an end. The beauty of the beard, it always comes back. This is the updated Super Chat Club. Chase, you take it over. I'm going to Mitch Cam, so I'm hopping off here in just a second. But hey, this is why Chat Sports is the best, right, Chase?
This is why Chat Sports is the best. I'll tell you this, man. I took this
out,
job.
By the way.
I started here at Chat Sports March 1. I did not envision that I'd be live for the NBA draft and we'd have as many viewers as we've had. And then we got $1,200 in super chats, and then my co-host was going to leave me solo here on the NBA draft to shave half of his beard because all of you crazy fools out there are deciding to super chat us $100. I thought the stimmies were stale, right? But that's not the case anymore. All right, with that, we got to continue to celebrate. Let's go over to the Mitch cam. We've got some people standing by. Mitchell Lenz, Jeremy Chuggs,
dribble,
as well
this
as
one's
Marshall
for you, Mike
Green.
Dibble,
They want to
Brevin.
continue to drink.
Oh. This is what it's all about, boys. This is the dream. This is the dream right here. Oh
is
yeah,
just
very
insane.
nice. Very nice, Mitch. Oh yeah. Yeah, he wasn't a Mitch, he finished it.
Come on, one more toast.
Oh, we just saw a poster. Tom Downey with the throwdown dunk on Jeremy Chuggs. He put him on a poster. Screenshot it. That needs to be a screenshot. It needs to be inflated on a what are those player stickers that you can put on the
my
wall?
God.
A fat head. That needs to be a fat head here
I
at
just
Chat
got
Sports.
dunked on.
That is tremendous.
Ugh.
Yeah. All right. So let me know when we're good to go. We'll pivot off of Mitch Cam.
You guys
We'll
are
get
absolutely
to
killing
the
it
number
today.
31 overall pick, Sam.
Absolutely.
Let's get to the most recent pick in the 2021 NBA draft with the number 31 overall pick to the Indiana Pacers. Indiana going with Isaiah Todd, power forward with the G League Ignite. He was overshadowed some by guys like Jalen Green, who went number 2, Jonathan Kuminga, who went number 7 to Golden State. This is a very intriguing big man who can stretch the floor. I'm looking at Kevin O'Connor's draft guide, and he said flashes of Chris Bosh, Michael Beasley, Marvin Bagley for Isaiah Todd. His numbers last year, they were pretty good. They weren't crazy insane. 12.3 points per game, a little less than 5 rebounds. He's a strong at-rim finisher. He's got some touch around the rim. Really good dunker because he is pretty athletic. And good size, 6'8", 219 pounds. He's only 19 years old. So what you're seeing is that the Indiana Pacers continue to compile some really intriguing and young talent. They go with Isaiah Todd out of the G League Ignite. So what's interesting here is now you've got 3 players from the G League Ignite who have all been drafted within the top 31 picks. You had Jalen Green going number 2. You had Kuminga going at number 7. Isaiah Todd at number 31. Davion Mitchell is a guard who played with the G League Ignite last year. He's probably most likely going to go at some point in this second round. So it looks as though the G League Ignite, in terms of churning out developmental NBA prospects, G League Ignite is doing a really good job. I'm cracking up because we just got another $100 super chat. I think Mike Dibble has super chatted like $400 tonight. Mike Dibble, what are you doing with all this bread? What are you doing? He's super chatted us $300. He is already on the Super Chat Sports Hall of Fame. This $100 super chat, the latest, was going to do this anyway just to even it up, but I want to see another dunk with Tom. Love you guys. You deserve every dollar. Tom Downey's dunk was awesome. I proposed that should be a fathead, and we should expand it on the walls here at Chat Sports of Tom Downey throwing it on top of Jeremy Chuggs. Also, Sam Brown is going to come take 2 shots of Fireball because we're reaching all of our goals here during this NBA draft coverage. It's just insane. The $100 super chat menu, I already shotgunned a beer. Harrison is about to shave half of his beard. People were in the chat earlier saying that he looked like Santa Claus. That's how legit his beard is. So soon, Harrison Graham, my co-host, who was co-hosting with me throughout the entire first round, is going to go live on the Mitch Cam, and he's going to shave half of his beard. And now, producer Sam is going to come on the screen, and because we're getting all these super chats, we have more than 10,000 likes, more than 7,000 people watching, producer Sam is going to take back-to-back shots, right, Sam? Back-to-back shots for producer Sam. This is a guy who makes it all work behind the scenes, hitting the 1s and 2s, making it all happen. Welcome, producer Sam Brown, who's going to rip back-to-back shots of Fireball. Thanks to all of you for super chatting us all of your money that you're super chatting us tonight.
My favorite Fireball. Great. Cheers.
I
There's
can
Fireball
sense the
in there.
sarcasm. Just
Yeah.
rip them back
Oh,
to
wait.
back.
I need to do that a little bit. There you go.
Sammy spills. Sammy shots. Boom. Producer Sam Brown,
Tasted
ripping back-to-back
fantastic.
shots with ease. No big deal. My man is not scared. He is not fearing anything. As for the picks that are coming up here in the second round of the NBA draft, as producer Sam Brown is getting litty here, number 32, New York Knicks are on the clock. 33, Magic. I like what they've done so far. Thunder at 34, Pelicans at 35, Thunder at 36. I'm going to pivot over to the chat. See what some people are saying. Sharif Cooper, still on the board. That coming from Amarian Odom. Laugh my ass off. He's suffering. Coming from Dudney Hatan. Also, because we got to $1,000 in Super Chats, we talked about this as somewhat of a joke. Harrison said, yo, if we get to $1,000 in Super Chats, I'm going to shave half of my beard. Well, Harrison is ready right now to shave half of his beard. People were in the chat saying that he looked like Santa Claus earlier. That's how fierce that beard is. And Harrison, he is on the Mitch Cam right now, about to shave half of his beard.
I don't hear him, but
because we
hey,
exceeded
I'm ready to
$1,000
go.
in Super Chats. Go ahead out there.
We good? All right, here we go. I'm taking the headset off.
Cool. Gotcha. So Oklahoma City has traded into this next pick at number 32 with the New York Knicks. And so many Knicks fans were excited about all of the selections for the Knicks. They've traded out of a couple of their first-round picks. Now they're trading out of number 32 overall as Harrison Graham, you're looking live at him on the Mitch Cam, shaving half of his beard because we got past $1,000 in Super Chats. I actually have to document this so that I can remember it. in the years to come. This is absolutely insane. Chat Sports, we're getting litty. We're going wild. What the hell are we doing? I have absolutely no idea, but we're having fun, that's for sure. Appreciate all of you for joining us. Harrison Graham on the Mitch cam, shaving half the beard. It actually looks pretty good. I thought he was going to go like naked bald shave, but he's got the beard trimmer. So he's just kind of doing some maintenance, shaving half the beard. If you're just joining us right now, more than 7,000 people watching live, and you're like, what the hell is this guy doing on the Liddy cam, shaving half of his beard? My co-host, Harrison Graham, who will join me shortly, said at the onset of the NBA draft that he was going to shave half of his beard if we got more than $1,000 in Super Chats. We have far surpassed that, $1,300 in Super Chats. That's why Harrison Graham is shaving his beard right now. As for this next pick at number 32, we will get to that in just a bit because the Knicks have traded that selection to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and with that pick, OKC is going to take Jeremiah Robinson Earl out of Villanova. Look, he's only 20 years old. He's a sophomore, good size at 6'9", 242 pounds. He got a lot of first-round buzz, but now he has slipped into the early part of the second round. I like this pick for OKC. I like Jeremiah Robinson Earl as a player. I was kind of hoping that he would go to my Sixers at number 28. Instead, he goes to OKC at number 32. I like the upside here. Jeremiah Robinson Earl is a forward who can guard a couple different positions. He's got really good size, really good strength. Last year with the Cats, 15.7 points per game, 8.5 rebounds. So he's going to be a very productive two-way player who can score it for you, but also rebound the basketball as well. So Jeremiah Robinson Earl going to OKC with pick number 32. That pick was originally slated to go to the New York Knicks. Knicks trade out of that spot to OKC, and the Thunder and Sam Presti, with the bevy of first-round picks that they have, going with Jeremiah Robinson Earl at pick number 32. So Harrison Graham, my co-host, who will join me at some point, is trying to get to 3,000 followers on Twitter. We have 7,000 people watching live right now.
Can we zoom in?
Let's get them
Follow me on
to
Twitter.
3,000 followers.
Am I
Give
supposed
him
to be
a
able to
follow
hear him,
at
Mitch?
HGramNFL. Follow him right now. Get him to 3K before the end of the night.
Follow me on Twitter
Look,
at
this guy
HGramNFL.
is a man of the people.
Fix the camera, Jeremy.
Oh, is he on? I thought he was on. He's not. Okay, he's okay. He was talking there for a little bit. So, yeah, what Harrison Graham said at the start of the NBA draft, he said, hey, if we get to $1,000 in Super Chats, I'm going to shave half my beard. Well, now you're looking at a close-up of the glorious, beautiful, gorgeous mug of Harrison Graham, and he did it for the people. He lived up to what he had said. He said, you guys help us out with the Super Chats, I am going to shave half my beard. The funny thing is that Harrison has to come back onto the set here, and he's going to have to host the NBA draft with a half-shaven beard. It's getting weird here at Chat Sports. All right, pick number 33. We have another trade here, as often these picks in the second round are always traded from one team to another. The Magic have traded the pick to the Los Angeles Clippers, and with the number 33 pick, the Clippers have selected Jason Preston, point guard out of Ohio. Came onto the scene during the NCAA tournament as he helped lead Ohio to the big dance. Really great story. Had a tough upbringing as a high school player. Nobody expected him to do anything at the college level. If you would have told people around Jason Preston that he'd be drafted just outside of the first round here in 2021, people would have said, you're absolutely nuts. But what an awesome story for Jason Preston to go 33 to the Clippers in this trade as they make this pick at number 33. Jason Preston is an intriguing prospect, man. One of the better passers in this draft class coming off the pick and roll. His scoring numbers last year were pretty good. He's not going to be the most explosive player. That's why he's going in the second round. But he's a steady moving athlete who can shoot from the outside. He can create a little bit. Really like his ability to score it off the pick and roll. And this is a guy who put up a bunch of numbers. I mean, more than 15 points per game last year with Ohio, a little more than 7 assists, a little more than 7 rebounds. He's going to be an all-around player, potentially at the NBA level if he continues to develop. So I've seen a bunch of people shouting out their hometowns in the chat all throughout our broadcast tonight, live here, NBA Draft on Chat Sports. This is your opportunity, if you're just joining us, to shout out your city. We're coming live to you from Dallas, Texas, the great city of Dallas, Texas. Let us know your city. Shout out your city in the comment section right now. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm seeing Baltimore. I'm seeing Edison. I'm seeing New York, Marysville, Ontario, Syracuse, Portugal, New York City, what up? Atlanta, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I went to Millersville for a couple semesters. New York City. Speaking of New York City, a Thomas Satoransky type of player going to the Knicks. They finally get their point guard at number 34. Rokas Jokubaitis out of Zalgiris, a international prospect who I think is one of the better international players in this draft class. Certainly, probably the best international point guard in this draft class. Please, I'll take a beer. Yes. So the Knicks finally get their point guard. I mean, a lot of people thought it was going to come at number 19, maybe number 21. They traded out of both of those picks. They traded out of their earlier second-round selection, and instead at number 34, they're able to get their point guard in Rokas Jokubaitis, a guy who I kind of compare to Thomas Satoransky a little bit. Good disher, decent size, very smart player, can score it just a bit, like his passing ability. Is he going to be the future point guard for the Knicks this year? Maybe. We will see. Let's continue to give some shout-outs here. Thank you for the beer. Harrison Graham coming back onto the set with half of his beard shaven. Philippines, New York. Somebody saying, Chase, I would beat you one-on-one. Come to Dallas, Texas right now and let's play. Wisconsin, Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, Pittsburgh in the house. Let's see. Galveston, Texas, not far from us. North Korea, shout out to North Korea. West Palm Beach, Florida. I was just down in Florida with some family and my girl a couple days ago. Philippines, Lisbon, Salt Lake City, Wisconsin, Rochester, New York, Virginia, Philippines. Shout out to the Philippines. France, Chicago, Syracuse, Philly. All right, Philly. I see y'all. Dubai. Okay, we got people tuned in from all across the globe. And with that, soon, in the moments to come, we're about to welcome in Harrison Graham, who I'm looking at him right now. He's got half his beard shaven. This guy is an animal, absolute animal, just a complete dog. Look at this guy right now as we welcome him back onto the set. He's a man of the people. He lived up to his word. He said, if we get $1,000 in Super Chats, I will shave half my beard. He just did that live right here on Chat Sports. And if we get to $2,000 in Super Chats, we're $700 away. He's going to shave his entire beard.
Let me tell you what, Chase. I'm not a fraud. I'm not a stiff. I'm not fake news. I'm a man of the people. I'm always smiling, highly blessed in favor, whatever the phrase is. That's what I am all about. Hey, we don't fake it here. Look at this bad boy. Half beard. I'm ready to rock. I might keep it. This might be the new look for me here at Chat Sports. Hey, we're having fun. If you can't have fun, if you can't smile in life, it's just not worth it. Herbert Jones, the selection here to the Pelicans at number 35. We'll still have some analysis, Chase, throughout round two. Obviously, we'll keep it loose as well. We'll have fun with the guys up here. But, hey, it's been a fun night.
It's been a wild night. I mean, more than $1,000 in Super Chats, 10,000 likes. Still have, a little less than 7,000 people watching live here during the second round. I know you're a big Herb Jones guy. You thought he might even he might be a better prospect than Josh Primo, who went number 12 to the San Antonio Spurs.
Maybe the upside isn't as there, but he was the heart and soul of the Crimson Tide team last year. That was a team with Final Four aspirations. They lost in the Sweet 16, and quite frankly, Chase, him being banged up late in the year, I think, really hindered them from going on a deeper run. Came back for the tournament, but was not quite the same guy. I like him quite a bit. I think in round two, this is good value, a guy that I think can work his way into being in an NBA rotation.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe like a leaner Draymond Green or some of the pro comps that are out there, shades of Andre Roberson. I think that Roberson maybe gave you a little bit more in terms of being a three-point shooter, but Herb Jones, certainly an energizing presence, can defend across multiple positions, somewhat of a limited offensive threat. I think that's why some of the Roberson comps are out there.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hey, Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper, a couple of guys you're high on, still on the board.
I'm still high on a lot of these guys, and I think Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper, Ayo Dosunmu, as well as Miles McBride, they were worthy of being first-round selections. I'm actually surprised that 4 of those guys are still available. As for these next 4 guys that we're about to show you. Not surprised. I think they're second-round type players. Austin Reeves, producer Sam Brown's favorite player over the course of college basketball history. Joe Wieskamp out of Iowa.
That's not true. That's not true. Let the record show that's not true.
I mean,
Trae
he's way
Young.
better than Trae Young.
Yeah.
But I do like Austin. No, Buddy Hield. But Austin Reeves
Buddy
is a
Hield,
baller.
okay. Kessler Edwards, good little wing out of Pepperdine, still available on the board. David Johnson out of Louisville, still available right now. And then you're starting to get to some guys who might get drafted, might not get drafted. B.J. Boston out of Kentucky. J.T. Thor out of Auburn. Greg Brown, he saw his teammate Kai Jones get drafted, power forward out of Texas. Jericho Sims, this is a guy who will dunk on your dome, has no fear at all. I kind of like him as a prospect, really good defensive player, but really doesn't do anything else other than just dunk the basketball and play energetic defense.
Another pick coming in here. The Knicks select Miles McBride out of West Virginia. I like this kid quite a bit. Played for Huggins at West Virginia, one of the better coaches in college basketball. You get him early in round 2. I think he's a guy who can score, play a little defense, Chase. I like this selection.
Yeah, so like if we talk about Davion Mitchell as being a dog who will pick you up the full length of the court, Miles McBride is of that same ilk. Really good two-way guard who just has no fear on the defensive end. Offensively, he's going to have to become a more consistent outside shooter. I don't hate his creativity offensively, but you get Rokas Jokubaitis as well as Miles McBride, and now you get 2 young guards, I think, at good value in both of these spots if you're the New York Knicks.
Yeah, look, we thought it was kind of strange when they traded down from both of their picks, but I like McBride. I like the pick from earlier. Who did they take at 25? Remind me real quick. At 25, Quentin Grimes. I love that
Another
pick
good
as well.
scoring guard.
So you get 3 players here, and I think 1 or 2 of them can contribute next year. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, no, I think you're right on that. Tom Thibodeau, he kind of values these guys who are tough, who are rugged. Of course, it fits his mentality with who he looks for as players, but also that New York mentality as well. As we're taking a look at these last 4 picks, Jason Preston out of Ohio going to the Clippers at number 33. That was a trade. Rokas Jokubaitis going to the Knicks at 34. Herb Jones, small forward, going to the Pelicans at 35. And Miles McBride to the Knicks at number 36.
Are you subscribed to us here at Chat Sports? Hornets on the clock. We'll see what they end up doing here in round 2. Type Y for yes, as producer Sam is going to get this pushed along in a second. Type L for I'm lame. Hey, how many NBA draft coverages are breaking down every single pick like my man Chase Sr. is, and where the anchor is shaving off half his beard midstream?
None.
The answer is 0 outside of us. So if you like what you see, type Y for yes that you've subscribed. Also hit that subscribe button. We're trying to get to 260,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Chase and I appreciate everybody who's tuned in tonight. Let's see here. Neo says yes. Let's see. We got Andre. We got Sharif. Jericho Sims would be sweet for Detroit. That'd be interesting. Speaking of Sharif, can't say Reef. Can't say it. Until he gets drafted. No more.
I've seen a lot
Can't
of Reef
say
in
it.
the comment section. Yeah, a
No
lot of
Reefs.
people have been saying that.
No Reefs. It's not Christmas season.
Must be a
no
challenge
Reefs.
to some people out there.
Can't say Reef. Why can't they? Producers say so. I don't know. What do you want me to say? It's been a wild night here at Chat Sports.
Just call producer Sam Brown an asshole.
We're Kenyon Drake in
Just
this
blame
thing.
him.
The real ones know. Charlotte on the clock at number 37 overall. Hey, can we show that $100 Super Chat club or whatever again? I mean, come on. This has been a haymaker battle between Mike Dibble and Darren Bills, each having 3 of them here. Revan's gotten in the mix as well. You could be next. Hey, we get to 2,000, I'll shave the rest of this bad boy. So who knows? Could be a fun 23 or 24 picks as well. Charlotte's on the clock at 37, by the way. This is the $100 Super Chat menu. Producer Sam, I don't know if you've taken those 2 shots. Oh, he did. Okay. We get one more $100 Super Chat. I guess I got a double dip on the 40 hands. So there you go. JT Thor next in here. He goes to Charlotte at number 37, Chase. How do you feel about this pick?
Yeah, I actually like kind of what Charlotte has done tonight, surrounding LaMelo Ball with a bunch of playmakers, and JT Thor could be that guy coming out of Auburn. He leans toward the older side at 23 years old. He was a freshman last year, hometown of Anchorage, Alaska, so shout out to Alaska. They got a gold medal in swimming the other day, and now they have an NBA draft prospect going to the Hornets as well. Somewhat of an explosive leaper. He can attack in a straight line off the bounce, in transition, runs the floor hard, so he can be an active player as well. Good size at 6'10", somewhat on the leaner side at 205 pounds. That wingspan is absolutely stupid. Athletic off-ball defender, can jump passing lanes for deflections, recovers quickly enough to kind of alter and block some threes as well as shots down low. Some of the minuses, though, inconsistent three-point shooter. Yeah. Went on some hot streaks, but definitely an inconsistent guy. Look, you get him at 37, and if he's able to knock down threes more consistently, he could play for a long time.
I like this pick here for Thor to Charlotte. You know what I like? The Philippines. They always show out on our NBA draft coverage. Oh, my goodness, we just got another one. Oh, my goodness. Datu Bas, 1,000 Filipino pesos, $20. That's quite a bit. Appreciate you. Then he sent another $10, another 500 Filipino pesos. Hey, you guys are bringing it tonight. Pair character dancing under rain of confetti and dancing hat off today. You are amazing. Those emojis will get you. Hey, we appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody watching globally for us here on Chat Sports. Chicago on the clock for the first time tonight, Chase. Their first-round pick got relayed to Orlando at number 8 as a part of the Nikola Vucevic trade. Now they're picking at 38 here. Patrick Williams was a great pick last year.
Really was.
Let's see if they can find a good player here in the second round.
Yeah, there are some really good players on the board. They need a point guard. So could they draft Sharif Cooper? Could they draft Ayo Dosunmu? I would really like Dosunmu here. Can't say Reef. I only said Sharif. Does that count?
Sharif.
Oh. I can't even say his full name?
Can only take Coop.
I mean, just a bad job.
Good point guards on the board, though, Chase. You got Dosunmu, you got the guy you can't say, and you got Jared Butler as well. So let's see who ends up being the selection here at number 38. Ayo Dosunmu is the selection at 38. Producer Sam is just he's in peak form right now. 38 overall out of Illinois. Chase, you're high on Dosunmu.
I really like Dosunmu. This is also a really good story. He played his high school basketball, which is where I covered him, at Morgan Park, which is in Chicago. He goes to Illinois. He's able to bring Illinois basketball back. And now, with the 38th overall pick in the second round, he goes to his hometown squad, to the Chicago Bulls, and he's going to be able to kind of compete for some starting reps, I think. I think Ayo Dosunmu is going to have an opportunity to compete for starting reps at the point guard spot because, look, you have Kobe White, you have Thomas Satoransky, but from an upside standpoint, Ayo Dosunmu can be better than both of those guys.
Wow.
I'm higher on him than a lot of people are. I like Ayo. I think he's really good. He was forced and thrust into situations where he had to be the clutch bucket getter down the stretch in some really big games for the Fighting Illini. I mean, he was the leader who helped bring Illinois back and led them to a Big Ten championship last year. He's going to have to get better as a catch-and-shoot three-point option. I like him as like a Drew Holiday type of player.
Okay.
He's not the most explosive guy, but he's a smooth mover, really long, and his wingspan is just filthy.
Can't say it. As he's still on the board. Can't say it. You just can't say it.
Guess who's still on the board? That guy.
That guy. You never want to be that guy. You never want to be Taco. You never want to be LiAngelo or whoever it was. Jello. You never want to be DK Metcalf. You don't want to be that guy, and SC is that guy. So he's still on the board. Can't say it. Oh, man. Good times. Good times here at Chat Sports. Too many people in the chat spamming it. You can't say it. Unbelievable. Can't say it, Robert. Can't say it, DeGoat, Uncle Drew. I am the draft from Scoob. Let's see. Kansas City, Missouri. The Sacramento Kings are on the clock. We'll see who they select here. Pick is in. They are going to say Neemias Queta out of Utah State, one of the tougher names in the draft, but I absolutely nailed that.
You really did. That was a good job by you. Neemias Queta. Did it help that you did the pronunciation guide?
Yes,
Yeah,
100%.
no doubt
If you
about
missed that, if you want some late night laughter once the draft is over, go check out our NBA draft guide. Mitchell Renz got at least 20% of the names right this year. So let's talk about him, though. Hey, 15-10 guy last year at Utah State. This is probably around the range where he could have been expected to go. A little high for your liking on your big board, but he lands in Sacramento.
Yeah, Keita is a load, man. 6'11", 250 pounds. So he's going to take up a lot of space down low on the low block, I should say. Throwback center with a really large frame. And the numbers last year with Utah State.
Darren Bills is back, by the way.
Who?
Darren Bills is back with another $100 super chat.
Oh, my gosh.
We'll get to that in a minute. Continue your analysis there. I'm
sorry,
sorry,
should we just give up
Chase.
at this point?
No.
Keita, look, he's very active in transition, somewhat of a good athlete for being 250 pounds, 22 years old, kind of a guy who can finish with both hands around the rim. So Keita to the Kings, they certainly needed a big man, and they get it here in the second round.
Can he shoot at all?
No.
So he's like Al Jefferson?
He took 2 3-point attempts last year.
Yeah,
that was it.
That's why he's going in round 2 here.
Yeah.
Hey, Darren, look, you keep sending the stimmy. We're not going to complain. I didn't agree to that, though. This is a beard challenge. I appreciate the 100 straight cash, homie. We appreciate it. But I will shave the rest of the beard if we get to 2K. But I'm not shaving the head. That's I'll blame the producers, It is what it is. So appreciate it, Darren. But, hey, you're in first place now, $100 club. We just got a $2 super chat from Mahir El-Barati. How did Golden State do? We can recap the Warriors picks coming up as Darren Bills is now in first place with $400 plus dollars. $400 stimmies coming to us from Chat Sports. Appreciate it. We'll talk about Golden State's picks so far, Chase. So no trade. We thought they were definitely trade contenders. They drafted Jonathan Kuminga at number 7, Moses Moody at number 14.
Yeah, not only did they not trade their picks for a ready-to-play superstar player, which I think is what they could have netted back with trading away 7 and 14 with James Wiseman and maybe Andrew Wiggins, but I thought they were going to go with ready-to-play players. Moses Moody can be that even though he's a teenager. At number 14, I love the value there as a 3-and-D prospect. Jonathan Kuminga at number 17 was very surprising to me. Now, at number 7, excuse me. Now, leading into the draft, there were some late rumblings that Kuminga could have been the guy for the Warriors at number 7. They were in on him. They really liked him. But he's just so raw. And I think he's going to be like the 10th or 11th guy off the bench, so somewhat surprised by that.
I love this pick for the Utah Jazz. Jared Butler, your best player remaining on the board. You had a top 20 grade. I alluded to it earlier, Chase. Do the health concerns that he got cleared from play a role here? You got to think they probably did.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. He was cleared only a couple weeks ago to move forward with his NBA career. Not sure exactly what that issue was. It was deemed a personal health issue. But Jared Butler was the most outstanding player in the NCAA tournament last year for a Baylor team that won the national championship. And some might say that he was the better, more consistent, all-around player than a guy like Davion Mitchell. I disagree with that. I think that's why Mitchell went in that first round. But Jared Butler at number 40, yeah, that's legit.
Oh my
Jared
God,
Butler was throwing haymakers in the NCAA tournament. Mike Dibble and Darren Bills keep throwing haymakers, Chase. Another $100 super chat. We are tied at 4 apiece. We are Kenyon Drake in this NBA draft. Jeremy Chuggs is
looks
ready
defeated.
to chug. Jeremy,
He looks
take it
defeated.
away. Let's see it.
Darren, Mike, y'all are some real ones. I'm sleeping at the office, so you got to tell my girl.
Oh, my gosh. That's the Liddy cam.
I was gonna
Can we get
say.
some fire emojis in there?
too?
Come on. The Liddy cam.
Judging by the
Or is it the
slurs
kitty
there,
cam?
Judging by the slurs from
Me and Mitch are
Jeremy,
snuggling
not a good
tonight.
idea for him to be driving home.
Jeremy
tonight.
slurs. Yeah, you're not driving home tonight. We'll Uber you, buddy.
Shoot.
You are chopped.
I walk to work every day. Does that mean Jeremy Chugg's going
I
to
love
sleep at
the
my
NBA
apartment
draft.
tonight?
I love the NBA draft. Mitchell Renz with a beer bong. All cheers to you boys. Cheers to the Chat Sports staff. Cheers to Darren. Cheers to Mike Dibble. Darren, you gonna Jeremy, are you going to get bodied again? My goodness. Spurs on the clock at number 41 overall. Where does San Antonio go here, Chase?
Look, early on I said they need the next cornerstone. They need a big man. They need some shooting. They're able to cross off the shooting box with Josh Primo. Now, it was a huge surprise to see him go at number 12. I was totally floored and shocked by that as Jeremy Chuggs gets dunked on again.
Just got Eiffel Towered right
could
there.
Could the Spurs go big man here? I think that could be in play. Could they get a shooter
for the homies.
like an Austin Reeves? Maybe that could happen. But I don't know. They just surprised me and kind of threw me for a loop for Josh Primo.
You don't know what these teams are thinking.
Yeah.
Chase kicking it back to you.
You don't know what's going to happen. Chuggs, we appreciate it. Let's get that man some aspirin. All right, let's go to the next pick here. Joe Wieskamp, the selection, Iowa, 21 years old.
Yeah, this guy can stretch the floor and has really good size in doing so. He's going to be able to defend you at a decent rate. I'm not going to say he's an all-world defender, but as a guy who can stretch the floor and hit some threes, I like him. He's also really long, 6'7", wingspan of 6'11", so he's going to be able to kind of shoot over a lot of defenders at the NBA level. Not the most explosive athlete. He's not going to blow by you, but he can at least handle the ball at least a little bit. His numbers last year at Iowa, pretty solid, a little less than 15 points per game. The 3-point percentage is something that you kind of like in terms of consistency for Wieskamp. Played on a good Iowa team last year.
Iowa's been solid for a couple years.
Yeah, Iowa's been solid for a couple years, and he goes ahead of a guy like Luke Garza. But he's one of the drafts, Luka Garza, I know his name. I'm just
Luke for short.
Yeah. At this point, it's like a couple beers deep. What the hell are we doing? He shot 46% from three last year. So Wieskamp, a very elite and efficient three-point shooter.
Hey, we're going back and forth on the $100 Super Chat Club here. Mike Dibble responding to Darren Bill's $400 stimmies each. We appreciate it. Revan's in the club as well. You could be next.
Look,
we got 6,500 people watching.
I appreciate the support, but are Mike Dibble and Darren going to wake up tomorrow and say, what the hell did I do last night?
They're going to check that bank account and be like, wow, the stimmies.
Jeremy Chuggs might wake up tomorrow saying, what the hell did I do last night? He's also looking for pizza, so you know the munchies are on and popping right now.
Chuggs is roaming around like he's
a lost dog like Sadie.
Oh, you can't body Sadie like that. That's too harsh.
The Sadie hat made an appearance.
we got the Pistons on the clock here at 42 overall. We're blazing through round two. Blazers did trade this pick. Oh, they traded into this pick for New Orleans. So Blazers move up to 43. We'll see what happens here. Detroit on the clock here at 42. Brooklyn at 44. And then Boston's first pick coming up, Chase. They pick at 45.
Yeah. A couple selections that I kind of want to pinpoint here. I mean, the Celtics haven't made a pick in this draft.
Nope.
They're coming up at number 45. They have a couple of needs. Do they go point guard? Do they go big? We'll see what they do there. Do they go for a scoring option? They traded away their first-round pick in that deal that sent away Kemba Walker and brought in Al Horford. So, yeah, Celtics at 45, Blazers at 43. I mean, they've been somewhat silent throughout the draft as well. Pistons at 42. They got Cade Cunningham, so immediately they're going to be winners. Number 41.
They had Isaiah Livers here, too.
Isaiah Livers?
Chase.
Okay,
yep.
Nice. Isaiah Livers. I like Isaiah Livers. CEO James, a Michigan guy, certainly likes the pick of Isaiah Livers as well. Some drafts, mock drafts, I should say, kind of had him going late second round, possibly going undrafted, maybe going in the 50s, maybe, even later than that, maybe being an undrafted guy. He goes 42
He's
to the
long,
Pistons. They actually really liked him.
230.
Yeah, really long prospect.
So 6'9" wingspan as well. Very nice wingspan right there. So Isaiah Livers sneaking into round two at 42 overall, kind of in the range of where you had him on your big board, which was 49.
Yeah, right around that area. I like him a little bit more than I guess some people do. For him to go at 42, I don't think it's a massive surprise there.
So Isaiah Livers at 42. Portland trading up into this selection. They will pick in just a few moments. But, hey, we're having fun. We keep it real. We are always smiling. That's why you should subscribe to us here at Chat Sports. We have the latest news, rumors. Chase and I got a regroup for free agency coming up on Monday night. That's going to be a lot of fun. All of next week will be Free Agency Central, and we are going to be your home for NBA free agency coverage here at Chat Sports. If any trades happen, we'll break it down. Hit that big red button and subscribe. Hey, We're at 256, 279. Can we get to 257? Come on. Let's get more subscribers. Keep it rolling here. Hit that big red button and subscribe today. We got the next pick, Greg Brown out of Texas, Chase. This guy's kind of an enigma because he was a huge high school prospect, gets to Texas, and you mentioned that Kai Jones gets lost sometimes. This guy didn't have a clue last year. This is a projection pick by Portland. He's got all the ability in the world, but can he translate it into good play? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, he's super raw, and that's a big reason why some pro comps that have been thrown out there point to a Jeremy Grant, who coming out of Syracuse, like Greg Brown, was an extremely raw prospect. Now, Jeremy Grant has since developed into a very good wing player. Last year with the Pistons, he was awesome. Is Greg Brown going to be that? I'm not sure. He took 91 threes last year and knocked him down at a 33% clip, but the three-point line is obviously a little bit further back, so is that number going to go down?
Yep.
Yeah, he's so raw and sometimes very frustrating to watch because he does just get lost. You look at that Texas team last year, Shaka Smart recruited so many really elite athletes. Didn't translate to wins, though. I mean, they were good last year, went out early in the NCAA tournament, as the Shaka Smart teams normally did. But I think a big reason for their lack of tournament success, Shaka Smart tried to recruit all these athletes and just plug and play.
Player development was
and the player development wasn't good, but he's certainly an elite athlete.
Yeah, and this is an interesting pick. I think this is a guy you plant in the G League for a year. I mean, you let him play a bunch of minutes in the G League. Maybe he's on a two-way contract. You call him up late in the year, get him some action. But I would put this guy on the G League right away. Which team is the biggest draft winner so far? Let's hear it from you guys down in the comments section. Any teams come to mind just right off the bat? You like Orlando picking at 5 and 8?
I love what Orlando did, going with Jalen Suggs and Mo Wagner in the lottery. I thought both of those picks were tremendous. I like what the Pistons obviously did with Sharif Cooper. I think the Rockets. I mean, Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun. Oh, can't say it.
Cade Cunningham.
Rockets, another team that I really like.
I think the Rockets had a great draft,
yeah.
And they needed it too. It was a bummer for them when they didn't get the number one pick, but I think they've done a pretty good job tonight. Seen a couple of Orlando's, Rockets from Jaden, Warriors from AirPods, Tavita says Hornets, Pistons, and Rockets from YB. Wizards for sure. Let's see. Bucks from Connor. Did the Bucks end up making a pick? Have they even picked yet? No pick tonight, or at least in round one. Warriors, let's see. I can't sleep. Well, then, hey, hang with us because we're going to be live deep into the night here. The Brooklyn Nets are now on the clock, Chase, at 44. They're about to select. The pick is in, and then Boston will be on the clock coming up shortly. Kessler Edwards out of Pepperdine at 44 overall.
Yeah, Kessler Edwards is a pretty intriguing wing. He went to Pepperdine, so not a lot of people know who the hell Kessler Edwards is, but we'll break down a scouting profile for you. He's a good two-way player, a really smart and intelligent defender. I had him number 34 on my big board, so he goes 44 a little bit later than I had anticipated and expected. A good wing, good shooter. He's got a push shot, which is kind of weird, and I'd like to see him work on that over time. But his size at the wing spot, his ability to shoot, both defend, 6'8", really like the size there. His wingspan at 6'11", strong overall defender with good agility and good fundamentals. He's aware when playing off the ball, which I think has a lot of value in the NBA as these offenses become more complex and some of these offensive players just become just ludicrous offensive talents. As far as the minuses, not really a good ball handler, so he might have to be a catch-and-shoot guy. His dribble a little bit loose. That leads to some turnovers. Not the greatest playmaker off the bounce, but, man, I mean, an intriguing option as a wing who can defend and knock down some threes. He shot almost 38% from distance last year on a lot of variety. I mean, 119 three-point attempts a year ago.
Okay, so Kessler Edwards. I like what the Nets have done. I think they're a draft winner for a team.
For a team not having like premier picks.
Yeah. I mean, I think they've drafted above their weight just about every single pick here. They got Sharp earlier. They got Cam Thomas. They get who did they just draft? I'm drawing a blank for some reason. Kessler Edwards just now. I think that's three solid quality players for Brooklyn. And now we get to see what does Boston do. It's their first pick of the night as they're going to select here at 45.
Could it be the guy who we cannot mention?
Can't say his name.
Boston needs a point guard. Could they go with the mystery guy?
Can't say his name.
I think it could happen.
He could be the selection.
Celtics certainly need a point guard. Former 5-star recruit. He went to Auburn, McDonald's All-American. His numbers last year were great. Averaged more than 20 points per game, more than 8 assists. But I can't say his name.
No, you can't.
If you know, you know. I
you
see
know.
some people in the comment section who are
Cheating.
all in on that guy.
I would like the pick. I mean,
Yeah.
good value. Is he your top player on your board at this point?
He's got to be up there, right?
Definitely one of the top guys.
I had him in the
on Chase's
20s.
board. We'll take a look at some of the top players available according to Chase here as we're kind of getting down the final stretch here. 15, 16 picks to go. Can't say his name. Austin Reeves, kind of a combo guard type out of Oklahoma. David Johnson out of Louisville. B.J. Boston out of Kentucky. Could he be the selection here? We'll have to wait and see here.
Yeah, I mean, Jericho Sims could be a guy, too, because the status of Robert Williams within this franchise is in question moving forward, and he offers a similar athletic skill set as a dunker and a shot blocker that Robert Williams gives you. I think Williams is by far the better player. Justin Champagnie, also on the board as well. Moses Wright, McKinley Wright, Joel Ayayi. He was my 48th overall prospect, so I'm expecting him to go sometime soon. Johan Bogaren out of Paris, number 52 overall prospect. And with that, that's the pick at number 45.
Juan Bogaren is the selection here at 45 overall. 18 years old, Chase, so a project here for Boston.
A straight-up project. Very fast and explosive guard. He's going to be able to attack you downhill. So can he be your point guard? No, he's not that. He's more of a 2-guard. And a developmental prospect for the Celtics. Look, they've had a couple of first-round picks over the last couple of years. They've pinpointed some developmental guys who their development has been somewhat slow. Is he going to be a faster developer? Potentially. He took a lot of threes. Playing internationally, 140 3-point attempts last year. I like his quickness. I like his explosiveness. He's a really good athlete. And at his size, 6'5", 192, I'm certainly intrigued by that.
So Juan Bogaren, the selection for Boston. No first-round pick, so their first selection of the night. If you are a Celtics fan, help us reach 7,000 subscribers on our Boston Celtics YouTube channel. We're currently at 6,710. Big offseason, Chase. Coaching change as Brad Stevens elevates that GM role. Danny Ainge steps down there. And
traded away Kemba Walker.
Yeah, this is a big free agency coming up, too. I think they're going to be active throughout free agency. So you want to subscribe. Don't miss any of our coverage on Boston Celtics today. It's youtube.com/CelticsTV. Toronto's on the clock, so we can kind of recap what they've done. They selected Scottie Barnes, number 4 overall.
Yeah, I would have gone Jalen Suggs here because I thought he was a logical replacement for Kyle Lowry. I'm not surprised, though, that the Raptors go with the developmental guy in Scottie Barnes, who basically does everything well on the floor except for score the basketball and shoot it. He cannot shoot at all. But you look at the course of the Toronto Raptors, right? Look at the players that they've developed over the last few years. OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet. Now Scottie Barnes could factor into that equation. Norman Powell, another player that they developed. So I think Masai Ujiri, Nick Nurse, that coaching staff, they're going to be able to get their hands on Scottie Barnes. And if he were to go anywhere to develop, I think the Raptors, one of the best teams in the league, in addition to the Miami Heat, in terms of developing raw prospects and basically maximizing their skill set so that they can become and totally fulfill their potential.
Hey, Raptors on the clock, 2 straight picks, and they could use a point guard. Just want to mention it.
You know what's funny is, I like Suggs as the replacement for Kyle Lowry. If you get this guy who's on your screen right now, we can't say his name, at number 46 in the second round, look, he was a highly touted prospect coming out of high school, a McDonald's All-American. His numbers last year were excellent. His passing ability reminds me a lot of Trae Young. His 3-point shooting is just dog shit. But I'm just being honest and keeping it a buck. That's all I'm saying. If he develops
it's round
an
two.
outside shot, I mean, he could be a very good player, and to get him at 46 potentially in round 2 to take over for Kyle Lowry. If he leaves an NBA free agency, good value there. Smart things. That's what good teams do.
Why do you think he's fallen, the guy we can't say? You had him as a top 25 guy. Is it because of the lack of three-point shooting? Is it that simple?
I think so. You look at his numbers last year. He shot 22.8% from three-point range.
Is he just... Does he
Now,
have a bad stroke?
It's a bad stroke. It's somewhat hitchy, but a reason for optimism, he shot 82.5 from the free throw line.
Yeah.
So does that stroke then become better and translate to the
33,
level?
35% eventually?
That's what you're hoping
That's what
for.
you're hoping for.
That's what you're hoping
You can
for.
get mid-30s.
Certainly, like, he kind of has a little Ish Smith, Rajon Rondo in his game. Kevin O'Connor had thrown out Sebastian Telfair. I think Rondo is more the comp there just because of the lack of the outside shot and the inconsistency.
And Rondo's become a pretty good shooter late in his career. So.
Especially in clutch situations.
Well, I think you're seeing nowadays that teams are really emphasizing guys, improving that jump shot. It might take a few years, but if you like the rest of his game, I think in round 2, man, that's pretty strong value overall. So kind of hit a lull here with the Raptors sitting at 46 overall. They took Scottie Barnes in round 1. So what do you guys think? Who should the Raptors draft? Is it the guy that you can't say? Let us know if it is, because that could be a good selection here. Who should the Raptors draft right here? Would you take he who must not be named, Chase?
Yes, I would. I would do that.
We'll see what happens here.
Yeah.
Get your votes in. We'll get some shout-outs here. I'm seeing a lot of rifles in the chat. Kyrie Walker. Where is Cooper? Can't say his name. Let's see. Waiting for official word. The pick is in, so we're awaiting word from the NBA. About to be on screen right below you. Let's see. Wow. Let's see. I don't know if this guy was on your board. Yeah, he snuck on your board. Delano Banton out of Nebraska.
All right.
He's from Toronto. Going local here?
Yeah. My 70th overall player ends up going number 46 to the Toronto Raptors, and what do you know? It's another developmental guy. He played at Nebraska last year. He's a tall playmaker. Really needs to improve his jump shot as well as his defense. He is a fluid ball handler, though, at his size, 6'7", more than 200 pounds, so I do like the physical profile there. Because of that, handling ability kind of gives him the ability to run an offense. So I think he can kind of run some point guard in half-court sets, but also in transition he could be pretty dangerous as well.
David Johnson, as the Raptors go back-to-back here out of Louisville, a much higher guy on your board, Chase, number 37 overall prospect. He goes 47.
Yeah, this is more of a pick that I thought was actually going to happen. David Johnson went to Louisville last year, 20 years old, 6'3", 203 pounds. Very hard-nosed defensive guard, has some good playmaking skills. If he's able to develop his outside shot and become a more consistent jump shooter, he could blossom at the next level. Really good on-ball defense. I like his feel for the game. He's a pretty selfless player because of that. Displays the vision that kind of allows his teammates to flourish and get some open shots. As far as his negatives to his game, he's going to really have to get better with his offhand. He's really dominant with his dominant hand. If you force him to go the other way, he's not going to be as effective of a player. But again, like with the Raptors, they do such a good job of working on those deficiencies and developing those types of negative aspects of the game.
That's a franchise you gamble on guys with because they feel like they can get the best out of dudes. And they've done that more often than not in recent years. So David Johnson, Delano Banton, the last couple of picks, they both go to Toronto. Juan Begarin to the Celtics there. We'll kind of just scroll through some of these picks on screen for you guys. So Atlanta on the clock here at 48. How about Jericho Sims? A springy big? Come off the bench?
I like Austin Reeves. I'm not just saying
Team
that
up
because
Austin
producer
Reeves
Sam
with-
Brown, the Oklahoma Boomer Sooner, is in my ear, but
Reunite. They didn't cross paths. No, Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves' transfer season was the one season Trae Young was there. He didn't play for Oklahoma, but he was there.
This is a Jags situation. Oh, he's a Greg whatever guy.
I honestly threw this out there to Sam Brown the other day. I said Austin Reeves kind of reminds me of Bogdanovich a little bit.
I don't know if he's that.
That was my comp for him.
Okay.
Bogdanovich is a good player, man. He just secured the bag.
Reeves.
You can't say Reeves is him already.
If Austin Reeves could play TCU every game, he'd be in the the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
Did he give him that work?
No, exactly. 13 picks to go, 48 through 60 as we close in on the final stretch here. And then, by the way, so we're going to have draft grades, winners and losers coming up as well, so stay live. I think that's we're going to recap all 60 picks as well, so we'll have a lot of fun. Chase, feel free to work on those grades at some point if you get a chance here. 48 overall for Atlanta. What do you like here as we look at your big board, Chase?
I just cannot believe that Sharife Cooper is still on the board. It's just incredible.
He's not anymore.
Oh.
The Hawks are going to take him here at 48.
Wow.
Atlanta. I like it, man. He can be your backup to Trae Young.
I actually love it. And what's funny is that when you watch Sharife Cooper with how he passes, with how he maneuvers offensively, with how he throws oops to guys, it is so reminiscent of Trae Young. Like, if you didn't know who Trae Young was and you turned on the tape of him passing the ball to guys like Clint Capella and then you watch Sharife Cooper, you'd be like, oh, they're the same player. So him as a backup point guard, he is not going to make it rain. He's not going to be a consistent knockdown three-point shooter. He shot like 22% from distance last year at Auburn. So from that standpoint, he's not a good offensive player like Trae Young is shooting the ball, but creating, getting to the hoop, being shifty, kind of maneuvering around the floor, getting past defenders. I like Sharife Cooper. His numbers last year were really good. More than 20 points per game. He averaged more than 8 assists, but it's really the three-point percentage that I have a lot of concerns about. But him as a backup point guard at pick number 48, the Hawks continue to do good things and smart things.
Spam Reef. You can say it, R-I-F-E. Get it spammed in the comment section. Hey, 20-point score for a guy who can't shoot. If he becomes a decent shooter, Chase, this could end up being the steal of the draft.
Real quick.
No, I think so as well.
Producer Sam's telling us something.
Trae Young, 19 seconds ago, said small guard talk.
Small guard talk. That's
Small
what
guard
it is.
talk.
I mean,
I
Sharife
think he
Cooper,
proves.
he's a smaller guy. And it's just like wild that you have two guys running the point guard spot in Trae as well as Reef, who are going to do very similar things. No-look passes, lobs, coming off screens, setting up their big men, finding shooters along the perimeter. I really like the pick here.
Speaking of Reef, 89, Milan, we're getting shout-outs here. J2 Drippy, AFK, we got Hollywood, Let's Go from Vofsy. Let's see, Reef from Mike Dibble. Hey, Mike Dibble still in the chat. Who knows what could happen on the Super Chat menu. Your boy, Javion, Karsten, No Heart Nick, Rising, wanted the Pels to get him. That is not meant to be. Xavier, bad pick from Devin Garner. Well, I mean, there's no bad picks this late in the draft, number one, pretty much. Unless you take Satnam Singh like the Mavs did like 7 years ago, just because. So Brooklyn on the clock here, Chase. Strong night for Nets. Do they take a fourth player? They've been busy tonight.
Yeah. I mean, how many roster spots do they have open, right? They might have to send a lot of these guys to the G League or something.
Yeah, they'll definitely send a couple at least.
Yeah, we'll see. Nets at 49, Sixers at 50, Pelicans at 51, Pistons at 52, Sixers again at 53 after buying that pick earlier on today for about $2 million is that final transaction. Look, we said it a little while ago, for a team that didn't have premier draft picks, kind of like what the Nets have done tonight.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that as we kind of close in on the final 10 picks of this year's NBA draft. Brooklyn on the clock here. We can recap what they've done here throughout the draft. They took Cam Thomas earlier on in the night at, I believe, 27 overall for Brooklyn. They selected him, and hey, I think that was a good selection. They also took Jerron Payne as well at 29. It's been a good value draft for Brooklyn, who's obviously trying to win titles, plural.
Yeah, and they've had a busy day, not only making some of these picks. They traded away Landry Shamet to the Phoenix Suns for Javon Carter, who is a defensive guard, who I think is going to be able to add a lot defensively to this team. He barely played with the Phoenix Suns during that playoff run and last year. So you get Cameron Thomas, who's an elite bucket getter. I love him in that way. And then you get Day'Ron Sharpe, who I think honestly could give you some starts as a rookie, even though he's 19 years old. Good rim running big. I really like the pick and the value here at number 29. And then Kessler Edwards, you get a wing who can knock down some shots. He can give you some defense as well. That's why I like what Brooklyn has been able to do.
And now they select again Marcus Zegarowski out of Creighton, the point guard. So they add a guard here, a guy who averaged 16 and 4 last year.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a curious pick. Like, where does he factor into the equation here on this Brooklyn Nets roster? You know, he went to Creighton last year, and I think he's going to go to the G League level. His production last year with the Blue Jays, they got fresh uniforms, by the way, was pretty good. You know, a little less than 16 points per game. He can rebound it just a bit. He can dish it just a tad as well. A little bit on the older side at 22 years old when you're breaking down some of these draft prospects. Not the best athlete in the world. That's why I think he's kind of a draft and stash guy in the G League level.
Yeah, see if he can elevate, become a bench guard somewhere down the road. So Zegarowski, the pick here for Brooklyn at 49. Philadelphia on the clock at 50. Chase, couple of picks coming up here. What would you like to see the Sixers do late in this draft to try and add some value?
Knockdown shooter. I think that's the most logical pick here.
Who's the best shooter left in this draft? Look at the big board here.
I mean, yeah, if we take a look at the big board, could it be Reeves?
He hit 31% from three last year. He's got a good shot, but a poor shot selection at times.
If Wieskamp out of Iowa is still here, my gosh,
he'd
be such an ideal selection. But you look at the top guards available, Austin Reeves, B.J. Boston's a pretty good player, McKinley Wright, Joel Ayayi, but really doesn't give you much from a shooting standpoint. Aaron Henry, I like guys who come out of Michigan State, because they're just always so well coached and ready to play. David Duke, Marcus Garrett, Matt Coleman. So, yeah, I don't know what the Sixers do here. I think how the board has fallen, ideally, you'd get a good shooter here.
Yep.
But I don't know if there's a good enough shooter on the board right now for them to kind of select and pinpoint.
By the way, we continue to go back and forth on our brand new team YouTube channels. That's our Sixers channel and our Knicks channel. Knicks taking a little lead here. Sixers fans, you got to catch up here. Chatsports.com/76erstv. Chase and I, the entire Chat Sports team, we're trying to ramp up our coverage around the Philadelphia 76ers. And then, hey, Knicks fans, you got to respond. Chatsports.com/KnicksTV as the race to 1,000 is on, Chase. And I know you and I are excited to talk about the Knicks and Sixers throughout free agency.
Oh, for sure, because both teams are entering pivotal free agency campaigns.
Yep.
I think the Knicks are a point guard away from really becoming a very intriguing team in the Eastern Conference. For the Sixers, it all starts and ends with what happens with Ben Simmons. If he gets dealt, kind of sends a ripple effect across the league as well as that roster. Because they've tried to make that Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid 1-2 punch work. It was pretty evident that in the second round against the Hawks, those two players cannot coexist. As for what they did earlier in the draft, Jaden Springer, point guard, shooting guard, combo guard out of Tennessee, was the pick at number 28 for the Sixers.
Trade him.
Some chatter, yes, that they were going to trade him. A trade has not come down yet for Jaden Springer, so it looks as though as of now the Sixers might hold on to that pick. But Jaden Springer, confident guy, has some comps to Kyle Lowry because of that defensive tenacity and him just being a bulldog on both ends.
Pick is in at number 50 for Philadelphia, one of the more fun names. Oh, man, this jersey is electric. Filip Patrushev, number 50 overall, heading to Philadelphia. 6'11", 225. Give me a scouting profile here, Chase.
Yeah, honestly, the Sixers do need some front court depth behind Joel Embiid. I think all signs point to them not retaining Dwight Howard, and I think that's probably the better move, even though I thought he was pretty good for the Sixers last year. Petrusev, originally a post scorer, he went overseas, expanded his game to the perimeter. He won the Adriatic League MVP. 21 years old. He's got some abilities, originally from Serbia. He's going to remind some people of a Zach Collins because of that athleticism and his ability to shoot the rock just a bit. Shot 41.9% from distance this past year on 62 three-point attempts. So for a big man, there's some volume there. His numbers were great. 23.5 points per game. He'll give you around a block per night as well. Not a bad rebounder. When you look at his rebounding numbers, 7.5 boards per night, I think he's a little bit of a better rebounder than that. Doesn't really have a game off the bounce, but maybe he's going to make some progress there because that's something that he's been working on. Does need to make more progress as a spot-up shooter, even though over the last couple of years there has been some progress for him as a spot-up shooter, somewhat of a light frame as well.
Yeah, decent roll, man. Watching a couple of highlights. He's got a decent stroke from the outside. I think, no, we hit that earlier, Sam. I think that this could be a guy that you play in the G League for a year and then see if he can develop. Still only 21 years old, so we will see how he fits in with the Sixers. Down to the final 10 picks, Chase, 51 through 60. We'll knock those out in the next 30 minutes or so. Oh, man, we didn't do this one, though. 2 truths and a lie. We promised you at 10,000 likes. We just had so much going on. I had to shave half my beard instead. So which of these two are true, and then which one of these is a lie? I chugged a gallon of milk in 1 hour. I can dunk a basketball. I'm 6'2", pushing 6'3", so if you have any questions there. And then I met my wife on Bumble. Which two are true, and then which one is a lie? Go ahead and get y'all's votes in the comment section. Let's see what you guys have to think on this one. For fun, we could do chases too as well here in a minute, Sam, as we have the Pelicans on the board as well. So which one do you guys think is the lie?
I'm seeing number 2.
Don't care, sadly. Don't blame you, Josh. Chugged a gallon of milk in 1 hour, met wife on Bumble as the 2 true ones. Okay, there's a guess. Let's see. Can't say that, LGN Parker. I think most of you guys figured it out. Hey, I'm a white guy with little hoops. I can't dunk. What do you want me to say? The other 2 were my truths. So there you go. I chugged a gallon of milk in an hour one time and met my wife on Bumble, but I cannot dunk. Although, if I could dunk just once, Chase, that is like a bucket list item for me.
Yeah, that'd be pretty incredible. Do you need a little bit of a trampoline to get up there? And
hey, I have trampoline
dunk
dunked, but I haven't legit dunked.
You've trampoline dunked?
Dude,
like what they do at halftime shows and stuff like that?
I used to have a trampoline set up in my backyard with a basketball goal. We played trampoline basketball. It was lit back in the day. But there you go. 2 truths and a lie. A lot of fun there. We've got another selection in here for the Pellies. Chase, B.J. Boston out of Kentucky.
Yeah, he was pretty high on my
Top
big
40
board. Top 40 guy for me. So to get him at this point in the draft at number 51, I like it. But it sounds as though he's going to be sent from New Orleans to the Clippers because of this trade. Either way, we can break him down. He's a former top recruit who went to Kentucky. He struggled as a freshman, has massive upside, though, because of his combination of shot creation as well as his height at 6'5", 188 pounds.
And he is going to the Clippers.
We have him measured in at 6'7". So the point is, at 19 years old, he's not done growing. He's not done filling out that frame. And that wingspan is pretty crazy at 6'11" as well. He's a slippery shot creator. He's got some height, good body control. That's why he has clear potential as a scorer. Hard to contain step-back jumper. What's one of the hardest shots to defend right now in the NBA? It's the step-back jumper. He has that in his package and in his bag right now. So if he's able to hit step-back jumpers and step-back threes at a somewhat efficient rate, this is a guy who can make it as a second-round pick.
Fan favorite goes at 52. Luka Garza, arguably the best player in college basketball this past year. Kind of a stiff in terms of athleticism, but a guy that really could score at the college level. I hope this guy finds a way to make it in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for him as well. You know, he's the National College Player of the Year last year, and from a scoring standpoint, this guy was really good last year. He had some crazy games. Here's the problem with Luka Garza, though. He can't defend a lick.
At all.
And he's going to get picked apart in pick and rolls. And when he has to go up against some more athletic big men, they're going to torch him. And then also down low, he went up against a guy, Kofi Coburn out of Illinois. He went back to the Fighting Illini, who can't shoot threes at all, but he was getting straight up bodied down low in the trenches. So my concerns with Luka Garza, he's not going to be able to defend at all. Offensively, though, look, more than a 40% three-point shooter last year at the college level, and I do think that he's going to be able to be a pretty good three-point shooter at the NBA level. How long are you going to be able to keep him on the floor, though, because of those defensive deficiencies?
You'll think of guys like Boban Marjanovic, Chase, who's found a way to stick around in the NBA.
If Taco Fall can play in the league, Luka Garza can too.
You got to pick and choose when you can play him. You obviously can't play him in crunch time because he'll just get picked apart, but can he be a guy that gives you 10 to 15 minutes a game and one of those like guys where his per 36 scoring numbers is off the chain? I think it's possible. Obviously, he's just got one of those bodies. He's never going to be a good defender. It's just not going to happen.
Here's the good news for him and all of the Luka Garza truthers out there, going to have an opportunity to play on the Detroit Pistons.
Hey, staying in the area as well. Which NBA team do you hate the most? Let us know in the comment section, and why is it that team? Go ahead and let us know. 8 picks to go. Sixers back on the clock here at 53 here, Chase. Any names out there that you would like to add here?
Let's see. They went Jaden Springer and then Petrusev, so they've gone guard, forward/center. Again, like a shooter would be ideal, but the way that the draft board has fallen, there aren't really shooters anymore, and because NBA teams value shooters to the degree that they do nowadays, they do tend to go quickly in the draft.
I wouldn't mind Austin Reeves here, who can play a little point. He can play off guard.
I kind of like it,
If
actually.
you dish out, if you trade Ben Simmons, maybe he's a guy who competes with a guy like Shake Milton as a backup point guard. By the way, we're signing off on our Warriors Only channel. Appreciate you guys for tuning in tonight. We'll have more videos over there, so make sure you are subscribed if you're watching on Golden State Warriors today.